What's the situation now? I'm afraid that there will be some debate among those people below who can only vote blindly and take advantage of others. The survivors of the strong craftsman base were fighting alone before. 17 represents the arrival of the underground area. Almost. It was beyond the expectations of all the melon-eating people below. The strong craftsman survivor base is now supported by the underground area. Zhang Bufang heard this, and some people were discussing that since the original military of the Chinese state was so strong, why not go to the underground area in the same way? The underground area may be more able to promote the development of conflicts than the Hope survivor base. And during the battle, strength support, as the person involved, Zhang Bufang said that he could only shrug his shoulders. How did he know why? Is the current person in charge of the underground district actually 17? Zhang Bufang was confused. According to the death regulations of the underground area, 17 should not be qualified to take over the underground area. Jiang Shi mentioned to him not long ago that the underground area was rebellious and separatist. Zhang Bufang did not think that 17 would be able to do anything. People who do such things have hidden ambitions in everyone's eyes, and there seems to be nothing wrong with doing so. After all, those dead rules are also made by people. Since they are made by people, they can be changed. Why were you late on purpose? Zhang Bufang thought again. Did he want to surprise everyone in the audience? Coming so late is simply showing off. This kind of behavior is not something that 17 can do. Has this kind of support been discussed with the Jiangxi survivor base? Has the distant place already coordinated it as an alliance? I'm sorry, it was delayed because of some things. 17 nodded towards the leader of the council and said with a gentle look, I am the representative of the underground district, 17. Representative. Zhang Bufang looked at 17. 17 caught Zhang Bufang's gaze and then smiled at him. Out of basic courtesy, Zhang Bufang nodded in a friendly manner. Then let's continue. The leader of the meeting said, since the votes are biased towards the Jiangxiang survivor base, I demand that in the next month, the Jiangxiang survivor base will thoroughly investigate everything, and the original Chinese military will not stop it in any way, Gao Lung said. In addition, Gao Lung turned his attention to Zhang Bufang. At this time, his face was extremely cold, and even his eyes became aggressive, like a hedgehog with its thorns standing up. Everything he looked at seemed to want to hurt him. He could only point his thorn at everyone and said coldly, I hope that since the survivor base is an ally of the original Chinese military and has been an ally before the first battle started, then I, the strong craftsman, will survive. Naturally, the survivor base will also have to check the survivor base. Zhang Fui, what do you think? Of course I don't have any objections, Zhang Bufang said. It didn't matter. Anyway, it was a matter between two gods from beginning to end. I hope that the survivor base had not interfered with anything, and nothing could be found after a thorough investigation. Is it possible? Can you still pick a bone among the eggs? In addition, are the underground area and the Jiangjiang survivor base declaring alliances sequentially? Zhang Bufang asked. He looked at 17 across from him and smiled at his words. After a cold pause, Zhou Ju seemed to be quite interested in this matter. Zhang Bufang knew that Zhou Ju was simply bored, but he still had to pretend for the sake of the scene. What Zhou Ju was interested in was his prey. Changes in expression. Yes, 17 by Gao Lung spoke first. In public perception, the underground area is not as good as the Jiangxi survivor base. It can be seen from the area alone. 17 spoke first, which is undoubtedly an act of disrespect for his allies. There was an uproar below, and Gao Lung nodded, admitting the matter. Is it such an incredible thing that the underground area and the Jiangjiang survivor base join forces? Zhang Bufang looked at the people below in confusion and whispered, and then his face showed surprise, maybe a bit of a show, of course, with people who are relatively close to the Strongsmith survivor base or the underground area will definitely not be able to laugh at this time. Everyone has their own evil intentions. Then, it's decided, the leader of this meeting was of no use at all. He just expanded his voice a little more, and then told the people below that this is what happened, like a repeater, with stiff limbs, and only. The vocal cords are still usable, but I am afraid that I have offended the masters on both sides, and I am the one who will suffer. After all, the purpose of this meeting is. The leader simply pushed it up blindly. From other small bases, whoever is afraid of trouble or stupid will come. The leader of this meeting suddenly remembered that he had been asked to say something before the meeting started, but he didn't expect it to come out like this. Judging from the current situation, what the person wanted him to say might not be good. In addition, this man hesitated and glanced towards 17, as if he felt guilty. As soon as he opened his mouth, the eyes of the gods on both sides were on him, and he suddenly felt scared. He simply said with a heartbeat, "Admiral, sir, it seems that the evolutionary experiment has been almost completed." Then the voice gradually became smaller. Zhou looked at him as if he were looking at a dead person. The man shivered and moved his eyes to 17 again, as if he was sending a distress signal to the other party. 17 sighed helplessly and confessed him, which made him look a little embarrassed. 17 laughed. The author said, "The Employment Guild once signed an agreement with the former Chinese military. Even though the Employment Guild and the underground area are no longer related, at that time, the Employment Guild and the underground area were two different parts and signed separate agreements. So it's still valid now." There was an uproar again. After such a meeting, a lot of things could be revealed. Zhou only looked at 17 at this time. Zhang Bufang was pondering on the side. "So, the evolution experiment is almost done?" Zhou mentioned this experiment to Zhang Bufang not long ago, saying that the progress of the experiment still needs a large part. It seems that this is very efficient. When 17 said this, didn't he slap Zhou's face directly? But it seems that 17 didn't hesitate at all. Master Zhou always keeps his word when doing things. For example, when the war started, he said that he would attack the strong craftsman survivor base on the same day. So he did it on the same day. He always does things without delay. A person who is so decisive must also be very trustworthy to his promise. 17 continued without fear of death. So, as soon as Zhou opened his mouth, the whole conference room, which was still a little noisy, suddenly became quiet. Zhou's eyes were not good, and he said, "So, what is the underground district going to use to pay for the deposit for this batch of experimental orders?" "Money. My country, China, is short of money." "You really don't lack anything," 17 said with a lot of provocation in his smile. "But there is no way. The contract signed at that time contained money, and I will deliver every penny of the amount required." At the time, it seemed that those amounts were indeed sky-high, but now it seems money has been extremely devalued. For the former Chinese military to get this money, it is nothing like getting a pile of draft paper. "I'm sorry, General." 17 said these words completely on purpose. He couldn't stand Zhou's nose-to-the-sky style, and said, "In the contract signed at that time, there was no mention of what would happen later because of. The deposit was changed due to various things, so the full amount will not be changed. I can only blame the vagaries of the world. I really didn't think of this when I signed the contract." "Too much bullying?" Zhou's face darkened, and Zhang Bufang cast his probing eyes on the other party, questioning him silently. The contract signed at that time was a huge blow to the mercenary guild. The zombie virus swept through quickly, and the feng shui was also changing. The original military of China had to spend almost as much as the original military of China on the experimental finished products needed. All the finished products that Fong has researched so far. Because of this research has just been completed, and there are still unknown uncertainties in it. So since the treaty has not been signed to say what kind of finished products are needed for the experimental products, it is better to just send them all over, and it will save their experimental people who still need to test them. The side effects of medicines, Zhou planned this. Zhang Fui also has an evolutionary experiment contract with the former Chinese military, right? Why not provide the experimental finished product to Fui first? After all, he is such an important person. I admire him very much and cannot accept it. He still wants to. Lying in the freezer, everyone hopes he recovers as soon as possible. Chapter 17 refers to Jianjin. The original Huahua military has many plans for Jianjin. If it is really like what 17 said and does what he said, then will the next plan be necessary? Zhou is thinking about whether he should pass it. What is the way to remove 17? About the evolutionary experiment. I'm afraid I have to explain this matter. It's not what you said. Zhou always wanted to come up with something convincing. He asked his subordinates to get a report, and then projected it on the screen and handed another extra copy to Zhang Bufang. Zhou said, "The evolution experiment so far is just a little bit of a sign. I didn't expect you to pay such close attention. I don't know where the news came from, making you mistakenly think that the finished product is ready, but the fact is, the laboratory did develop the first potion not long ago, but no one can guarantee that it is the finished product of the experiment. The underground area is watching so closely. Is there any urgent use for that potion? Why don't you tell me? I would like to remind you that the laboratory will send you the finished product as soon as possible. After all, the underground district is only a small force. It is a big risk for the underground district to send out a small team for even a small task. Of course, we hope to get the medicine as soon as possible so as to reduce the number of personnel in the confrontation with loss. There are casualties in the attack. 17 said. A small team. The number of people in the underground area is 10. Then if that's the case, I will let the laboratory study the finished product carefully, but we need to wait a little longer. If something like the experiment is not paid attention to, the rebirth it will bring will be difficult to deal with. Zhou Ju replied that after leaving the underground area alone, he would have to deal with Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang valued Jin so much that he might have to explain endlessly. He also had to go to other places to think of a way to stabilize Zhang Bufang. Square. The research results of the former Chinese military over the years have amazed the mainland. Every experimental result can definitely greatly enhance the strength of mankind. The risk is worth it. Even small forces like us can't envy them. If the underground area is considered a small force, then what do the people sitting down there mean? But since so many years have passed, I would like to ask the underground district to show me the treaty from that year. It just happens to be here, Zhou Ju said. 17 paused suspiciously, then beckoned someone to show the item on the screen and handed the original document to Zhou Ju. During this process, his expression did not change at all, but that pause was really. It makes people want to delve deeper. 17. It is very clear that except for the original Chinese military's exclusive mark on it, the other parts of that document are all fake. They just put that mark on this piece of paper. The original Chinese military. No matter the previous general or the current general, they will never let themselves suffer any loss. How could they agree to the treaty and send their experimental products so easily? This time in the underground area. It's a bold move to dare to do this. However, this document has been copied many times. It is just a change of content from the original document. What is certain is that after Zhou Ju took office, he cut off all his previous subordinates. Those who have witnessed this. The person who signed the contract, and Zhou Ju. I only know that Yuan Fong signed a contract with this one, and only one person in the team has a partial understanding of the content. The bet is on the gap in his memory. As long as he can't see it. Even if he can see it, maybe he won't. People prove that this can be false. Zhou Ju put his eyes on the document in front of him and carefully observed the specific part of the paper. It seemed that this was the same type of paper that he had in mind that the original Chinese party used to sign a contract or something. This kind of paper. The paper cannot be torn or torn. If possible, he would like to take it out for inspection and check the ingredients inside. But the paper that has been alive for several years cannot withstand such inspection. If it is damaged during the inspection, he also came over to blame him for breach of contract. What was said next in the meeting didn't have much to do with Zhang Bufang. It didn't matter whether he listened or not. He had been thinking about the issue of Yuan Fong's evolutionary experiment. It was as if Jin's incident happened yesterday. I have been too busy for a while, and sometimes I even forget about this matter. Now that I think about it, my feelings are not as strong as they were at that time. But once this matter was mentioned, Zhang Bufang would not let it go. After the meeting, as Zhou Ju expected, Zhang Bufang came to him alone to talk about the evolutionary experiment. Unexpectedly, such a question led to other questions. Zhou Ju said that there are other things that correspond to the evolutionary experiment. An experiment has the same sound, but the effects are completely different. Purification experiment? I asked if evolution is good. Are you testing my nasal pronunciation? Zhang Bufang frowned. Yuan does have such an experiment. Zhou Ju looked leisurely and contented, but only he knew how difficult the other party was. At the same time, Zhou Ju was also a person who was afraid of trouble. After thinking about it, he seemed to think that it was just right. It didn't matter if he told the other party frankly like this. He said, if the evolution experiment is to allow the corpses to be reused, the purification experiment is to start from the zombies. However, this matter is more troublesome, so it has been studied for so many years. No clue at all. Oh, this seems to have nothing to do with what I want to hear, Zhang Bufang said unkindly. It's related. I'm not playing this pronunciation game with you. What Jianjin will undergo next is this experiment, Zhou Ju said. Bang! The cup in Zhang Bufang's hand made a sound as he quickly put it on the table. Zhou Ju, how much credibility do you think your words have now? Zhang Bufang gritted his teeth. I think the credibility of this is still very high. Zhang Bufang, you have to figure out the priorities, Zhou Ju said. We are allies who signed a contract of interest. I, Zhang Bufang, am not your subordinate. Zhang Bufang said, his eyes on Zhou Ju's face, trying to find any trace of the other party's expression. It was obvious that the other party's nonchalant look was so infuriating. He was so calm that he didn't feel any guilt at all. How long will it take for Jianjin to wake up? Zhang Bufang asked. I don't want our cooperation with the Hope Survivor base to be interrupted by such a person. Zhang Bufang, I hope you will be more sensible. In addition, regarding your question, I can guarantee that he will be eliminated within a month. The only thing that will be intact is to wake up. Zhou Ju smiled. I want to see Jianjin and Chunhe, Zhang Bufang requested. Then being denied, Zhang Bufang suddenly stood up and then walked up to Zhou Ju. He had maintained this arrogant face for many years. Zhang Bufang wanted to see his bruised nose and face, but Zhou Ju grabbed him. He held Zhang Bufang's outstretched hand and then looked at the hand clenched into a fist. This battle is not over yet. At the end of the meeting, the Jiangxi Survivor base sent people to join the original Chinese military. If you want to go, at least you have to wait for those people to leave completely, Zhou Ju. The word thorough was emphasized. His calm and composed expression was mocking Zhang Bufang's incompetence. He was mocking that no matter how embarrassed the Jiangxi Survivor base was by the raid by the original Chinese military, he could still be tough. Survive, but Hope Survivor base cannot do this. You want me to wait for another month? Zhang Bufang released his fisted hand and then grabbed the opponent's wrist with his backhand. First of all, I don't want to start a fight with you here. You will hear a loud noise then. In fact, you do have to wait a month. The original military of China is now full of spies from the Jiangxi Survivor base. You go. What kind of news will be leaked? Zhou Ju felt his forearm being squeezed tightly by this hand. During the process of speaking, he was naturally unwilling to be outdone and exerted the same force on Zhang Bufang's wrist. Now he still heard. There was a clicking sound on my wrist. Zhou Ju, you have to feel lucky for your identity. Zhang Bufang still released his hand under the pressure of the original Hua army, which meant that he had to agree with Zhou Ju's words. But at the same time, this reflects a more serious problem. The Hope Survivor base has been trying to survive in the cracks for nearly a month, a total failure. Maybe it was doomed to fail from that time on, and it reached a dead end at some point. Even if you go around and around, you can't find an exit. Of course, the trapped people have no ability to blow open the wall. Zhou Ju, I hope I can keep my promise. I, Zhang Bufang, will retaliate. Zhang Bufang was unwilling to say anything to the other party. After opening the other party's hand, he turned around and left. He was afraid that if the other party said something else, he can't help but stop and get angry. After Zhang Bufang left the meeting, he wandered around the main city casually without entering any shop. He knew very well the two extremes of the main city's geographical composition. The place where he stood at this time was representing the upper class, and the place where those in power are far away. Zhang Bufang set his sights on a certain fork in the road. There was a road next to the fork that led to darkness. One extreme of the main city was the upper class, and the other extreme was enduring hunger and cold, constantly on the edge of the gray zone, a gathering place for those wandering doomsday lunatics. The main city was built by rights. The lights here are brilliant, and it is like a city that never sleeps, attracting zombies. However, the place is heavily guarded. Almost everything within a radius of 10 miles is a dense protection net. In addition to the radius of 10 miles, there will be people specially patrolling. As long as you catch a zombie, you will be killed without mercy. This place must not welcome those doomsday lunatics. After that group of people forcibly stood here, no one could control them. The main city did not even provide them with electricity. There might still be a fire over there. Zhang Bufang. Anyway, he has never been there. so now he might try to step there, and when he had this idea, he had already taken several steps there. That place might be the same as the underground area? Zhang Bufang thought so. After entering, I discovered that there were still patrols near the downstream areas of the main city, but if I walked a little deeper, I could see the power grid. The power grid was damaged. The madmen specially built an entrance and exit for themselves. A violent way. Zhang Bufang thought that the damage caused by the war would only linger in the Jiangxi survivor base and the place where the original military of Hua State started the war. He never expected that he himself did not belong to those victims. He thought that the panic that had gathered would. It was just what he imagined. After walking into this place and lowering his sense of existence, Zhang Bufang even found a deserter huddled on the roadside. Zhang Bufang didn't pay attention to the other party. He continued walking and quickly adapted to the darkness. Those who had no way to avoid the war and had to participate in the war actually appeared here, observing the other party's clothes. They were in tatters and could still be seen. Whether it was from the Chinese military or the Jiangxi survivor base, I didn't know what method the other party used to get in here, but when Zhang Bufang looked at the other party with an inquiring gaze, the other party stared back keenly. He glanced at it. The whole street is filled with a strange smell. It was like the stench of a corpse that he hadn't smelled for a long time. Zhang Bufang was still a little unsure when he smelled it. He hadn't smelled this smell for a long time, and how could there be such a smell in the main city? So he walked based on his feeling, but the further he walked, the more he realized that his idea might be right. It was the smell of unknown rotting flesh, even though someone was deliberately trying to prevent this smell from spreading. Zhang Bufang suddenly had a feeling. The continuous battle left him no time to think about the zombies. He just thought it was a fight between two gods. The people sent out had already cleared away all the things that should not appear in the battlefield. When I smelled this smell, I felt. It didn't seem like it. The zombies just changed places and hid on the edge of people. In other words, they were threatening people's lives and safety, and they even never left. Zombies with a slightly higher level still have instinctive fear, and they will stay away from battlefields with powerful bursts of output. Zombies with a higher level will have their own consciousness. If the level has reached 50 or more than 40, it has a way of thinking similar to that of ordinary people. Basically, a person turns into a zombie, and then as the level increases, he seems to turn back into a human again. But they can never be human, no matter how high their level is. Zhang Bufang has fought with so many high-level zombies, but he has never seen one who does not want to be antisocial and longs for peace. For this reason, he also thought about it and came up with a reason. Someone who can fall to the level of a high-level zombie. That must be the person who snatched food from the same low-level zombies, because by chance, he gradually began to have his own consciousness. But at that time, he discovered that he could not blend in with the crowd at all. Humans. This word has nothing to do with it in this life. The feeling of danger made Zhang Bufang pause. Ahead is an even darker place, the kind of place where even the pale moonlight cannot penetrate. Zhang Bufang had a hunch that as long as he took a few steps forward, he would be able to see the answer he had always wanted to know, but maybe this answer would cost him something, and the mortality rate was unknown. Because of the unknown, he was afraid, so he focused on thinking about his own pros and cons. Zhang Bufang chose to turn around and go back. After Zhang Bufang turned around and went back, he walked 5 steps further to the left of where he had just been. The gun was collected. Zhang Bufang did not look back. When the Jiangjiang survivor base inspected the Huagua Yuan Fong, they could feel the unkindness between the two parties. This was only the first day of the investigation, but the people sent by the Jiangxi survivor base hoped to bring the Huagua Yuan Fong. After turning everything upside down, Zhang Bufang does not need to worry about what else Hua Yuan Fong will find out. After all, the experiments Huagua Yuan Fong wants to show are all experiments that he wants the mainland to see, and there are more. Things are not discovered, and these things will not be discovered. When the people from the Jiangxi survivor base came to the Hope survivor base, their attitude was much more relaxed than when they went to Huaguoyan. There was no need for them to embarrass a Hope survivor base, so they just looked through it and left. In this month, I only came here 3 times and twice. They came to investigate. Zhang Bufang thought that his base was impoverished, so he openly asked the other party to investigate. Another time, Gao Long came to visit in person. In order to cause unnecessary trouble, Zhang Bufang just chatted a few words. They pretended to greet each other, and it ended. This month of investigation has been a rare moment of peace. Maybe everyone thinks so. But something went wrong when the investigation was about to end in the last week. When the Jiangxiang survivor base carefully checked all the zombie lists on the information provided by the Chinese side, they found that one was missing. This was something they had not seen for a long time. The only clue I discovered was, of course, something I couldn't let go. I tried to deal with the other party carefully on this matter, and I showed an unyielding momentum. Through various methods and means to investigate the whereabouts of this zombie. Zhou also believes that the loss of a zombie in the base is an important matter. After all, it is about research. I don't know what the zombie will take with it when he runs out. In order to prevent accidents from happening, this was the only time that the Chinese side truly cooperated with the search of the survivor base of Jiangjiang, but Jiangjiang survived. The reporter base went to question Zhou again and again, repeatedly trying to dig out why there was one missing zombie. Zhou himself didn't know that she was also investigating this matter. He got tired of being asked questions over and over again. The old man simply ignored me and made it clear, "It's good that I asked you to inspect the base. You have no right to ask me, so go and inspect it quickly." This takes the conflict to a new level. During these peaceful 25 days, everyone spent their time in fear, and on the 26th day, a fight broke out. Maybe Zhou really got angry this time, and personally took the people from the base to attack the Changjiang survivor base. The strong craftsman survivor base also took the initiative this time. The two doubles are fighting each other. Similarly, people were sent to the underground area and the Hope survivor base. However, in the middle of this battle, it was discovered that both sides were almost in full force. It seemed that this battle would determine who could survive. On this continent, if you want to survive, you will have the momentum to wipe out the opponent. After Zhang Bufang personally joined the battlefield, 17 and Ting Quan, representatives of the underground area, also came. Zhang Bufang soon felt what it means to attack in full force. Among the several people he faced, none were ahead of him in level. Close attacks had no absolute advantage for him, so he had no choice but to give up using himself. He picked up the sword, turned around, picked up the gun, and fired from a long distance. After finally getting through the rest time, Zhang Bufang discovered that he had minor injuries of various sizes on his body after he stopped. Those bleeding wounds were caused by being too involved in the battle. I couldn't feel it. What was more serious was that a bullet penetrated a hole in my shoulder, and there was a very long scratch on my arm. After Taylor came over, he scolded him and bandaged his wounds distressfully. Zhang Bufang kept reassuring him, but to his surprise, Taylor's eyes turned red while he was talking. Zhang Bufang was so frightened that he quickly stood up and told him that, in fact, he was still. It was very good, but it ended up being a wound, and my face suddenly turned pale. This battle is even more troublesome. Just as Zhang Bufang guessed, he probably wants to decide the outcome in one round. It has been fighting for half a month. The surrounding environment is seriously damaged, and there are pits one after another on the ground. Zhang Bufang had no time to care about other battlefield data and hoped that the survivor base would suffer heavy casualties. I originally thought that it would be like usual. After fighting to the death, I had to rest for a while and then continue fighting. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened. When Zhang Bufang saw the familiar voice and smelled the familiar stench, only then did he understand why he smelled the smell of rotting corpses in the dark streets of the main city that day, which made him feel that danger was approaching. He was forced to quickly stay away from the danger, and then hurriedly jumped into the battle. Zhang Bufang didn't have time to think about why, but now he was given an answer. What he thought that day was indeed correct. They were really zombies. During the battle, there were a lot of blurry and faceless corpses. The Jiangxiang survivor base and Huaguiyuan had no time to deal with them. We hoped that the survivor base would take all the recognizable corpses back and have them properly cremated. But those corpses were not there. The gods of the two groups simply did not have the time to check the DNA on the corpses and then detect who their information was. Zhang Bufang didn't know how they disposed of the corpses, but the reality told him that it must be. It's right that it hasn't been dealt with. Could it even be that the body was simply thrown into a certain place, then directly poured gasoline on it, and set it on fire, and then the person who disposed of the body left just like that? This led to the fact that when everyone thought that this battle would be the final decision, the zombie swarm actually attacked. The strong craftsman survivor base and the Chinese side were counting on this battle to determine who would win. They were the number one force on the continent. When they were about to use their last strength to fight to the death, they didn't expect that zombies would take advantage of them. No one cares about the whereabouts of those corpses, so those corpses will appear on this battlefield. No wonder I haven't seen zombies swimming around recently. Even if they are alone, I haven't seen one or two here and there. Zhang Bufang swung his sword. He attacked the zombie in front of him and chopped his head into pieces. It seemed that the opponent was attacking consciously. Which high-level zombie was born and guided the zombies to come specifically at this time? Then, inevitably, Zhang Bufang. It reminds me of that long time ago. The Jiangxi survivor base desperately wanted the zombie that was not on the list from the Chinese side. The zombie that escaped and was abandoned. After Zhang Bufang discovered something bad, he directly ordered all members of the Hope survivor base who participated in this battle to retreat. It was inevitable that those members who received the order late would die tragically at the hands of zombies. But those people. Zhang Bufang could only give up everything. He could not let all the members of the Hope survivor base dispatched this time be wiped out. The scene was simply too horrific to look at. This was the first time that such a large human team was so severely damaged by zombies. The ground exuded the smell of blood that excited the zombies. Splattered brains filled the entire battlefield, and heads fell to the ground one by one. As long as they wait another 3 or 4 hours, maybe 1 or 2 hours, those who died tragically in this battle and those who have not yet had time to evacuate will become a stronger member of this zombie team. Zhang Bufang was the last one to withdraw from the battlefield. He chopped down zombies one after another, repeating the mechanical movement. His eyes kept moving in the distance. He wanted to find who the zombie king was who was hiding this zombie attack. He searched for a long time. He almost fell into a daze and kept trying to find him again. When he was pulled by Taylor, Zhang Bufang didn't react before he was pulled away. Zhang Bufang knew that he didn't ask the other person why he wanted to rush to such a dangerous place. He quietly and honestly evacuated with his girlfriend. No one expected such an incident. Zhou Ju did not expect it, and neither did Gao Long. But it seems that this time the situation is more serious than before. Just now, the original side of the country and the Qiangjiang survivor base were fighting to the death. Now, the zombies are doing this to them, and they suddenly have the momentum not to go back until they push forward and kill everyone here to their fullest. Under the leadership of the commander, everyone on the battlefield evacuated towards the approaching Qiangjiang survivor base. A Qiangjiang survivor base accommodated people from all the powerful forces on the continent in a short period of time. Qiangjiang. The logistics staff at the survivor base saw that the expressions of the people in the underground area were normal. They saw the expressions of the Hope survivor base led by Zhang Bufang and were a little confused. Then they saw the Hua Guiyuan Feng led by Zhou Ju. The expression is what is called wonderful. The leaders all had dark faces. They didn't have any extra time to rest, so they simply went to talk about the next thing while letting the medical staff bandage themselves. They didn't forget to make fun of each other during the discussion. The entire base of your Huayuan side is so big. Isn't it the best in the entire continent for its experiments? Yet you can't even handle a single corpse properly. You King think our country, China, specializes in disposing of corpses? So many people have died. Do I have to move them back one by one? How do I know which ones are mine and which ones are yours? It's not like the Jiangxi survivor base disposed of the corpses very well. Zhou Ju, as AF King General, you don't even have AF King brain. Gao Lung yelled at Zhou Ju for the first time. The medical staff on the side also pulled her injured arm and pulled her closer. While being bandaged, Gao Lung was being pulled away by the medical staff while pointing at Zhou Ju. I really admire you. You are so timid about doing things, and you only know how to quibble. Your face is raised to the sky, and you don't even look down. Look at what state you are in now. This is probably the most surprising day. The entire continent is waiting for the Jiangxi survivor base and the Hua Kingdom to decide the winner. However, they did not expect that zombies would take advantage of them. Gao Lung and Zhou Ju. It felt like a fight. Zhou Ju didn't bother to reason with women. Of course, he knew how troublesome it would be. Even if the atmosphere in the whole room was extremely bad, It actually had nothing to do with Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang. What I am worried about at this time is the safety of the Hope Survivors base. He hoped that there would be many survivors dispatched this time. He was a little worried that the empty state of the base would cause zombies to go there. He hoped that the survivor base would have a special physique and would encounter them every 1 or 2 months. Although the date of the zombie siege can be calculated in time and can be avoided very well, it is really troublesome. Zhang Bufang and Jian Jin have checked for a while, but they have not found out why they want the survivor base. Being so favored by zombies and being targeted by zombies is not a good thing for anyone. The most urgent thing is to think about what to do next, Ting Quan said. Zhang Bufang was a little worried about the situation at the Hope Survivors base. After Taylor helped him take care of his wounds, he was silent for a while. As his girlfriend, Zhang Bufang's behavior of not evacuating even though he knew the danger was coming. Taylor was very worried at the time. He was naturally angry and distressed, but after a while he took the initiative and said, "There is no problem at the base. Guantong, Chen Tao, and Du Guogua have done a good job." Of course, Taylor knew what Zhang Bufang was worried about. As a woman's delicate mind, she could see it very well. Master Zhang Fo, is this your? 17 is also the kind of master who doesn't care about the fight between the two parties and enjoys himself as he pleases. This. Taylor turned his attention to Zhang Bufang, feeling a little embarrassed. As a girl, it's understandable. Zhang Bufang smiled, put his arms around Taylor's slim waist, and said, "A confidant. This is hopeless." Ting Quan rolled his eyes on the side. Zhou Ju and Gao Lung disliked each other and disliked each other. The Hua Guiyuan Fang and the Qiangjiang survivor base, led by them, will join forces to fight against the zombies. Maybe it is. It's possible, but it's conceivable that the tacit understanding is basically negative. 17 now dominates the underground area, and all he can do is go to see people hoping that the owner of the survivor base will fall in love, and he still manages to take care of them even though he is single. Other people's business. What should I use to fight zombies? This was the first time Ting Quan faced zombies and had the idea that his future was bleak. Can't we think about countermeasures? The zombies are outside the city gate now. Lord General, this is not your country of China where the walls are specially reinforced and thick and hard. Hurry up and ask your people to send support. She was cold and helpless. She was almost on the verge of mental collapse. She never thought that one day she would be driven crazy by such a person. If I think about it now, maybe only the Chinese side can still dispatch people who come out. Vulgar. This is Zhou Ju's evaluation of the cold reaction. The Huagui Yuanfang and the underground area are the two places farthest from the Jiangxi survivor base so far. Comparatively speaking, the chance of being damaged by zombies is relatively small. If you use a fast teleportation array, you should be able to get here. And the closest survivor base to the strong craftsman is the Hope survivor base. But the continuous battles have taken a huge toll on the Hope survivor base, and it is not a long-term solution to hold on. The original side of Huagua can't transfer people. Zhou Ju refused without even sending a message to the headquarters. I don't believe it. It's impossible. Gao Lung denied. Believe it or not, Zhou felt too lazy to pay attention to this woman. The people we have brought so far should be able to sustain it for a few days. I will have to worry about it for a few days, Master Gao. There is no way to get out of this base. Once you get out, there are all zombies outside. It's just like before. The fallen low-level zombies were different and difficult to fight. Zhang Bufang said to you. He didn't have any big quarrel with Gao Lung. No problem. The current situation requires everyone to cooperate together. If there are any grievances, it is best to leave it until after this incident, Gao Lung said. The grievances she was referring to were, of course, rape. She had a grudge against the craftsman survivor base and the original side of China, so she deliberately focused her gaze on Zhou Ju, as if to put pressure on him. I know, Zhou Ju said impatiently. Now that all the forces have suffered heavy losses, I'm afraid there is only one mercenary guild in charge of the game right now, 17 said with a good suggestion. Zhang Bufang paused, his expression as usual, and then listened to 17 continue. The mercenary guild has maintained neutrality for many years and has never participated in the changes in the various forces on the mainland. But this time it is about zombies, which is required by all humans on the mainland. If we face a danger, the employment guild may send people to support us. After all, Everyone knows that if you want the mercenary guild to come forward to help, you have to rely on Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang is very close to the mercenary guild. Even if they have no contact in recent days, all the forces are on guard against them. 2. I'm afraid that if the Hope Survivor base and the mercenary guild form an alliance, it will be almost equal to 2/3 of the strong craftsman survivor base. Everyone knew it well, and there was nothing to reveal, so everyone present basically turned their attention to Zhang Bufang. Of course, Zhang Bufang knew who these people thought he was. In this case, he wanted to give Jiangxi notification is not impossible. The other party should have received the news. After all, such a big thing will soon spread in the mainland. However, Zhang Bufang is a little worried about what kind of role the employment guild will play. Now the situation has undergone huge changes. This sudden occurrence will disrupt everything that follows. For example, Zhang Bufang originally planned to strengthen the survivor base and Hua Guiyuan to fight the final battle of victory and defeat. After obtaining a result, Zhang Bufang can ask Jiangxi to come forward to adjust the relationship between the two parties and maintain the changing balance of forces on the mainland. The mercenary guild can become an absolute party and have a positive attitude toward the survivors. The base is very easy to control, but it won't work now. All the foreshadowings that Zhang Bufang made before and the restrictions on the mercenary guilds that he put down have been broken. If the mercenary guilds join the battlefield at this time, they will definitely choose a side. As support, if the hiring guild directly chooses the original side of China, the Hope Survivor base will basically be in disgrace, and the Hope Survivor base will be like a useless thing to the Chinese side. But at this time, if the mercenary guild comes out and says it is standing next to Zhang Bufang's Hope Survivor base, on the other hand, it is hoped that the survivor base will become a new threatening force. He didn't want to be targeted by others, especially Zhou Ju, after the zombie attack was over. But I can't find a way so far. But under the pressure of this kind of sight, Zhang Bufang really opened his communication and found Jiangxi's column. If you don't fight, this base will fall, and the next one will be the base they hope to survive. As a force that checks and balances the original side of China, the Jiangxi survivor base cannot disappear from this continent anytime soon. Jiangxi, come to support. Zhang Bufang opened the communication and selected the voice column. Lord Buddha, you really have the foresight. My side is ready to go. The mercenary guild will cooperate very well with the Hope Survivor base. Jiangxi's voice came from the other side of the communicator. He looked very cheerful. He was very happy about the situation in the room. The atmosphere is completely unknown. Aren't these words pushing Zhang Bufang into the fire pit? The mercenary guild and the Hope Survivor base have joined forces. Everyone else thinks so. Jiangxi's words were clear. Zhou Ju just raised an eyebrow at the side, not surprised by such a thing. Thinking about it, he had done a lot of betrayal. Whether it was against his enemies or his friends, he had done too many betrayals. Of course, I have been betrayed a lot, and I have long been accustomed to this kind of complicated secret alliance. It seems that there is no relationship between various places in the mainland, but in fact, the secret is just like a messed up ball of yarn. Unless a certain place is cut off, there is no way to separate it at all, and if you cut off one part of the messy yarn ball, the other parts will still be connected together. Zhang Bufang would have guessed that if he hoped to increase the power of the survivor base at this time, it would cause great hidden harm to them. The mercenary guild has always been a place that has been watched eagerly by all parties in the mainland. If the two places come together, it will be terrible. I advise you to send support as soon as possible, Zhang Bufang said in a calm voice. The employment guild's agreement was not unexpected, but 17 was actually the person in the room who looked at Zhang Bufang the most wrongly. 17 was from Jiang Haiyang, even though he seemed to have taken over the underground area. Same, but the fact is that Jiang Haiyang is the top boss of the entire underground area and is in cahoots with Jiangxi. 17, although he didn't know what the story was, Jiangxi's sudden and direct announcement that the guild's employer belonged to the Hope Survivor base was probably part of his plan to push the other party into the pit of fire, but he couldn't figure it out. How many benefits can this approach bring to the employment guild? Reorganize and form an alliance team directly. Before the matter is resolved, everyone should not make trouble, Zhang Bufang said. Don't mess up the defense against zombies at this juncture because of speculation. After a fierce battle, The strongman survivor base was not breached. After the people sent by the mercenary guild joined the struggle, they only played a small role in reducing the burden. The zombies seemed to have gone crazy. Zhang Bufang. During the fight with them, it was discovered that many zombies actually had their own consciousness. They would even provoke Zhang Bufang during the fight, but they still kept running toward the place where heavy weapons were attacking, regardless of whether they were dead or alive. Even if he himself is shattered into pieces. Zhang Bufang was looking for the zombie king among the attacking team, but the scene was too chaotic. Many people were scratched by the zombies. Even Zhang Bufang himself was seriously injured. Zhang Bufang. Fang was afraid that something would happen to Taylor, so he did not allow her to participate in the battlefield. I want to change a bottle of medicine that sustains life and health. In order to prevent accidents, Zhang Bufang chose to talk to the system early and exchange it for a bottle of medicine that can prevent the virus from being infected after being attacked by zombies. Eat it in the chaos. During the fight, Zhang Bufang saw that the zombies were so well trained. At least in terms of tacit cooperation, they were much better than their team. And he didn't know how they got the command. Maybe the zombies were against them. The king himself can receive a kind of command. Zhang Bufang can see that when the zombie attacks, it will suddenly deflect the direction and deflect the attack target. This is really strange. There is nothing that feels right from the beginning to the end. Zhang Bufang has been killing zombies almost since he left the strong craftsman survivor base. The number of attacks this time was so large that Zhang Bufang even if he was exhausted from cutting, there would still be so many zombies surrounding him and attacking him. It felt terrible to have to breathe heavily and keep swinging the knife at the same time. Zhang Bufang's physical strength was almost exhausted. The point. But the battle was won. When the two sides struggled desperately and attacked the place without their lives, humans gradually gained the upper hand. When the zombies retreated, Zhang Bufang was really tired. Seeing those densely packed, ugly-looking strange creatures, Zhang Bufang suddenly stopped attacking and ran back so quickly. Zhang Bufang finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were already several corpses where he stood. It was impossible to tell whether they were human or zombie corpses. Now that it was confirmed that it was safe, Zhang Bufang walked towards the gate of the Jiangxi survivor base and actually walked to a slightly cleaner place on the way, so he simply threw away the weapon in his hand and lay down on the ground. When Taylor saw the zombies showing signs of retreat, he wanted to run out. However, before he could reach Zhang Bufang, he saw his sweetheart suddenly falling to the ground and was horrified. "Are you okay?" Zhang Bufang. Taylor carefully helped Zhang Bufang, feeling sorry for the many wounds on his body and fearing that he would leave him. "Fortunately, the wound is not in the way. I have to ask you, pretty lady, to help me back," Zhang Bufang said in a brisk tone, but did not want to open his eyes. He was too tired, but considering that Taylor, a woman, may not be able to support him. Zhang Bufang, who did not forget to tease others at this juncture, stood up slowly and then walked into the base step by step. Taylor supported him carefully, for fear of hurting any wounds on her body, in fact most of them. They are all numb and can't feel any pain. "Take a rest. We are not sure whether there will be a second wave of attacks," Zhang Bufang heard Gao Lung say. Zhang Bufang is simply lying on a hospital bed now, without even moving his eyelids, letting the medical staff lift his arms, put down his arms, lift his legs, and then put his legs down again, letting the medical staff lift his arms and put them down. He turned over to treat the wound on his back. Summary. Zhang Bufang didn't want to move at all. "Dear, I want to sleep now." Zhang Bufang retracted his hand and held Taylor's hand. Go to sleep. Don't worry, it will be fine after a while," Taylor said distressfully. Zhang Bufang then closed his eyes with relief and fell into a deep sleep. But there is no end to the things we have to face. For example, other people have different views on this zombie attack. While Zhang Bufang was sleeping, less than 2 hours later, the zombie attack came again. It was completely unclear what was attracting them. Even if the zombies were ordered by the Zombie King, there should be no. With such enthusiastic and frequent attacks, they would certainly consider their own lives. But in this battle, they broke out in such an amazing and lifeless behavior. "Gao Long, wait a minute," Zhou Ju called to Gao Long, who had packed up his equipment and was about to run to the battlefield. Zhou Ju looked at the opponent's stopped movements, but he didn't have a good look towards him. It didn't matter how his face looked. What he needs to discuss is how to get through this trouble, rather than the strategy like now, which is completely forced. The loss is too great, and before that, the strong craftsman survivor base and the data in China's original damage report is simply staggering to see. Can I find a place to talk to you alone? Zhou Ju asked. You have to have something serious that suits the current situation, Gao Lung replied. Of course, I think we should find another way to get through this crisis, Zhou Ju said. Then the two of them found a small, unmanned medical room, closed the door, and asked guards to guard outside. Gao Lung was a little surprised by Zhou Ju's behavior. You don't intend to resist, do you? Zhou Ju asked. First of all, we don't have much time. Don't beat around the bush when you speak. Secondly, to answer your question, is there any other way besides resisting you forcefully? Gao Lung Bushan said. You have to figure it out. Zhou Ju seemed quite surprised and seemed completely unable to understand why Gao Lung really chose to take this approach. Zhou Ju said, Don't you care about your base at all? Think about it. Just let the zombies attack the strong craftsman survivor base endlessly? We are all trapped here now, with nowhere to get out. If this continues, we will not be able to sustain it due to material consumption. Of course I know this. This is where Gao Lung has a headache. These are completely unsolvable problems. Gao Lung has actually notified other forces, hoping that they can send support, but those timid guys are very. Obviously, I have never heard of this kind of battle, so I don't dare to go out at all. Gao Lung really didn't know how to take good care of the relationship with them in front of the station. He also continued to help with development and did so much communication work. Isn't it just to be able to help a little when the strong craftsman survivor base encounters difficulties one day? It's better now. Although there will still be times when I'm too scared to go out, I'll tell her this reason. This matter is indeed very troublesome, but it is not as difficult to solve as you think. It's just that someone needs to make sacrifices. Zhou Ju showed his cunning fox-like smile again. This smile seemed to. It has become a sign that Zhou Ju will choose a few lucky people to be the unlucky ones. What are your thoughts? Gao Lung asked. You should have heard of this special area of Hope Survivor Base, right? Zhou Ju said. Then he saw the other person nodded to him, and then continued. Every once in a while, you will always encounter low-level zombies. Attack. This special method of attraction may be a good way for us to get rid of this attack. What you mean is, Gao Lung almost understood, and after a pause he said, You want to transfer these zombies, this large-scale zombie attack, to the Hope Survivor Base? This approach is okay. It's quite cruel. The Hope Survivor Base simply cannot withstand such a violent zombie attack, which is a fact that everyone can see. The Jiangxi Survivor Base may be able to resist for a day or two, but for the Hope Survivor Base, maybe half a day. This is already the limit. Even if there are reinforcements out to cover up the zombies, the hope is that the Survivor Base will not be able to withstand it at all. Once the city gate is breached, it will be a disaster for them. Yes, so far. Can you come up with a better way? Zhou Ju didn't think there was anything wrong with doing this. Have you ever thought about the Hope Survivor Base? It is your ally? Gao Lung was surprised that the expression on Zhou Ju's face did not fluctuate at all. He even seemed to think that the Hope Survivor Base could do something about this matter. Contribution is still an honor. Of course I know about this, but at the beginning of the battle, Zhang Bufang communicated with Jiangxi. At that time, Jiangxi made it clear that the Mercenary Guild would be an ally of the Hope Survivor Base. Zhou Ju explained. But there seemed to be nothing wrong. Gao Lung asked in confusion. Since the Mercenary Guild is an ally of Hope Survivor Base, why do you have to take so much precautions? Are you an idiot? Zhou Ju gave the other party a SB-like look. Don't you know that there is a way to take precautions? Zhou Ju explained. The Mercenary Guild will become an ally of the Hope Survivor Base, but this is different from Hua. Kanoyuan has no relationship at all. He hopes that the Survivor Base will be willing to participate in this battle as an ally. This is entirely because he does not have enough strength and can only find a way out under pressure. Look at Zhang Bufang. You can tell by looking at him that all his ambitions are hidden. Only the eyes revealed by fungus will reveal how much he longs for power in his heart. Is this the reason why you pushed your allies out? He thought coldly. So you are actually afraid that a Hope Survivor Base will counterattack you, the Chinese side? Gao Lung couldn't believe it. He had fought a life-and-death fight with the Changjiang Survivor Base before. What I'm afraid of is not the force behind him, But this person, do you think Zhang Bufang will be a law-abiding person? Zhou Ju said. Whenever he sees Zhang Bufang, his heart, there will always be a sense of defensiveness in my heart. When I meet Zhang Bufang, I will always pay extra attention to his eyes. I can also tell a lot about a person. Zhou Ju has always heard about the Hope Survivor base. The base advocated that Mr. Fo was quite gentle and treated his subordinates very well. But Zhou Ju knew clearly that those who dared to say this were entirely because Zhang Bufang would not deliberately target this person and had never even met him. Zhang Bufang's coldness is hidden, just like wearing a low-key but valuable watch on his hand. This watch will be hidden by the sleeves, and people will not notice it, but when the flag is raised. When he takes his hand, the cover of the watch will reflect light, and the light emitted in that moment is like the scary things in his eyes. It may be true that he is gentle, but he is violent, and he just hides it, which is also true. I see that you are talking about this today and that tomorrow, and the people you want to target change completely every day. I can give you more than a dozen different tricks every day, Gaolong said. That's not true. If I said I was targeting someone, I would have remembered it. It's just that plans can never keep up with changes. There are people who are more worthy of me getting rid of, so why not me? Zhou Ju asked back, with no sense of emotion in his words. There is nothing I did wrong. Then what do you want to do? Gaolong compromised. The hesitation she showed at the beginning was just fleeting. She is an understanding person. Sacrificing a little Hope Survivor base in exchange for their safety is really. It's so worth it. Since there is something to sacrifice, Gaolong, even if he is soft-hearted, will stand in front of the overall situation and consider everything. Isn't it a good deal for a small personal benefit to exchange for the safety of the collective? Gaolong, treat the Hope Survivor base as a personal benefit. Hope Survivor base, lead the zombies over there, and let the zombies attack the Hope Survivor base first, Zhou Ju said. The weapons made by the Chinese side will naturally destroy those things. He had already thought about it later. Okay, but when I said it, it still sounded a little cruel. Zhou Ju looked at Gaolong for a moment, and Gaolong looked at him in confusion. Zhou Juetsai said, the Chinese country has heavy weapons, and they can kill zombies. They all rushed to the same place. Zhou Ju didn't say anything further. Everyone knew what he was going to do next. The large-scale attack damage of those heavy weapons would destroy more than just a group of zombies. You are massacring the city, Gaolong said. Her expression was too complicated, and her eyes were dim and unclear. She might be wavering between the two sides, choosing morality or survival. The boat in her heart shook, and then sank without any accident. So, of course, I am doing this for the good of human society, but there will be those who are short-sighted and will bring infamy on the Chinese side. If I take action then, I hope you will help me, Zhou Ju said again. With a smile, such an old fox is not willing to suffer at all. Even in terms of reputation, he must be perfect in his tricks. What? Gaolong was shocked. This means that when heavy weapons are moved here, the strong craftsman survivor base will be used? You are right. Now that we are on the same side, do you still want to sit back and enjoy the benefits? Zhou Ju's expression did not change. The final result is that Gaolong agreed. No matter what happens, she will agree, as long as she can get through this trouble. Zhou Ju has already figured this out, and he can cooperate with any place, Xiangjiang Survivor Base. You can change from enemy to friendly. Regarding the matter of luring zombies to the Hope Survivor Base, not only the strong Craftsman Survivor Base can do it, but also hiring guilds and underground areas. However, the point of finding the strong Craftsman Survivor Base is, it can only be made bigger. He had long wanted to get rid of Zhang Bufang and the Hope Survivor Base. Zhou Ju estimated that Zhang Bufang thought the same way, which is why he repeatedly exposed his impatient and eager ambitions in his eyes, and at the same time he had no choice but to. Forbearance and unwillingness not to be realistic. Then I will pray and hope that someone can survive in the Survivor Base. Zhou Ju will not join the battlefield anymore. It is a meaningless thing. He will now do something more contributory and valuable. Maybe because this incident can still be recorded in the history of war. When the zombie blockbuster attacked the strong Craftsman Survivor Base, almost everyone in all departments subconsciously and acquiesced to block the news. The mainland should not have received the news yet, so Zhou Ju didn't mind creating panic in other parts of the mainland. Publicize and exaggerate this matter. How long do we have to wait? Gao Lung is a person who can't sit still. She has to rush here and there to direct various departments. At least you have to get through today, Zhou Ju said. You want to gain a good reputation and reduce the damage to yourself. That is naturally impossible. Since it is already a show, why can't it be complete? A little? You can make the whole story rounder and richer. For example, you can add, some heroes are legendary. The narration of the story can be written as the Jiangxi survivors' base, the Chinese Yuan Fang, and other forces resisted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, there was no way to hold on. In order to take care of the safety of the entire continent, they still decided to. A plan that will have a transformative effect on the mainland. Wouldn't this be better? Why do you have to do this hypocrisy? Gao Lung felt a headache. A story is complete when you get closer and put it together bit by bit. Do you know? Readers have very sharp eyes. They want to find any cracks in every text. The story is like a wall of piles and cuts. There will always be some cracks that cannot be plugged, and how to plug these things depends on hypocrisy, isn't it? To put it nicely, it is called hiding. To put it worse, it is just hypocrisy. You can do it a little bit. Watch your words, Zhou Ju said. Okay, Gao Lung left again. Okay, Gao Lung left again. Zhang Bufang woke up after sleeping for a few hours. While he was sleeping, Taylor stayed by his side. He hoped that the support from the survivor base would not be sent at all, so he simply gave an order to let them guard the base well. No matter what happens, we must just take care of the base first. But unfortunately, they will face a disaster next. The 2 leaders of this disaster, one is still on the battlefield with them like an ally, killing zombies, and the other, he has retreated behind the scenes, quietly fiddling with his entire bureau's lines. What time is it now? Zhang Bufang's head was still a little groggy. It's 9 o'clock at night now, Taylor said. Fighting for so long. Zhang Bufang woke up a little. This was an attack that lasted for several hours. The fighting outside is still very bad. After a few hours, some corpses have begun to turn into zombies. All the people who can be dispatched from Wagwoin are here. So we asked people from the underground area to go to Wagwoin to get the control. Zombie drugs. But those people said they had a big problem on the way there and back, and they wouldn't be able to come back for a while, Taylor said. Did something go wrong on the way back and forth, or did they steal the medicine? Zhang Bufang frowned and said, the situation is already so troublesome, and they actually have to do more useless things for their own rights. Most people who seek power are like this, Taylor replied. Zhang Bufang lowered his head to look at his injuries. After using the medicines given by the system, his injuries recovered quickly. The nurses probably did not expect that their medicines would be so effective on this person, and the effectiveness of the medicines was shortened. Halfway through, Zhang Bufang looked at his arms that could almost move, lifted the quilt, and planned to continue fighting, but was pulled back by Taylor. Lord Buddha, you can't do this yet. Even if your wounds seem to be healed, during the fight, you have no way to guarantee whether there will be any accidents or whether your wounds will happen again. It will crack again, causing secondary deterioration. What you should do now is to be honest. Stay here to rest. Your body is already too tired, Taylor said, and she became jealous as she spoke. Zhang Bufang looked at her at a loss. Taylor said, why do you always want to go to the battlefield? Can't you think more about it? Normally nothing will happen to you without you. But nothing will happen to me without you. Okay, I'll stay here, Zhang Bufang coaxed Taylor. It was really an affectionate scene. 17 stood in the corner, watching the 2 of them. He didn't think there was anything wrong with this kind of peeping behavior. If he liked it, he would just watch it. Then he felt bored, so he turned around and left. His communicator rang, and there was no doubt that it was Jiang Haiyang. How is the situation on the battlefield? Jiang Haiyang's voice sounded, and only 17 people could hear it. Zombies have been attacking continuously. The people inside are trapped in the Jiangxi survivor base and cannot get out. People from the outside have no way to get in. The large number of zombies cannot be eliminated. The medicine has not arrived yet. 17 replied. Tinquan was responsible for the person who went to get the medicine in the underground area. Do the others have any plans? Jiang Haiyang asked. I don't know about this so far. Sir, do you have any other instructions? 17 said. Jiang Haiyang glanced at him and said, don't let the underground area lose too many people. It wasn't until dawn the next morning that Zhou Ju ordered people to do this. Zhang Bufang and all the people present at the Hope Survivor base were the ones who were concealed, which caused most of the zombies to move, giving people the impression that they were. It was just an illusion that he was retreating. Zhang Bufang had been nervous all the time. At that moment, his heart was relaxed, but then it was tightened again, because he had just heard the news that the zombies had retreated, and then, the zombies opened the door to the teleportation array. Zhang Bufang turned his head to look at Zhou Ju in an instant, but the other person's face remained as usual. Zhang Bufang could not stop the zombies with just the strength of some of them. It was because they didn't know where these zombies were going that Zhang Bufang crossed the line. Lai felt more and more panic, and he had a premonition that he didn't want to accept. This was also related to the fact that Zhou Ju's eyes were becoming more and more indifferent to Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang wanted to ask Gao Lung what happened, but the other party seemed too lazy to pay attention to him. Zhang Bufang even wanted to destroy the teleportation array alone, but it was too late. He saw only a few zombies left at the entrance of the teleportation array. He wanted to do something, but he couldn't do anything. Have no idea. Lord Buddha, it's better not to stand here. Although everyone has been up all night, it is not the time to rest now. Gao Lung stood aside. She still sympathized with this person, although what she said and did had an impact on the outcome. It had no effect, and as long as she waited for a while, she would rush to the Hope Survivor base. What's going on? Why did they suddenly change their positions? Why was the teleportation door opened? Zhang Bufang almost shouted. Gao Lung's face was not very good. She said nothing and walked around Zhang Bufang. Next, Zhang Bufang received the communication. After opening it hurriedly, it was Du Gua. Du Gua's voice on the other end of the communication looked very loud. Urgent. Different from his usual calm voice. Du Gua was so anxious, so something big must have happened. Zhang Bufang's head went blank as he listened to the communication. Du Gua said, Lord Fo, a large number of zombies suddenly arrived outside the Hope Survivor base. Has the Jiangxi Survivor base been breached? Lord Fo? Lord Fo. Du Gua, hurry up and find a few people to clear everyone in the Hope Survivor base. Guantong and Chuntao know where to go. You, go to the dark room to find the fastest vehicle. I have sent you Taylor's location. After finding Taylor, take her away immediately. Zhang Bufang was a little anxious, but forced himself to calm down. Now it is a matter of life and death. As he spoke, he kept recalling the cold and evasive look in his eyes, and Zhou Ju looked indifferent and disdainful. Lord Buddha, what should you do? Du Gua asked. I will join you later. You don't need to worry about me. By the way, find the fastest one who can carry 2 people. Zhang Bufang grabbed Taylor, who was walking towards him. Apparently, the other party was already there too. After learning the news and planning to tell him, Zhang Bufang closed the communication and comforted Taylor and said, Listen to me. You must follow Du Gua now. Are you going to show off alone again? Zhang Bufang, you have to consider my feelings. Taylor knew what happened. Of course, she came to inform Zhang Bufang, but she didn't expect that the other party had already made a decision, and it was planning to leave her alone. Nothing can happen to you, Taylor. You have to believe me. I will get through it intact. I have the Hope Survivor base, I have my teammates, and I have you. Maybe I can't keep the Hope Survivor base, but you, I have to. Protect him well. Zhang Bufang's eyes were full of determination, and he could not refuse what he said. You. Taylor was so angry that he couldn't speak. There is still a high-level zombie from the original side of the Chinese nation imprisoned in the Hope Survivor base. Once anything happens to the Hope Survivor base, the zombies inside should be able to feel it. Zhang Bufang can believe that the Hope Survivor base should still be there. It can withstand a wave of zombie attacks, but if the high-level zombies inside break out, the base will be filled with logistical and incompetent survivors, and they will be treated to infinitely magnified death. I hope you are well. You will be safe when you get to the water capital. Taylor, don't be soft-hearted. Just give up on those who can't be taken away. You must take care of your own safety. Zhang Bufang hugged him. Taylor, Du Gua sent his location in the communication. Zhang Bufang stubbornly pulled Taylor away, not listening to a word, letting Taylor struggle first, and then gave up. You have to be nice, you promised me. This beautiful girl rarely showed such a weak look on her face. Du Gua, take her away. Zhang Bufang pushed Taylor to Du Gua. Lord Buddha. Du Gua seemed to want to say something to Zhang Bufang, but seeing the other party's expression, he was not allowed to say any more. Dugwa suppressed many of his words into one sentence. Yes. When Dugwa activated and then left, Zhang Bufang quickly turned his head towards the teleportation array. Most of the main zombies attacked the strong craftsman survivor base first, and there might be a small half of the wave that still hasn't come yet. It should be the same. To pass this latest transmission, since no one is going to destroy it, Zhang Bufang will do it himself. You're crazy. Zhang Bufang was suddenly caught. He didn't know who the voice belonged to, but he couldn't care less. Zhang Bufang opened the door and didn't care who the person behind him was, and said to him, "Go through the portal. System, how many levels can my gold coins upgrade me to?" Zhang Bufang's current level is far from enough. Level 58. The system he had not contacted for a long time gave him a reply. Maybe this incident was really important, and the system then issued him a task. Transfer the people in the Hope Survivor base to the Water City. Transfer personnel. There is no limit to the number of people, and the current portal and the portal closest to the Hope Survivor base are destroyed. Because the current situation is relatively urgent, the system first upgrades the host's level, part of which will be rewards in advance of the mission. Whether the host want to use gold coins to redeem levels and upgrade weapons. Yes. Zhang Bufang read out. Host level, level 60, 1,000 gold coins remaining. The sword in the host's hand has been upgraded. Do not lose it. The system fell into silence after that. After Zhang Bufang upgraded his level, he had no time to think about anything else. He especially needed to protect himself from getting hurt. He only had 1,000 gold coins in the system mall now and couldn't exchange for any medicine. If there was an accident, he would be in trouble. These scattered zombies are not easy to fight. Zhang Bufang is fighting alone, and no one pays attention to him. Zhang Bufang glances at the survivor's base of strong craftsmen from the original side of China, not far away. Or maybe it was the people from the underground hiring guild, but no one was willing to come and help him. Zhang Bufang felt unspeakable sadness in his heart. He couldn't figure out why these people didn't come over, but in fact, he also had an answer in his heart. In the end of the world, there are very few people who are truly afraid of death, and most people have taken it lightly. At the end of the day, those people simply received orders from their superiors to tell Zhang Bufang to die here. The portal is huge and made of special materials to resist attacks from various weapons. Why the portal opened can only be man-made. Zhang Bufang quickly found the key points of the portal. Even the polymer here. Even the electronic wires couldn't be cut through, and one cut with the knife made his wrist numb. But just as Zhang Bufang expected, there was indeed a small wave of zombies that just didn't come. Zhang Bufang saw a group of small black dots from a distance, then turned around and worked harder as long as he could destroy this place. Then this teleportation array will be useless. In fact, Zhang Bufang's approach is also pushing himself into the fire pit. Once the teleportation array is destroyed by him, what Zhang Bufang will face next is the pursuit of the small group of zombies, and the hope of survival at a very far distance from him. The portal closest to the zombie base. Zhang Bufang called the remaining wave of zombies a small portion, and I'm afraid this little word is not as relaxing as he said. Moreover, some of the fallen human corpses had begun to turn into zombies. While Zhang Bufang was holding Taylor and waiting for Du Guo to arrive, most of the leaders of the former Chinese military and the people in the Jiangxi survivor base, they have all been transferred. The underground area has been evacuated and no longer joins the battlefield. The support sent by Jiangxi's mercenary guild cannot use the teleportation array, and not many of the people sent died on the battlefield. I'm afraid there is no need to count the number of people who survived. Please help me. Zhang Bufang couldn't do it alone. He could put his remaining hope not far away. Those who were watching with cold eyes hoped that they could still have a little conscience. Those people had clear instructions from their superiors and could only stay. Apart from protecting the safety of the base, they did not need to take care of anything else. Zhang Bufang asked them to help destroy the teleportation array. Maybe it was in the gray area of the order. There happened to be a person who was hesitant and couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to walk over, but was stopped by his captain. This person turned to look at his opponent. His face was full of disbelief, and then he lowered his head. After hesitating for a long time, he finally raised his head and said, "That's a living person. That's our kind. The order is dead. The order is just because the right is there. I want to save the person just because he is my kind. Didn't you see him destroying the portal there? Why can't the portal be destroyed? Don't you know? If the portal is not destroyed, how much damage will be caused to the interior of the continent? Military orders are like mountains, the captain said, but in fact he had already loosened his grip on the team members. He looked at the team members who ran over to help without hesitation, with a look of hesitation on their faces, and then turned around and said, I'm going to help. It is too difficult to destroy this portal. After Zhang Bufang saw someone coming, he asked the person, but the person who helped him didn't know how to destroy this portal. After all, it took a lot of money to build it. With great strength, who would have thought that one day he would have to destroy it? Zhang Bufang saw that the level of this group of people was not high, and the only thing they could do to help him was to clean up the zombies wandering around. Zhang Bufang was also very grateful. System, check how much effort I have to expend to open this. Zhang Bufang turned to the system as a last resort and emergency. System skills, 3 stages of charging, then it can be cut off. But I don't have the 3rd level of energy, Zhang Bufang replied. The 2nd stage of charging will take time, the system said. Then he could only try the 2nd stage. Zhang Bufang retreated and tried to concentrate all his power on his sword. 40% of the power needed to be concentrated in the 2nd stage was taken away. Zhang Bufang was not sure that he could use it. After several times of charging, you can only use your full strength. Exclamation point. Zhang Bufang slashed with his sword, and indeed it had some effect, but the effect was not as great as he expected. He was inevitably a little disappointed, as well as a little angry due to being too impatient. After several consecutive attempts, Zhang Bufang felt that he was a little tired. His arms were sore, his wrists ached, and his hands were even trembling due to excessive tension and the eagerness to destroy the portal. We finally saw hope. When Zhang Bufang slashed with his last sword, he could hear an obvious short-circuit sound. Finally, the blue light of the entire portal disappeared, and he didn't know what the sound was. But a feeling of collapse from within. As long as the blue light disappears, this portal will no longer have the effect of teleportation. Zhang Bufang just took a few deep breaths on the spot, turned around, and saw what he expected. The remaining wave of zombies. The team members on one side looked at each other. The last order issued was that Zhang Bufang should not be taken care of at a critical moment and allowed to fend for itself. What they needed to do was to quickly evacuate the entire battlefield. But some team members were. I can't bear it. Why should I listen closely to the methods used by those powerful people to fight for power and indirectly let them harm a person? What else do you need to do? The captain received the looks from his team members. As a captain, of course, he knows the people under him and can see what his team members are thinking. Maybe this time he is thinking the same thing as them. Yes, they don't necessarily have to listen to their boss's orders, but just making an exception once is enough, and they may still be a good team member. I have to go to the Hope Survivor base, Zhang Bufang said. The wave of zombies was getting closer and closer to them. If they were to fight here today, Zhang Bufang would probably have to fight alone for a long time, and there was no telling. He would be submerged here, and he might not have a chance to go to the Hope Survivor base again. The despair in his heart is getting bigger and bigger, and those negative, depraved, and avoidable emotions are spreading in his heart, even if it is. I tried my best to stop it in my mind, but it didn't work. The captain hesitated a little. The place was too far for them. The boss would have to clear out the number of people soon, and there would be trouble if there was one less person. Captain, let me take my car and send him there, one of the team members begged. This was the young team member who was the first to help Zhang Bufang. He looked young. When it comes to killing zombies, they are only full of passion and don't care about the rights that those in higher positions are trying to get despite their own efforts. It seems that such people have become a rare group. You stay here, and the others will go back with me, the captain said, and then he pulled the other team members back without looking back, but they were walking in the direction of the zombie group that was attacking them. Zhang Bufang could tell that the people in this team were not of a high level. If they passed by now, it would be equivalent to dedicating their heads to the zombies. Don't worry about this for now. As long as you can live well, everything we do will be worth it, the team member said. His eyes didn't seem to be so firm because he understood what his teammates were going to face next. What kind of disaster it will be. Maybe none of their team can go back. Friends who once stood side by side on the battlefield will become one of the buried bones here. Only those who are worthy of living can. Those who go down live, that is what they deserve. The sounds of zombies behind them had already come over, and they were very close to them. The disgusting smell of corpses and the strange roars from the torn hoarse vocal cords rushed towards the team members who walked into them. That was what they had done today. Fresh breakfast. You deserve to live. You deserve to live more than any of us. Xiao Wang, take him away quickly. The captain's voice came from over there. Maybe for this group of team members, death is not enough for them. Unfortunately, perhaps for them, dying on the battlefield is their final destination and the greatest glory they can obtain. Thank you. Zhang Bufang's heart was filled with turmoil. He could feel it and saw the aura of heroes in them. The word hero itself does not distinguish between status, rank, and gender. Just now he was still. The negative emotions that filled my heart were just dispelled. There are scenes of separation everywhere. This team member, named Xiao Wang, did not dare to look back at all. He drove away with Zhang Bufang. He even felt a little like running away. He did not dare to look back. He really did not dare to look back. Xiao Wang was reluctant to act like the latter just now. Glancing over the side of the mirror, with just one glance, he saw the last farewell to his comrade who lived and died with him. The silently spilled blood. Everything will be fine, has been said many times, over and over in various situations. This sentence has become a universal sentence, but Zhang Bufang really doesn't know what else to use to comfort him. This team member was in tears. The team members accelerated the speed of the car, rushing along the way, and a few minutes seemed like an eternity. The bright red liquid splashing out seemed to be engraved on the rearview mirror. Those indelible scenes, he said with trembling words. The voice said, I remember when I first joined, my captain told me that it exists to protect the entire continent. Death on the battlefield will bring us the highest glory. We cannot retreat. We still have things we want to protect. No matter who it is, we all need protection. We were born to resist zombies. We are born to live for this peace. Yes, me too. Zhang Bufang had no way to comfort him. He closed his eyes and could only enjoy a moment of rest surrounded by sadness. After arriving at the nearest portal, Zhang Bufang began to accumulate the second level of power and prepare to destroy it. This team member knew that he could not help much, but he still wiped away his tears and stubbornly used his weak ability to help. This is the best way for him to pay tribute to his teammates, and he has no choice. When the portal was destroyed, the two people still did not dare to relax. Zhang Bufang had already consumed too much energy, but it was definitely not the time to stop now and continued driving to the Hope Survivor base. In the car, in order to alleviate the sad atmosphere surrounding the entire car, Zhang Bufang tried to press the radio equipped with some strange combination of circumstances. A voice from the broadcast slowly came. So far, the master of the Jiangxi Survivor base is still fighting against the zombies. Zhou Ju, the former general of the Chinese military, is even joining the battle. Almost everyone has been killed. The Hope Survivor base has been transferred to the Hope Survivor base. The Jiangxi Survivor base has become an abandoned base. Let us go and help these heroes. With a pop, the radio was turned off by Xiao Wang. Zhang Bufang could understand the other party's behavior. He turned to look at the other party, and the other party's tears flowed down again. Xiao Wang said, I can't believe it. This is our boss. Obviously, we have clearly received instructions to wait where we are. Someone will be sent to pick us up soon and take us away. How could he give up directly? Aren't we the most vulnerable? Anyone in need? Zhang Bufang remained silent. Soon we arrived at the Hope Survivor base. What we imagined here was even worse than Zhang Bufang's worst preparation. The gate of the base was opened and corpses were hanging everywhere. Zombies no longer gathered in large areas. It was obvious from the entrance of the base that he had already rushed in. Where are you going? Zhang Bufang got off the car and ran 2 steps toward the Hope Survivor's base. He then recalled that there was someone behind him. He suddenly turned his head, only to find that the other person was planning to close the car door and drive back. He headed towards. The other party shouted, hoping that the other party could change his mind. I want to go back. Sir, I should be lying on the same land as my brothers now. I want to go back. I have to go back. Xiao Wang shouted at Zhang Bufang, which was like a vent of emotion. He cried bitterly. You can't go back. If you go back, it will definitely be a dead end. The radio said that the Jiangxi survivor base is a base that has been abandoned, but it is absolutely impossible. Zhang Bufang knows very well what those people are thinking. They just want to give up those useless soldiers. Even if this person goes back, he will only see more desperate things than he can accept. I need to live and die with my teammates. Xiao Wang shouted. He should go back. Before the battle, he had made a promise to his brother. You are going to die if you go back. You clearly know that they want you to survive. Zhang Bufang ran a few steps forward and grabbed this man. He wanted to save this man, just like those team members who rescued him without hesitation. Just like him, this is a debt owed. This is Zhang Bufang's original intention, what he yearned for, and the heroic spirit that he admired. The spirit of doing something even though he knew it was impossible to do. The kind of dedication without hesitation, but still. They can only shed blood in obscurity and then bury those spirits in the long river of time. Sir, I have no reason to live anymore. Do you know? I don't care where I am. We don't need any reason. Xiao Wang said incoherently, and he found that he didn't. He couldn't get rid of Zhang Bufang because the other party's strength was too great. After arguing like this for a few seconds, Xiao Wang seemed to be desperate and said, I beg you, just let me go back. What reason do I have to survive? The people I love, my family, my friends, everything I own are all gone. In fact, I know that obviously, I don't have much at all, but I don't even have this anymore. I don't know how I should take the next step, and what kind of identity and attitude should I live in the doomsday. These were mentioned by him, words buried in his heart that he never said. Everything he mentioned was the reason that once supported him to live. He really had no relatives. When he joined the team, he had no relatives and no home. His teammates gave him. It gave him a kind of warmth, but it was a pity that he no longer had what this warmth had to pay for. Some people need to repay the debts they have owed throughout their lives. Xiao Wang is a typical person who has no debts to repay. Thinking about it, there are very few things he can repay. He can still repay the last thing. That is his life. The desire to protect the world has gradually faded away. The trust in his superiors and the belief in everything behind him have all been broken. What he believed in. Yes, I slapped him hard. Listen, life is very difficult for everyone in the apocalypse. You have reason to live. Even if you survive, it will be a burden for you now. You have to think about your teammates. If there is a spirit in the sky, how would they feel when they see you running to die? They hold the idea of becoming brothers with you in the next life. I hope you can live well in this life, but I saw you on the Naiha Bridge. The life they paid for you seems to have been in vain. Zhang Bufang grabbed him and said seriously, behind him was a piece of ruins, and opposite him was this man crying in pain, like the last remaining green sprout breaking out of the ground among the ruins. No one can compare whether life is worth it or not. You still have a long way to go. You are still young. There are so many things you can create. This is the infinite opportunity given to you. You can do it. You can tell you with no regrets after the war is over and the world is at peace. Your teammates, you did it. You brought them peace. You protected their home. You protected the place they once wanted to protect so much. You are also a hero. Zhang Bufang said, looking at each other. The tears gradually stopped. Zhang Bufang said with firm eyes, follow me. Just like that, Zhang Bufang had no idea of protecting this person. This young team member seemed to be even younger than him. This was not something he should bear at his age. After entering the Hope Survivor base, the scene here made Zhang Bufang feel chilled. It was inevitable that the Hope Survivor base was destroyed by the high-level zombie imprisoned inside. I still remember the radio report that rape. The Craftsman Survivor base and the Waguoyan military, Gao Lung and Zhou Ju joined the battle. They were at the Hope Survivor base, but there was no one here at all. It was completely lifeless. From time to time, you could see crazy people. The zombies rushed out, their faces covered in blood. I hope they have gone to the water capital. Zhang Bufang kept walking forward. He had already been prepared when the war broke out. If anything happened, they would all move to the water capital, where, far away from the mainland, it is an absolutely safe place so far. After searching around the base and killing many zombies, Zhang Bufang breathed a sigh of relief. He did not see any familiar and recognizable corpses here, which proved that his teammates were all fine. I hope that's true. Get your weapons, and let's leave now, Zhang Bufang said. But when he was about to leave, he was besieged. Zhang Bufanglong saw with his eyes that these people jumping out of the darkness were his kind, humans, not zombies. How scary can I be when I look at zombies? Thinking about you. You are just like devils crawling out of the abyss of hell. Zhang Bufang looked at this group of people, including former members of the Chinese military and survivors of strong craftsmanship. There's the base, there's the mercenary guild, there's the underground area. It's great. They're all gathered here. How can I, Zhang Bufang, be so virtuous as to allow you to go to war with me in such a big way? It seems that I am really proud of myself. Zhang Bufang said mockingly to himself. I'm sorry you have to die here today, do it. It completely fits the hypocritical image of that group of people, Zhou Ju, aloof. None of the leaders of the forces that Zhang Bufang knows are here, of course they. You can't show your face openly and openly. It's absolutely unacceptable. For those who will be criticized, it is very important for them to maintain a good reputation. In one sentence, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. Of course, to make the direction of the mainland tilt towards them, they must use justice. The image of a hero appears in the public eye. Look, sometimes the people you fight to save are not worth saving at all. Why should you save the world? There are too many people who want to kill the hero. In the end, the hero just does it for the one or two people he cares about. To save the world, if possible, there is only a thin line, or even a sentence, between the hero and the demon. Those hypocritical scum, acting as the supreme gentleman, condemned the hero for a certain failure, completely ignoring the hero. The sacrifices made and the hurt suffered. Don't panic, Zhang Bufang comforted Xiao Wang next to him. The young boy didn't understand at all why these people pointed guns at them. Maybe he subconsciously didn't want to touch the truth and stayed at a loss. Behind Zhang Bufang. Why do we do this? We are obviously. Xiao Wang couldn't help but asked, and what he answered was a burst of gunshots without emotion at all. Zhang Bufang hugged the other person and hid under the broken arm. Behind the wall, Xiao Wang was interrupted before he could say anything. In fact, there was no use in saying it. Are they obviously the same kind? Zhang Bufang guessed that this was what Xiao Wang wanted to say. No, we and they can't be the same kind at all, Zhang Bufang thought in his heart. They have different paths and do not work together, what they insist on. Beliefs are all different. It seems that you haven't received enough of the blow from reality. Zhang Bufang held down Xiao Wang's head as he tried to stick it out. I think you don't want your head or neck anymore. Zhang Bufang warned Xiao Wang not to act rashly. It is hoped that many secret passages have been built in the survivor base. In order to prevent accidents, those secret passages have been reinforced repeatedly. Even if the damage on the ground is so serious, some places may still be usable. Zhang Bufang is still looking around, so I can take a gamble that it won't collapse even if they enter the secret passage. Hope his good luck is still there. System, check the nearest and safest secret passage. Zhang Bufang said. During detection, the nearest one is 400 meters away from you. The current situation is critical and it is not recommended to pass. The system replied. Then check the nearest suggestion and it passes. Zhang Bufang was a little anxious. Those people were walking towards the wall. He couldn't hide here all the time. 50 meters away from you is very close. The system replied. Then, Zhang Bufang saw an arrow appearing out of thin air to guide the direction. Only he should be able to see this blue arrow. Zhang Bufang was just about to get up. Thinking of countermeasures, the system gave him another warning sound. There are 4 bombs around you within 2 meters. Be careful not to step on them. Zhang Bufang. Where is the bomb? You can't F-King tell me. You don't have enough gold coins. Pooh. Zhang Bufang doesn't really want to do anything to this group of people. It's not that his kind heart is moved again. He just doesn't want to scare Xiao Wang. The other party's belief has collapsed enough and is mainly destroying the mental health of young people. Let's do it. This person will become a black seedling from now on. What should we do now? Xiao Wang whispered, and then his eyes indicated to Zhang Bufang that there was a strafing machine gun not far away. Then close your eyes and cover your ears, Zhang Bufang replied, raised the machine gun with his foot, turned around quickly, exposed an arm, pointed behind him, and fired blindly. This really shocked the group of people, and then Zhang Bufang noticed the broken wall above his head, which was almost ready to fall. He simply fired a shot at the top of his head. Stones and dust fell down. Zhang Bufang took advantage of this opportunity, grabbed Xiao Wang, rushed to the secret passage, jumped in, and grabbed the frightened Xiao Wang in. Fortunately, although the secret tunnel felt like it was collapsing, we could still run for a while. Zhang Bufang took Xiao Wang and ran forward quickly. Who knew whether the people behind him would suddenly drop a bomb? In the process of running, I heard a grunting sound, the sound of metal shells colliding. I subconsciously stayed in the secret passage, very scared. They were all dead in a thunderstorm. When he saw the familiar metal shell, Zhang Bufang's mind instantly went blank. Xiao Wang's reaction was very witty. Although he didn't know what he was thinking at the time, he just rushed forward and kicked him back. Then the two of them. He kept running. With a bang, the entire secret passage was shaking. This explosion brought a lot of silt. If all the roads behind them were blocked, they would have nowhere to escape, or they would die at the hands of their own kind. Either die in this secret passage. I believe that being buried alive must be a very difficult process. Unfortunately, after the secret passage was bombed at the beginning, it started to collapse like a series of dominoes. It was like a hungry wolf chasing behind it, running and shouting to tear these two people apart. System, how far am I from the exit? Zhang Bufang asked. 200 meters, the system replied to him. But he couldn't run out of these 200 meters. The collapse speed was too fast. Zhang Bufang grabbed the little king with a burden. Xiao Wang's physical fitness was not as good as. Zhang Bufang was as strong as Zhang Bufang after experiencing many battles. Xiao Wang was almost exhausted and followed lazily behind. Even if his survival instinct burst out, it was still of no use. What if I use skills to open this place now? Zhang Bufang clenched the sword he was carrying with his other hand. Then you still have a 30% survival rate. The system said, absolute death or a 30% survival rate. Zhang Bufang would of course choose the latter without hesitation. He let go of Xiao Wang's hand. Xiao Wang saw that he could still rely on the hand that made him feel at ease and closed it. When I went back, I immediately started to panic. I tried my best to speed up and keep up with Zhang Bufang's speed. There happened to be a collapsed rock in front of us. When the secret tunnel was built towards the exit, it was less thick from the ground. When the time came, we could step on it with one foot. Get closer to me later. Zhang Bufang just said this, and then ran forward as if he were about to run forward. After reaching a certain distance, he drew out his sword and used 80% of his strength to open the exit. You can hear it, no less than the sound of thunder blasting and the splash of soil. Zhang Bufang grabbed Xiao Wang behind him, climbed up the rock, and the collapsed secret passage hit him instantly. The two of them almost fell to the ground in embarrassment. Zhang Bufang used too much force and caused him to fall. When I grabbed Xiao Wang, he didn't have much strength, so he couldn't jump very far. Unfortunately, he was hit during the jump. This was quite painful. Fortunately, Zhang Bufang looked up and saw that Xiao Wang didn't have much of a problem. It was just that half of his body was stuck here. But what happened next was not over yet. The secret passage has not reached the end. The place they are in is not absolutely safe even if they jump out. Not to mention that Zhang Bufang is still pressed in with half of his body. Zhang Bufang can feel it. It seems that his leg is broken, and he will suffer a second injury next. The place where Zhang Bufang was lying would also collapse, and big rocks might hit his head, Zhang Bufang thought. And then Xiao Wang grabbed his arm in time, and then again. There was a tearing pain, and Zhang Bufang was stuck in midair. Xiao Wang didn't have to let go at this time, but his legs were hurting to death anyway. Zhang Bufang had already given up on himself. Seeing Xiao Wang in front of him trying hard to hold him, Zhang Bufang thought for a while and said, I have nothing to do. Look around to see if there are any reinforcements. You hold the communicator, and I will use the other hand. It's gone. Don't frighten the child. What is he thinking? Okay. Xiao Wang was so frightened that he hurriedly unlocked the communicator in Zhang Bufang's hand. He looked next to him in fear and made sure that the tunnel was almost completely destroyed, and he entered the Hope Survivor base. The group of people who were chasing them no longer appeared. The communicator suddenly lit up, and Xiao Wang was so frightened that he almost lost his grip. He looked at the name displayed on it tremblingly, and then looked at Zhang Bufang, completely frightened and confused, not knowing what he should do. Of course, just open it. Zhang Bufang could only try his best to make himself laugh. This was of course a way to deceive himself and others into thinking that he could avoid the pain on his body, but it was impossible to get through without diverting his attention. Going down, Zhang Bufang even felt that there must be more than one fracture on his body, and he did not dare to look under his feet. Wait, I don't think you should let go yet. As a result, Xiao Wang subconsciously let go of his hand when he wanted to turn on the communicator. Zhang Bufang screamed in pain. It's great. Now his leg is not only broken, but also the skin is damaged. It was also scratched, and it was still a large area of the wound that had coagulated blood. Xiao Wang was startled again and was stunned. Zhang Bufang was really helpless. While enduring the pain, he quickly urged, "Leave me alone. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm very good now. Please answer the call quickly." Okay. Xiao Wang said in an urgent and anxious voice after opening the communication. "Lord Buddha, are you okay now? Why did it take so long to answer the communication? Where are you now?" Zhang Bufang now felt that the wounds on his body were so painful that he could hardly speak. He even shed a few tears. Zhang Bufang pointed at Xiao Wang, indicating that the other party should speak on his behalf first. Xiao Wang said with a trembling voice, "Ah." His tone was still raised and very uncertain. Zhang Bufang covered his face. The voice on the other end of the communication suddenly changed its tone, became defensive, and a little sharp. "Who are you? Where's Lord Buddha?" "No. Qintao, don't panic first." Zhang Bufang's voice was weak. "Lord Buddha, where are you now?" Qintao sounded very excited. This. Zhang Bufang looked around the surrounding environment. Fortunately, the secret passage happened to be one of the secret passages leading to the water capital. They had given all these secret passages to the water capital. A number was arranged and drawings were drawn, but they were running in such a hurry. Zhang Bufang almost experienced a lot of stimulation, and he couldn't react to the wave after wave. He still had no control over his hands until now. "I was trembling and had no idea which secret passage was here." "Xiao Wang, please send me your location," Zhang Bufang said. As a result, he didn't get a reply for a long time. He looked up and saw Xiao Wang with tears streaming down his face again. He seemed to be a little excited when he looked at him. This was a very scary behavior. "What's wrong?" Zhang Bufang stretched his neck and took a look. Well, his communicator was broken. It seemed that there was no power. But when he got this thing, didn't it say it was solar-powered? Why? Black screen. It's over. Zhang Bufang could feel the blood draining from his body very quickly. He even felt cold, but it was a warm sunny day now. I'm going to find a way to find someone." Xiao Wang got up with a grunt and walked around in circles several times like a headless fly. There was no one around at all. "That's it. I am also an African." Zhang Bufang smiled bitterly. At least he still has the energy to make fun of himself. "How do you contact those people who just called?" Xiao Wang asked anxiously. "I think you should just let it happen. That group of people may be on the sea dozens of kilometers away from here." "Look," Zhang Bufang raised his hand slightly, like a tour guide pointing. Staring at the sun, he praised loudly what a beautiful, wonderful work of nature it was. It was almost like that scene. Just when Zhang Bufang was about to sigh, Xiao Wang suddenly froze in place. "It seems fate is playing tricks on people. Who did we bump into again?" Zhang Bufang raised his arm and simply fell to the ground. "Then just give up on yourself and wait for death." Xiao Wang's reaction must be that the person who came here is evil. "Didn't I tell you to protect yourself?" a familiar female voice said. Zhang Bufang turned his head in surprise, as if he was on the verge of death and suddenly had the motivation to live. He completely ignored the pain of his wound and shouted, "Wife! Who is your wife?" Taylor ran over and saw Zhang Bufang, whose face was pale and embarrassed. Tears fell directly. She had been waiting here for a long time, but no one came for a long time. We kept pulling her, asking her to go to the water capital first, but Taylor kept refusing. Fortunately, I stayed. Taylor looked at Zhang Bufang, half of his body buried underneath. He didn't know how to deal with it for a moment, so he could only squat down and carefully hold the other person's hand. It's a pity that Zhang Bufang didn't have the strength to reach out and wipe away the beauty's tears. Don't cry. I'm actually pretty good. Aren't you here now? I knew you were the best, but you didn't listen to me and go to the water city properly," Zhang Bufang Chung said. Drun said, Of course, he knew that his face was frighteningly pale, but he still took advantage of it and said it forcefully. "If I had gone, you would have died here today." Taylor was angry and sad. He wanted to hit the man in front of him, but he saw that the man was covered in wounds and couldn't do it. Taylor then opened his hand. After Zhang Bufang's communication was cut off, they came separately to look for her. Fortunately, she found it. Dugwa quickly received the message sent by Taylor, and he and several other people ran here as quickly as possible. Zhang Bufang didn't wait long before he saw so many people coming, and they were all familiar to him. None of them seemed to be seriously injured. Zhang Bufang felt a little relieved. It was the best thing if they were not injured. "I think you should be more careful. I'm buried to death." Zhang Bufang felt some darkness in front of him. His eyelids were fighting up and down, and he was really trying hard not to fall asleep. But his will was exhausted to the end. When he was about to faint at the end, he casually pointed at Xiao Wang next to him and smiled at Taylor and said, "I picked up a kid on the road. He's pretty good. Please protect him." Before he could finish speaking, he fainted. The remaining people spent a lot of effort to carefully dig out such a person. Just like the antique that had been buried underground for thousands of years, when he was dug out, the whole body was badly damaged and there was a lot of blood. Taylor helped Zhang Bufang, and then she didn't say a word. She walked in silence, wiping her tears with her sleeves from time to time. Others were also silent. After Dugwa stayed where he was and dealt with the bloodshed, he also followed the team. When Zhang Bufang woke up, the scene in front of him had changed. He had lost too much blood and was still a little unclear, but the sense of crisis before he fell into coma still hadn't disappeared. Zhang Bufang, who was unconscious. He vaguely felt that he should do something, but he had a splitting headache. He couldn't think of anything. He could feel severe pain even if he moved his body slightly. How many places on his body were broken? But where is this place? Zhang Bufang's vision is still blurry, as if everything in front of him seems to be looking at a mosaic, and he can only see clearly the largest and darkest part in the first row of the eye chart. That. He can't speak now. His throat feels like it's being torn, and there's a fire burning. He can feel that there's no one in his place yet, but someone should come now. If he doesn't come, he won't. Feel like you're dying of thirst. He tried to move his hands, but Zhang Bufang didn't dare to move his legs at all. It hurt so much that even the slightest touch felt like something was pressing on it. He was afraid of hearing the sound of his own bones. There was a breaking sound. He moved his arms slowly like that. Zhang Bufang wanted to make a little noise. Maybe he could try to break the glass on the cabinet, but it was too difficult to move over. Zhang Bufang spent a long time trying, but he could only see that his hand seemed to move 5 centimeters. Then he simply gave up. It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Bufang thought drowsily, because moving his arms just now consumed the strength he had accumulated in the past few days of coma, and he fell asleep again. On the other side, why no one came to see Zhang Bufang? It was because the important people were sitting in the same room, talking about what was going to happen next. Of course, the smell of gunpowder was very strong, and they all pointed to a former Chinese military man, with. The people in the room wanted to rush back and skin Zhou Ju. "I just want to blow Zhou Ju's head right now." Chen Tao was sitting on the chair, leaning on the chair. He said with empty eyes and shook his head. It was so irritating. The alliance we had agreed on, this time. It was not obvious that he deliberately dug holes for his teammates, but Zhou Ju was really a calculating person. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but slap the table. He didn't know how many times this table had been slapped. Who wouldn't want to? "By the way, how is the kid who came here with Buddha now?" Taylor asked. She seemed very tired. She had been taking care of Zhang Bufang day and night these days, even though some of them were tired and unwilling to rest. They had just been pulled over. This short meeting would be a little rest for her. "The kid should be awake by now. I've sent someone to find him," Guantong said. "Hello, everyone. I just happened to say Xiao Wang, and Xiao Wang came over." "Hello." Everyone present nodded politely to him. Xiao Wang seemed to be flattered. He rushed here half an hour after he woke up, mainly because he was trying to understand the situation here after waking up. He did not expect that the person he met was actually the owner of the Hope Survivor base. Zhang, Lord Buddha. As soon as he came into this room, he understood that what he was doing was definitely not an ordinary person. "What do you call him? How old are you this year?" This group of people all regarded Xiao Wang, the youngest, as a child. Wang passed the exam. I am 17 this year. Xiao Wang nodded and stood there, not knowing what he should do. It doesn't matter anyway. He has been wondering what he should do every day these past few days. His brain is completely confused. I was confused, still immersed in the wave of bombshells, and couldn't react. Some people here understood that this child had been severely shocked, so they patiently chatted with him, trying to make him not be so nervous. You can stay here from now on. We are all very nice people. If anything happens, just come to any one of us. Guantong nodded to the other party in a friendly manner. Well, he is indeed just a child. Alas, everything is troublesome. Miners go to the battlefield to kill zombies like this. Chen Tao sighed on the side. Thinking about how he was still playing around when he was 17 years old, he didn't want to do anything all day long, so he just want to play. See if you want to stay. Of course, you have nowhere to go now. We will return to the mainland in the future. You may have to wait for a long time. Where is your home? We can send you back then, Guan Tong said. She couldn't help but feel sorry for this child. I don't have a home. I want to stay here from now on. Wang Kaozhong said. If you are ambitious, then stay here. I see you have a bright future, so you must work hard, Chen Tao said with a smile. Wang Kaozhong nodded. In fact, there are not many members of the Hope Survivor base who survived, even very few. When the president came down, they actually only rescued less than 50 people, a very weak number. This is what Taylor feels most regretful about. She didn't fulfill her due responsibilities. At that time, they were still desperately resisting the zombies outside the city. The high-level zombie inside the base suddenly went berserk. The clearly reinforced defenses looked like shoddy construction. They scattered like broken glass in an instant. Small pieces, or a slightly larger stone, fell from the sky. The base, which was originally able to maintain a stable state, suddenly rushed into panic. Everyone was already in panic. The sound of the explosion made everyone's hearts unbearable. The beating stopped. The high-level zombie looked at them as if he were looking at an ant that could be crushed to death at any time. When Taylor returned, she happened to meet that zombie. It was considered a taunt in the place, and she remembered it clearly. And even now I can't forget it. That thrilling moment. When Taylor thought of this, she unconsciously touched her neck. At that time, the other party's fingers could cut her throat, and she was only a little away from death. Taylor wanted to buy more time for the base members to escape. She obviously saw many base members going to the secret passage. She originally thought that there might be many people who could survive. At least she expected it at the time. The number is definitely not less than 50 now. What they didn't expect was that the support that originally rushed to them actually stood directly outside the city, watching the zombies attack them. The survivors in the base were almost slaughtered. Taylor was thrown far away by the high-level zombie. Luckily, it landed in a soft place, probably a ruined house. On the bed above, small fragments of stones pierced her skin. This was a blessing among the misfortunes. Taylor staggered up and coughed up blood while running. Maybe this time was enough. Chen Tao, Guantong, and the others had already left. The base defense device delayed the evacuation for half an hour, which was the limit. I originally thought that the support group's behavior of watching indifferently was enough to make people angry, but I didn't expect that they would do something even more unscrupulous. When the explosive bombs carried by the heavy weapons fell on the base, people seemed to see zombies again. When the virus broke out, demons descended from the sky one after another, and then crazily harvested human life. Just like that group of people no longer have to worry that these dead bodies will turn into zombies, their entire figures disappear in the light. Not even a single body remains as left. This is what those supporters do, watch indifferently, and then make no distinction. All enemies and friends will be wiped out directly. Everyone who might have had a chance of survival died in the explosion. A few of them managed to escape through the only intact secret passage, and quickly sent a few people to what was originally a few hundred people. After building the boat, Taylor chose to stay. She stood there for a long time, constantly looking around to see her lover, almost to the point of despair. Taylor! A call called her back from her thoughts. Taylor embarrassedly touched the tears in the corners of his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" "Lord Buddha is awake. Go and see him quickly," Guantong said with a smile. Taylor opened her eyes slightly after hearing this, and then a burst of surprise came to her heart. She was always polite, and pushed the stool away and ran to the room where Zhang Bufong was. Fortunately, Nothing happened. She had been waiting for so long. Fortunately, her lover was able to wake up. Are you okay? This was the first thing Taylor and Zhang Bufang said after 21 days apart. You've been waiting for me for a long time. When Zhang Bufang woke up, he took a short rest, gathered some strength, held Taylor's face, and exchanged a kiss. Well, it's been a long time. Taylor and Zhang Bufang had been separated for a long time, so that during the days when Zhang Bufang didn't wake up, Taylor would often look at him in a daze. When they finally got together, Taylor's eyes filled with tears and Taylor trembled. He said in a low voice, I almost thought I would never see you again. Why can't you be more careful? Well, I will be more careful next time. Zhang Bufang wiped away Taylor's tears. There is no next time. You can't guarantee that you will be safe and sound next time, Taylor said. She raised her head and looked at Zhang Bufang and said, if this happens again next time, you might as well not save him. People, you have to save your own life. What the hell does anyone else care about? Taylor said. I know. I will definitely listen to you. Zhang Bufang coaxed Taylor. But now I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Zhang Bufang looked at Taylor eagerly. You can have some porridge now. Taylor took Zhang Bufang's hand and walked out. It happened that the place where they were now was a small house. Before the War of Hope survivor base started, Zhang Bufang had already spent a lot of people to build it and almost moved a lot of materials here. Most of the people who participated in the establishment of this place also died on the battlefield. Zhang Bufang. It is indirect and can only rely on the system to supplement a lot of things. Anyway, during that period, I killed a lot of zombies in the early stage, both low level and high level, and saved a lot of gold coins. It is a pity that I can't save gold coins. Later it was used again. Buddha? As soon as he went out and found everyone here, Zhangbu nodded towards Dugua. Among them, Dugua was the least likely to show his emotions. Even if he said Buddha, it would sound ordinary, but Zhangbu. Although Bufang could still sense the thousands of words hidden in it. I'm fine, Zhang Bufang said, his stomach aching from hunger. Before Taylor could cook the porridge, he sat on a chair in the dining room. Zhang Bufang looked at everyone here and saw if they were okay. He knew them all, and I'm familiar with it. These people don't have any big problems anyway. Sorry, Lord Buddha, we can't save the base. Dugua was still concerned about this matter. When he rushed from the base and brought Taylor back, the base was already stretched to its limit. I hope that the survivor base may be a very important existence for Zhang Bufang, because after all, it is the first step in his journey. He has invested countless efforts in this place, and there are countless things worth leaving in this place. Memories. But now that it has been destroyed, Zhang Bufang wakes up and is in another place. Everyone knows very well at this time that he hopes that the survivor base will never return. If one day the Water City can set foot on the mainland again, I hope that the survivor base may become a zombie gathering place, because after all, zombies will gather there every once in a while. Lord Buddha, I'm sorry. The first words Guantong and Chun Tao said were also an apology. Zhang Bufang pondered deeply. He looked as if he would feel sad because he hoped that the survivor base would be destroyed, but in fact he was not overly sad. He was just a place he had spent so much effort to build and invested countless efforts in. Hope was gone all of a sudden, and he still felt a little regretful. But what he paid more attention to was the living people. The past was the past. For example, those who had all died on the battlefield, there was no point in pursuing them. I'm not sorry, I've tried my best, that's good. Zhang Bufang waved his hands carelessly and said with a smile, but there was no trace of sadness on his face. He had been prepared a long time ago. He thought about it countless times hoping that the survivor base would be destroyed, but in order to keep people from being negative, he never showed his negative side. Since it was something that had been prepared for a long time ago, it happened now without much fluctuation. It's just that all those lucks have been wiped out, and now everything has to be started from scratch. It's back to the big place where just a few of them were. Time. The next step depends on what you plan to do. Don't worry so much. I hope that the survivor base is in the past. But there is one thing that is not over yet. We need to develop the Water City first. Then, it's time to go to the mainland and look for Zhouju. Zhang Bufang thought of betrayal, but he still couldn't accept it, even more unacceptable than the destruction of the Hope Survivor base. At a critical moment, he actually used the Hope Survivor base as a self-defense card. The Jiangxi Survivor base and the original military of China, as well as thinking about it now, should have noticed Jiangxi's betrayal, the mercenary guild, and the underground area that was already standing on the enemy's side. When he came back, none of these would be possible. We'll let it go. No, I'm really hungry. Zhang Bufang changed his seriousness and poked his head toward the kitchen. Why did he feel that the meal was not ready yet, even though he had only waited for a short while? Do I have to eat some porridge? Isn't there anything else to eat? I'm really hungry. He probably injected him with nutritional supplements during the past few days when he was in coma, but that doesn't count. It can't fill your stomach at all. Drink water. Chen Tao handed Zhang Bufang a glass of water. Zhang Bufang looked at Chen Tao with, "Are you serious?" The latter scratched his head innocently, as if he didn't quite understand why he showed his face. Such an expression. Well, drink water, Zhang Bufang said, defeated, helplessly picked up the glass of water and drank it in one gulp. Then he walked towards the kitchen. I feel like I can't be idle now, Zhang Bufang said to Taylor. Taylor was lowering his head to chop vegetables. The water in the pot on one side was already boiling. Taylor found a small part of the compressed can of noodles. Zhang Bufang thought that the other party was going to give it to him, but Taylor opened the can and poured it into the pot. Then put the vegetables you just cut into it. This doesn't even have meat, Zhang Bufang said, dissatisfied. Do you want to vomit? Taylor asked. She had calmed down now and had time to tease Zhang Bufang. Don't want, Zhang Bufang replied. If you eat too much meat or oil, you won't be able to bear it. Just wait, and it will be ready in a while. The porridge is cooking on the side. You can have this for dinner, Taylor replied with a smile. Zhang Bufang looked at the canned noodles that had been boiled in the pot with water and asked what kind of canned noodles they were. When Zhang Bufang was in mainland China, he discovered that these strange cans were poisonous and salty as hell, but they were noodles. The canned ones are even worse. They can't even be called noodles. They are simply kneaded together, and the pattern is like bricks. If Taylor pours it into any pot, it will probably take a long time to cook it until it is completely softened. Wait a moment. You can take this time to chat with them for a while, or go to the balcony to see if there are any new surprises here. Taylor winked at Zhang Bufang. No, Zhang Bufang refused Taylor. Taylor seemed a little surprised. Zhang Bufang hugged him and said, I'd better stay here with my wife. Then you can only watch the pot now, Taylor said in a brisk tone. These few days in the Water City will be a time of rest. Zhang Bufang has experienced post-war depression and clearly feels that he cannot relax most of the time, even if he already knows that the Water City is safe. It couldn't be any safer. He tried to relax and feel the rare beauty of this part. He did have to work hard, but the sequelae were indeed not small. At the slightest sign of disturbance, Zhang Bufang would immediately become vigilant. If a cat really jumped out of the grass, Zhang Bufang would stare at the cat and hesitate for a long time until the cute little animal became soft and sweet towards him. Nua let out a meow, and Zhangbu was able to come back to his senses and remember that it was no longer the time during the war when everything was suspicious. At least these cute little fluffy animals make him feel like them. After all, cats. Life is incomplete without cats. In the next few days, Zhang Bufang spent most of his time lying down and being taken care of. Taylor was always worried that his old injury would relapse. Seeing how worried Zhang Bufang was about him, Zhang Bufang simply wanted to ask the system to remove his injuries. The injury could be repaired directly, but since I wanted to enjoy the other party's care, I gave up the direct repair of the system after thinking about it. My place is pretty good. Zhang Bufang held Taylor's hand and stood on the coast. The sea breeze blew gently across his face, and the sun shone on his body, but he didn't feel too hot. He had probably thought about it before. In this kind of life, I have my wife to take care of me every day, and all I need to do is pamper her. When I have nothing to do, I will take my wife for a walk on the beach. I can feel at ease listening to the sounds of the beach. Zhang Bufang naturally understood too much. Taylor would remain silent, smile, and spend this small time with him tenderly. But Zhang Bufang still knew very well that the other party knew that he could not give up the sorrow in his heart. But it turns out that sadness also has an incubation period for a while. At least Zhang Bufang discovered it himself. During the period when he woke up, his mood did not fluctuate, but after a few days, he felt that he was much depressed. Taylor was worried about him, so he never mentioned that he wanted revenge on the mainland. But both sides should know very well that they will do this sooner or later. Now he still has no way to give Taylor a stable life. His ambition determines the path he will take in the future. Taylor, as his confidant, will not know it. But Zhang Bufang hopes that the other party will not give up on this road. Because, once Taylor gives up taking this path, Zhang Bufang will also give up on Taylor, and they will have to follow different paths and not work together. I have been busy for a long time and have been in such a tense state for half a year. Now I really can't find anything to do in my free time, Zhang Bufang told those present. In fact, everyone else is also very busy every day. Guantong, Qintao, Dugua, and Zhang Bufang's staff, except for their 3 core members, how does it feel to have less than 50 people in the water capital? Zhang Bufang remembers clearly. Chu, he built this place to accommodate tens of thousands of people. As a result, Zhang Bufang couldn't bear to see this empty city all alone. But now that the plan is in place, nothing can be done. We need people but no one. We need supplies but no supplies. In fact, they are also like this. What do you want them to answer? Several people were silent for a while, and they probably felt that they should speak up and respond. After thinking about it, Guantong said, maybe there should be living things on the sea. She was unsure of what she said. She had not been idle all day long these past few days. Together, they were trying to locate the location of the water capital. Unfortunately, there was not even a reference object, so they really couldn't locate it. Alas, it's not that Zhang Bufang deliberately made things difficult, but what's with their expressions forcing themselves to answer? Zhang Bufang sighed and said, it's better to rest for a while during this time, no. Is there anyone else living outside? I hope there won't be any survivors left. After a few days of rest, we will find a way to notify the mainland and call those people back. For example, Zhang Haiyang is still outside. I don't know what happened to this person now. That's it. But when Zhang Haiyang is mentioned, he will think of other people. When he thinks of Zhou Ju, Zhang Bufang becomes angry, but this kind of anger returns to anger, helplessness, or helplessness. Is Jian Jin saved so far? I still don't know. Chen He was still detained by the Huagui Yuan military. When Zhang Bufang was bored, he would think of what the other party wanted to say to him, but Zhang Bufang turned over this paragraph over and over and still couldn't find out what the other party wanted to say to him. Say what? So he is very worried about these 3 people now. So far, Zhang Haiyang is not sure whether he is an enemy or a friend. He has left the Hope Survivor base, but now that he is isolated and helpless, Zhang Bufang hopes that the other party can return. It's a pity that they don't know the real-time general situation of the mainland. I have to go to the mainland after a few days' rest and take a look at the situation, Zhang Bufang decided. In fact, the situation on the mainland is not much better. As the leading party in the war and the party with the greatest interests, the original Chinese military is not as good as everyone imagined. After spending a large amount of materials, this part of the control, the funds have not been replenished. The original military of the Chinese state tried to find a profitable part in the Jiangjiang survivor base. Unfortunately, after such a hypocritical experience, in Zhou Ju's view, the Jiangjiang survivor base seemed to be still there. It's the same as people who are breathing heavily but no longer have the energy to do anything else. It's useless. This has caused the mainland to be in a low state now. The leaders of various forces still have to think about how to solve it. After all, now he has to face something more troublesome than hoping to survive the 9th level, the gathering of zombies. In the end, what is the problem? During the war, I ignored this area because I was too conceited and felt that zombies didn't need to be considered. Now it's good. I never thought that the other party could organize an attack on humans. The high-level zombies headed by them were all released from the former Huagua military. This kind of public opinion has little impact on the former Huagua military. Zhou Ju's attitude of going his own way doesn't care about this at all. He can use strong methods to shut up all those who dare to talk behind their backs, but he is not considering this at the moment. Moreover, it is not true that it is said that the original military of China could take the initiative to conduct an experiment. When the zombies in the room were released, the thing did sneak out on its own. This matter was naturally discovered by Zhou Ju. Indeed, during the war, he rarely went to the strict management experimental area. He originally thought that he had taught well enough, but he still got into such big trouble. Zhou Ju was stunned. Anger was overwhelming and burned the experimental area. Another up and down rectification was carried out. At the same time, Zhou Ju did not think that Zhang Bufang was dead, even if the people sent out brought back news that Zhang Bufang and a young boy were buried in the tunnel. How could Zhang Bufang die so easily? Zhou Ju absolutely. He wouldn't believe it. He could imagine Zhang Bufang trying every means to survive in a desperate situation. It would be too boring for such a person to die like this. He didn't even give him an opponent. Lord Buddha, there is good news. Not far from the water city, a small island inhabited by survivors was found. Dugwa walked towards Zhang Bufang. He was pleasantly surprised. This way, there would be no more consecutive incidents. He has been trapped in this difficult situation for several days. He just received the message on the communication and went to check it. It was indeed as stated in the communication. Then I'll go take a look now. Zhang Bufang happened to have nothing to do. To be precise, he had spent the past few days doing nothing, and finally he could do something. I really can't get used to it when I'm free. A few people just set off. There were people in the water capital waiting for Zhang Bufang's arrival in advance. Zhang Bufang looked at the island and found that it was not big. The number of people on the island was probably the most talented. 5,000 people, but that is enough for the water city that is currently very short of people. However, Zhang Bufang gave up his idea after landing on the island. The people on the island are not suitable to be connected to the water capital now. The people on the island welcome their arrival because they are in the water city. When the people from the capital arrived here, they happened to find that there was some minor trouble on the island, and they took care of it smoothly. Therefore, the people on this small island are so simple and frightening. It is the most like the once simple world that Zhang Bufang has ever seen since the end of the world. Through acquaintances on the island, I learned that people have been here a long time ago, but everyone has forgotten why they came here. They have lived here for many years. Before the doomsday virus broke out, there were people here. It was built as a tourist attraction, but after the apocalyptic zombie outbreak, one of their leaders decided to take them to escape here, but they didn't go out for many years. Therefore, the people on the small island do not understand the current structure of the mainland. Zhang Bufang greeted them with a smile while thinking about what to do next. This was obviously a place that could be exploited. It's not that he was extremely sinister, but it was something that could be used. Why couldn't he use it? I have no intention of doing anything to the people on the island. I just want them to do a favor so that we can all benefit from each other. It would not be like when Brun discovered the American continent. He slaughtered all the Indians and caused a bloody storm. Zhang Bufang still has no way to contact the mainland. At least if he does this now, it will be a very risky thing. He doesn't know if anyone in the mainland still believes that he is still alive. It wouldn't be a good thing to know he was alive. Do you want to cooperate with us? The leaders on the island asked. Although their ideas are relatively simple, they still have basic vigilance. Therefore, as long as Zhang Bufang is sincere enough, he can impress them. Zhang Bufang also truly showed his sincerity and basic sweetness. He said, "It is difficult to communicate with the outside world where I am. I can communicate with you. It is a great honor for us to have trade relations. Maybe we can help you in some way. Wouldn't it be better if the two parties cooperate together? So what do you want to do? What benefits can this young man in front of them bring to them? What can this young man in front of them help them? He looks big, and there are many people coming, but he seems to be A group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in their place where no outsider had set foot for many years. The leader was of course on alert. I see that your nearest ship is about to leave. Can you let me also embark on a trip to the mainland? If anything happens on the way, maybe I can help, Zhang Bufang said. What he said. Setting foot on the mainland was just setting foot on the mainland. The first thing he had to do was to familiarize himself with the rhythm of life on the islands, and then find every opportunity to provide them with what they needed. Zhang Bufang has tested the levels of people on this archipelago and found that their levels are generally low. It can be inferred that maybe they need someone who can ensure their safety. After all, there are many things that mutate at sea, and in all kinds of strange ways. No one knows when a mutated, disgusting thing will suddenly appear and drag them into the deep sea. I think this will be our first honest communication. Zhang Bufang waited for the other party for a while and found that the other party did not mean to answer him. The leader of the island was still weighing the pros and cons thoughtfully. Zhang Bufang had that. Wait patiently. As you said, I hope you can remain sincere. The other party agreed. He seemed to be a person who didn't care about the world, but he was much easier to talk to. When Zhang Bufang boarded the ship, he saw the few people who boarded the ship. Those people should be responsible for the communication between the island and the mainland, and they still understood some people's hearts. Sinister. Zhang Bufang didn't mind the other person looking at him with a bad look. After all, he was used to it. It was good to be vigilant, but it was really embarrassing to be so straightforward. However, it is so straightforward that it is easy to understand, and there is no need to guess those thoughts. Zhang Bufang has been around for too long, and he probably doesn't even know what simplicity is. Just as Zhang Bufang thought, what this group of people need most is someone who can protect them. When Zhang Bufang stepped onto the island, he found that the people who were preparing to board the ship looked very cautious and kept saying. The inspection of those small parts is also repeated. They carefully check their weapons, but the styles of those weapons should be very old. After all, technological weapons are being eliminated very quickly now. The ones they hold in their hands are not enough to resist the upgrades of the current zombies. Going to such a mainland, it would risk the entire ship being destroyed. This is a good entry point for trust. The wind is picking up. Zhang Bufang stood on the deck and looked into the distance. Next to him stood Taylor and Dugua. Zhang Bufang felt a little happy and was secretly looking forward to what would happen next. At this time, the sky in the distance has become a little gray, and the sea is not as calm as when he first set off. Zhang Bufang would sometimes vaguely see a few black figures under the boat. He must have known that it was. What's wrong? The place where he stayed before was all on the road, but it may not be on the sea, so Zhang Bufang couldn't be like a fish in water. The outbreak of the zombie virus not only affects humans, but also affects the large numbers of fish in the sea. They evolve crazily, and due to mutation, strange scales grow on their bodies. Those colorful things in the light. Under the illumination, it emits a little light, and Zhang Bufang knows that those scales are hard and sharp, no less than a strengthened blade. The people on the small islands on the ship are very experienced. After all, people who have survived so many storms naturally have some intuition about danger. They look at the colors of the sky and the unusual undulations of the water. Even looking at the smile on the face of the man standing on the deck, everything will be a sign that fear is about to strike. This group of people couldn't help but think, when they boarded the ship, this man and his people promised them to protect them well, right? I hope they will keep their promise. The people on the island are of a very low level. They must have been bullied miserably by these little monsters, which is why they are so afraid and have some distrust towards them. Zhang Bufang thought to himself, and then took back himself to look at the group of monsters. People's sight. But no matter what, they are also their allies in the water city. Zhang Bufang said, "Don't worry, what do you usually do? Just do it as usual. Normally, you can't say for sure." The people on the island looked at each other. In the past, they would quickly take defensive measures, then tremblingly pick up the gun or knife in their hands, staring with their eyes wide open, and wouldn't let go. Every move he makes is just to magnify his own death scene. According to the alert, everyone is ready to defend. This person should be a veteran. He was the first to react and then issued the order. He looked at Zhang Bufang, who was standing not far away from them with deep eyes. It was obvious that he had great doubts about this man, but in this critical moment, he hid the hope in his eyes. Of course, we have to try what these people usually do. Zhang Bufang planned that he would not take action until there was no life-threatening situation. Taylor and Dugwa did the same. The three of them quietly looked at the people on the boat, hurriedly coming and going, as if the three of them did not belong to this team, and there was no trace of panic on them. Maybe some people even thought that these three people were in the same group with those monsters. You can look at me as you like, I guess, but please don't look at me with that kind of look. That kind of hostile look would be a sign of disrespect for me. I will not be your enemy. Zhang Bufang said. That look at him was too intense. Then the other person really moved his eyes to do what he was doing. Zhang Bufang looked at the darkened sea water. He had already imagined what an ugly and huge monster was hidden under the sea water. It took countless lives in its mouth. It's a pity that these monsters on these small islands. We still have to take such huge risks to exchange the last bit of supplies with the outside world. Soon the boat was hit hard by something I didn't know what it was. I took some precautions, stumbled a few times, and regained my footing, like the kind of person who is not prepared, like. Zhang Bufang stood on the deck, pretending to be cool. As a result, he lost his center of gravity. His disguised face broke instantly. However, this small problem could not stop him from acting cool. When I got off Zhang Bufang, he grabbed the railing on one side with his backhand, turned around, and stood firm. Zhang Bufang saw that the people on the island were panicking and would glare at him from time to time. As expected, Zhang Bufang did not get involved. The trouble caused by the boatmen and those monsters caused a lot of trouble. People stayed away. Zhang Bufang was still standing on the deck when he saw a person standing too close to the side. He probably wanted to avoid those monsters, but just standing on the edge like this, he would probably be hit directly. Pulled down. The reality is just as Zhang Bufang expected. Those monsters should have seen that there is a weak life on the side. They can take it away, take advantage of it, and intensify their attack on the hull. The swaying ship will make the ship shake. People doubted whether the ship could hold on for the last time. Of course, Zhang Bufang took action to save this. The blade passed across and directly cut off the tentacles of the monster under the sea. The man who fell to the ground looked at him in shock. Zhang Bufang's expression remained unchanged. Zhang Bufang played with the sword in his hand, as if the sword had its own thoughts. Such movement attracted other people's attention. People on the island all looked at Zhang Bufang asking for help. Zhang Bufang looked at these eyes with a smile, and then retracted his mentality of wanting to continue playing. Now he can help him clean up these things. Everyone gather in one place, away from the edge of the ship. Zhang Bufang gave the order, and then Taylor and Dugua acted faster than Zhang Bufang to save these people. Dugua went to the other side. After cleaning up the troublesome things that want to come up, Zhang Bufang naturally needs to protect the other side. Secretary Taylor needs to stay in the middle of the ship so that she can see everything happening on the entire ship at a first glance. Arrive. I have made it very clear that if you don't want any accidents to happen, you need to stay where you are quietly and trust the young lady standing next to you. Zhang Bufang began to fight with these people who had escaped from the sea. In his peripheral vision, he noticed someone who wanted to act rashly, and he immediately warned him without hesitation. The deep-sea monster he was fighting with had evolved incredible power. Zhang Bufang watched. The opponent kept ramming the ship or sometimes turned around and attacked him. The person who controls the direction of the ship asked him to quickly control the direction. Is he doing this randomly and forgetting his own responsibilities? Zhang Bufang asked back. Soon, someone ran back on the deck. Zhang Bufang felt helpless for a while. Lord Buddha, what should we do with these difficult guys? Dugua asked on the side. This is a mutated fish that appears in groups. What they are facing now is only those 3 or 4. These 3 or 4 were already very bad-tempered and annoyed him, and Dugua was about to lose his patience. Find an angle where you can attack the ship. Just go up to it, Zhang Bufang replied. Without hesitation, he pointed his sword at a certain angle and slashed at it. It could be seen that he was also consumed. Losing his patience, Zhang Bufang was too lazy to guess what these mutated little things wanted to do. In this case, he might as well find an angle and kill them all with a knife. After all, he hesitated in the first place and didn't. The reason for taking immediate action was that he was worried about damaging the ship. You can't do it directly, someone shouted from behind Zhang Bufang. Those terrible things, they will go crazy. Once the blood spreads in the sea, it will attract other things. It will be even more troublesome to face it then, Zhang Bufang's voice continued. Then what do you usually do? Taylor was now standing next to the person who spoke. They usually don't have any countermeasures at all, so they can only choose to resist silently. As long as they are still some distance away from the road, the fish chasing them will naturally disperse. But this person, without saying anything, he hesitated and stopped. Say, Zhang Bufang's remaining patience was almost exhausted. There are no countermeasures. This is why we repeatedly strengthen our ships every time we go to the mainland, he answered. This answer was not satisfactory at all. Hey, Zhang Bufang cursed in a low voice. When Zhang Bufang was on the mainland, he saw someone specializing in producing weapons and other related things needed to deal with mutant things like this at sea. He couldn't figure out why these people couldn't find a way to buy them when they went to the mainland. That's not a hard thing to buy. Now we can only use a more troublesome method, which is to carry on. Zhang Bufang was able to ensure that these disgusting flying things would not jump onto the deck and then catch and bite anyone. A group of lively piranhas. each one as big as his head, not to mention the things hidden under the deck of the ship. Zhang Bufang was depressed. Why didn't he bring some explosives with him when he came out? I struggled to hold on for about 10 minutes. How far is the mainland? Zhang Bufang actually wanted to ask at the same time. When will these guys be able to evacuate? Judging from past experience, I'm afraid we have to hold on for another 10 minutes. Someone answered Zhang Bufang. He had to persist for about 10 minutes, just to exercise his patience. This was the first time for Zhang Bu to deal with this group of things. He had such a bad temper these days, and he just started to resist the attacks of these little guys. When attacking, he would swing his knife and pay attention not to spill any blood, but just throw these flying little guys back into the sea. Later, in the last 10 minutes, he really couldn't hold back and stabbed each of them. The mutated fish was cut into 2 pieces. I originally thought that the support group's behavior of watching indifferently was enough to make people angry, but I didn't expect that they would do something even more unscrupulous. When the explosive bombs carried by the heavy weapons fell on the base, people seemed to see zombies again. When the virus broke out, demons descended from the sky one after another, and then crazily harvested human life. Just like that group of people no longer have to worry that these dead bodies will turn into zombies, their entire figures disappear in the light. Not even a single body remains as left. This is what those supporters do, watch indifferently, and then make no distinction. All enemies and friends will be wiped out directly. Everyone who might have had a chance of survival died in the explosion. A few of them managed to escape through the only intact secret passage, and quickly sent a few people to what was originally a few hundred people. After building the boat, Taylor chose to stay. She stood there for a long time, constantly looking around to see her lover, almost to the point of despair. Taylor! A call called her back from her thoughts. Taylor embarrassedly touched the tears in the corners of his eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" "Lord Buddha is awake. Go and see him quickly," Guantong said with a smile. Taylor opened her eyes slightly after hearing this, and then a burst of surprise came to her heart. She was always polite, and pushed the stool away and ran to the room where Zhang Bufang was. Fortunately, nothing happened. She had been waiting for so long. Fortunately, her lover was able to wake up. "Are you okay?" This was the first thing Taylor and Zhang Bufang said after 21 days apart. "Has it only been 2 minutes? It feels so long." Zhang Bufang frowned. The only 3 people on the boat who can help now are himself, Taylor, and Dugua. The people on this small boat can't help at all. They could only huddle together. I am afraid that if Zhang Bufang and the others were not here this time, they would still use cold weapons to attack these monsters. What era has it been now? And they would still simply attack with cold weapons. It seems that in the eyes of the people on that small island, level has no effect at all. Firstly, they don't know how their level is improved, and secondly, they don't know what they get after being upgraded, and they don't know how to use their level. And by injecting their improved strength into their own weapons, probably every time they go out on the ship, a few people will die or the entire army will be wiped out. Whenever they are lucky enough to return to the island, they will be killed because of the boat is too small and cannot carry much stuff. The other side is about to take action directly, Zhang Bufang observed. Some of the tentacles were already spreading towards the ship. He was somewhat prepared and still hesitant to chop down, because every time he slashed, a small amount of blood would be splashed out. There would always be someone behind him reminding him not to stain the blood, and yelling at her. Zhang Bufang was also annoyed, and it did attract more troublesome things, as that person said. "Are you going to hold on for 5 minutes?" Dugua asked. He had nothing to do about this situation. "Try it, just don't keep these things close to the ship." Zhang Bufang picked up the things that had been prepared on the ship, a bag of powder. Zhang Bufang was reminded by the people on the ship, and he walked to the edge of the ship. As expected, he received a whip from the tentacle. After dodging it, he sprinkled the powder on these green tentacles. Just like the teppanyaki squid you have seen before, you can see smoke coming out as soon as some powder touches the tentacles, accompanied by a sizzling sound. But there is no oily aroma. Those green tentacles. You can always see some disgusting things wherever you touch them, as if the moss that grows in a humid environment has been rubbed together and smeared on the boat. It's also accompanied by a smell that makes you want to vomit. "We've seen the patrol." It took 5 minutes, but Zhang Bufang said in surprise when he saw someone pointing to the side. "Patrol?" Zhang Bufang took a closer look at the ships over there, and he immediately became wary. In the past, there would be no patrols on the coast at the edge of the mainland. The patrols set up now are from the former Chinese military team. Zhang Bufang knew that Zhou Ju would never be able to relax. "Lord Buddha, come this way first," Taylor said while waving his hands to Zhang Bufang. After Zhang Bufang scattered all the powder in the bag in his hand, he saw that the monsters under the boat had dispersed a lot. He had never used this because every time he wanted to pick up such a bag, there will always be someone yelling, saying that the contents of the bag are very precious and asking him not to use them yet. So it is not without reason that so many people die every time people on the island go on missions. The closer they got to the patrol, the fewer mutated sea monsters pestering them. Zhang Bufang walked toward Taylor in confusion. Taylor pulled him aside, and then took out some markers that looked like markers from his bag. What is this?" Zhang Bufang's marker seemed to be about to scratch his face, and he ducked back unconsciously. This marker seemed to have some fragrance, and it was also khaki in color. "Hey, don't hide. I'll use this for you. This is a type of cosmetics." Taylor held down Zhang Bufang's head. Zhang Bufang was a little confused, but he had to face the patrol next. He didn't have any quick way to fix his face temporarily, so he just let Taylor go. "Okay, I made you a little fatter," Taylor said. After applying the marker on his hand, the edges of Zhang Bufang's face did not look as sharp as before. They became much softer and looked fatter. Then Taylor quickly drew a picture for Dugua. Zhang Bufang stood aside curiously and looked at the marker in Taylor's hand in surprise. It was able to visually double the size of Dugua's face. "Just change it. You two need to make it look uglier," Taylor said. "What about you?" Zhang Bufang asked. "Of course I want to look better," Taylor replied without thinking. "Check." As soon as their ship reached the range of the patrol, they were forced to stop. People from the former Chinese military had some disdain for small boats. Looking at the disgusting blood on the edge of the boat, there were not just one or two like this. There were often foreign ships passing within their patrol range. Every time, there is a strange liquid on every ship. People from the original Huahua military pulled everyone on the ship over and scanned the instrument. Zhang Bufang was a little nervous when he was inspected. He was worried that the instrument could not only scan the light and shadow of the face. But luckily, this instrument uses facial light and shadow to determine whether it is the person they are looking for. No one recognized them. These were the three people the original Chinese military ordered to find. "Okay, what will you do after you enter the mainland alive?" Zhang Bufang asked. He didn't dare to touch his face now, but he was still curious, so he turned his attention to asking the people on the boat. "We will go to the small market over there to sell the things on the ship." They had just experienced a wave of shock, and some of them were now in shock. Those who could recover a little bit thanked Zhang Bufang gratefully and answered Zhang Bufang's words. "Then let's go. But what did you bring on board?" Zhang Bufang had never asked what was in the storage room in the ship. Now he was a little curious. He felt that such a small ship could not bring back a large amount of supplies, but the small ship. People on the island don't come to the mainland that frequently. Maybe there are small but very valuable things on the boat. It's some unpolluted fish collected around the island, and some occasionally. Some shells and the like that can be found on the seabed, someone replied. Zhang Bufang nodded. He seemed to remember that some people would use those hard little shells or special items from the seabed to make weapons. Maybe, as they said, they would get a good price. But the facts once again shocked Zhang Bufang. The people on the ship exchanged all the things they brought on the ship, and the materials they could get were mediocre. At least for Zhang Bufang, he thought the materials they exchanged were absolutely worthless. There is no way to supply so many people on an island. But the people on the boat are still excited. Their items were sold at a good price this time. Zhang Bufang pondered. It is said that there is an organization here along the coast, and it has also established a black market. Zhang Bufang, or this legendary organization, should be the underground area. If things can be sold there, the income will be doubled several times. "Can you give me that small stone?" Zhang Bufang pointed to a place. Everyone focused their attention there. It was a small stone in a small corner, but the color was a little special. It was black and glowing with purple light, somewhat similar to a black pearl. Of course that's okay. This small stone should be an item accidentally left behind, but the stone was not valuable to them, so they generously gave it to Zhang Bufang. "What is the use of such a small fist-sized stone?" Dugua asked. In the underground area, the auction items must be sold to those who are either rich or noble. Most of those people live in the center of the continent. Maybe they have never seen this. Of course, they do not lack strange treasures, but occasionally. They also need to use these things to please their beauties, Zhang Bufang explained. Then what do you need to make this small stone into? Taylor understood Zhang Bufang's thoughts. What do girls like? Earrings, necklaces, and precious stones. Take this stone and make this, Zhang Bufang replied. Unfortunately, Taylor didn't seem to like the things he mentioned. What are your plans next? Zhang Bufang asked. The main thing is to see what the people on the boat think. He can arrange the plan. After all, he has to return with this group of people when he returns to ensure their safety. I want to resell some of the things I got in exchange, the leader on the boat said. Well, like this. Zhang Bufang couldn't just look at the other party and go back with some food and supplies, and then change the weapons for them. Although these things can't be exchanged for some good weapons, at least don't let them use them. Cold weapons are such low-level things. Follow me. That part of the supplies must be replaced with advanced weapons. You have also seen it. If we encounter this situation again next time, if no one can protect it in time, the whole army will be annihilated, Zhang Bufang said as they walked towards a certain place. Usually, it's that kind of powder. The person who answered Zhang Bufang seemed to want to highlight the high quality and low price of this powder. But during the fight, none of you could get close to the edge of the ship. The powder removal is indeed useful, but it is not enough to resist these monsters. Take out a small part of the items to exchange for advanced weapons. What do you think? Zhang Bufang asked. The man hesitated for a moment and then agreed. After all, the facts were exactly as Zhang Bufang said. Zhang Bufang led people here according to the descriptions he had heard about the black market. The underground area seemed to be a little more arrogant. After all, if you wanted to enter these places before, you had to know all the secret codes, which makes people upset. Zhang Bufang used to have a point card that was commonly used on the black market, but he had forgotten the password. The underground area also mandated that the password set for these point cards must be long and troublesome. Zhang Bufang's point card can no longer be used anyway. After all, the points on it were all obtained by him in the underground arena. This seems to be even more troublesome, because he has no point card anymore. If he doesn't have a point card, he has to change it. He doesn't get what he wants. Lord Buddha. Taylor called Zhang Bufang from behind and handed him a blue card. This was given to me by someone once. I think it might be useful in the underground area. That person was a friend of mine, and the points above should have been obtained through legitimate channels, Taylor said. No one knows me better than Taylor. Zhang Bufang snapped his fingers and took the blue card. The cards of different colors in the underground area also represent different levels of status. His pair of black natural. It is the most advanced one, and the blue one is considered medium-sized and is designed for ordinary people, so that the status will not be too ostentatious. There are no requirements for card holders in the underground area. Once you take it out and read the password, you can activate the card in a certain place and then use it at will. Even if it is not the person on the card, there is no problem, or even if it is the person on the card. Even though he is dead, the points on this card can still be used. Do they still sell weapons? Where do these things come from? The people on the boat looked at the various things on display. The atmosphere of this place was more depressing than the markets he had been to before. These people, they all looked very untouchable. They were either wearing long black windbreakers, or their faces were invisible. However, the people who came here seemed to be so domineering and spend money. He just saw someone taking something, and he didn't hesitate to take it. He threw the card in the other person's face and simply walked away, making them feel a little envious. Those things are not difficult to obtain, Zhang Bufang said, especially if the original Chinese military and the underground were working together, no matter how advanced weapons were. To deal with those dense and troublesome fish schools, this kind of mine is pretty good. Zhang Bufang walked to one of the stalls and picked up one to look at. But wouldn't this kind of grenade get suffocated if thrown into the water? Zhang Bufang was silent for a while, and then said, "The grenade is waterproof." The name grenade is really very down-to-earth. "Thank you for wholesale in one box," said the stall owner, who was very polite and rude. He had the kind of attitude that he would like to buy or not. How many points does a box cost? Zhang Bufang saw that there were probably more than 20 points in this box. If this group of people didn't use this kind of thunder to throw around, They should be able to make it back to the island alive. After all, he has it in his hands now. I don't have many points, so I can't buy that much, and if I buy too much, it won't be of any use. These people don't know how to use it. You can tell by looking at their expressions. 400. But I see that you are receiving the benefits under the new regulations, so I will give you 205. The stall owner took a puff of cigarette and looked at Zhang Bufang sideways. He was lying on the chair and raised his head again. Leg. This new welfare. The number 250 does have a special meaning. Especially when Zhang Bufang looked at him, the old man said it with a look of contempt and a disdainful tone, which made him even more sure the 250 is mocking them. Don't you know about the subsidy? The stall owner glanced at Zhang Bufang's group of people again and showed an understanding expression. He seemed to feel that he still had some understanding explanations and said, such a new rule, if you see it. Those who come to buy things are relatively poor, and you can give them a lower price. Of course, you should be the first group to enjoy this benefit. We are pitiful. Taylor couldn't believe it. Looking at the makeup on her face, it was clear that it was worth a lot of money. Their clothes were not bad either. Moreover, of course, the rough man like the stall owner couldn't understand the makeup on her face. He didn't judge it by the clothes on their bodies. He just looked at them squatting with lei in their hands. The man in front of him, the woman standing next to him, and the man with an indifferent face. Other than these three people, the expressions of everyone else were blank. I'll give you a discount first, so you can't tell that this is an IQ subsidy? The uncle took another puff of cigarette. Everyone was silent. Zhang Bufang actually felt that what the other party said had some truth. Of course, he did not think that his IQ was not high. Zhang Bufang said, thank you then. Anyway, you gave me a discount, so I will take it. 2 boxes, please. After all, it's cheap, so don't give it up if you don't want it. However, the points on this blue card were indeed quite small. After Zhang Bufang looked at the card and clicked, the stall owner looked indifferent. Zhang Bufang thought it was because there were not enough points in it, but the other party handed the card to Zhang. Bufang kindly reminded him that there were still 30 points in it. 30 points, maybe you can buy a piece of candy. Then it's over? The people on the island took the 2 boxes of mines and continued to follow them, but Zhang Bufang just took them back to the dock again. Yes, you can just go back directly, Zhang Bufang said. This trip itself was just to gain the trust of the people on the island. There is no need to land on the mainland for some purpose yet. We have to wait for a while, at least. First, he must establish a good relationship with the people on the island and save up the manpower and material resources of the water city. After all, the coastal patrol team is so strict in checking, and he cannot guarantee that he can pass through safely every time. When the ship was sailing on the sea, Zhang Bufang saw the group of fish gathering again. He opened the box, picked up a mine inside, and weighed it in his hand. Zhang Bufang actually didn't know what kind of mine it was. What model was it? But he remembered that this shape could be used to explode fish. Zhang Bufang looked at the darker water around the bottom of the boat and said, everyone from the defense team, come over here. I'll teach you how to do this. There is a raised place on it. Break it off and slide it to the other side. Then press it with your fingers until you feel a click. Then aim at the target you want to hit. Of course, don't throw it directly on the boat. Otherwise, the boat will be blown over. Zhang Bufang tried hard to think of how to explain this to them in down-to-earth language, then threw the thunder in his hand directly and said, stay 5 meters away from the boat. Otherwise, the remaining power after the thunder explodes will affect the ship. A splash of water exploded on the sea, and then blood spread. But this time, with the special effect of thunder, they couldn't smell the smell of blood. Zhang Bufang explained, after this kind of mine explodes, it will suppress the smell of blood. At the same time, it will probably release something similar to, well, how should he explain the molecular weight core? Anyway, it is used to suppress the surrounding fish at the same time. This action will not only blow up the fish, but the remaining power will also play a certain role. This is probably the explanation. Then you can play by yourself. I'll go lie down for a while. This kind of mine is more convenient to use. When we returned to the island, the weather was not as gloomy as when we first went out. The sun was a little brighter, and the alien beasts of the abyss were not here. Zhang Bufang went to sit on the deck with peace of mind. But Zhang Bufang still looked back from time to time, worried that the group of people would thunder to the deck, But when he saw the group of people on the island looking at him with doubtful eyes, he looked away embarrassedly. After all, people really don't know this kind of thing. Did I forget something? Zhang Bufang said suddenly. Lord Buddha, you forgot to send that stone to the polishing shop to make jewelry, Dugwa reminded, while Taylor stood aside and snickered. Zhang Bufang was silent for a moment. As soon as he entered the market, he saw the stall owner with a unique flavor. He completely forgot about taking small stones to polish. Forget it. The original purpose of polishing that thing was to earn a certain amount of chips. They had points cards and got 2 boxes of mines in exchange. Next time I go to the black market, the interval shouldn't be too long. It doesn't matter. Pick something else next time, Zhang Bufang said. When they returned to the island, the people on the boat praised Zhang Bufang and his party. It would be great to have someone to help them resist those man-eating things. So I also expressed my sincerity enough. Can the next cooperation be carried out smoothly? Zhang Bufang said, since I have given a sweetener, the next words will definitely be easy to say. Most of these people are relatively simple, Zhang Bufang said. Bufang had no intention of plotting against them. He just wanted to facilitate a transaction. What is Zhang Foi's plan? The leader of the island asked. We want to have a relationship with the island, which will help you connect with the mainland. I am also familiar with things on the mainland. I hope that when I go to the mainland again, I can bring us a batch of supplies, Zhang Bufang. He said that this shouldn't be a difficult task. After all he had to do was to have people help deliver a material. Is that all? This simplicity sounds like a huge advantage. Well, Dougal will tell you about the specific incident. I have other things to deal with, so I'm embarrassed to leave first, Zhang Bufang said. Dougal can explain it well to this group of people. No problem, no problem. After Zhang Bufang returned to the water capital, he picked up a report that had been placed on his desk in advance. This report recorded the recent situation in the water capital. Zhang Bufang flipped through it roughly several times. That's it. There hasn't been any big development in the water city recently. It's not like Hope Survivor Base in the past, where you need to read a lot of documents, but it's just a few paragraphs. After cooperating with the people on the small island, the materials they sent will support the development of Water City for another period of time. Zhang Bufang needs to do bigger things during this time. How to make Water City. There can be more matter coming and going. In order to prevent the mainland from getting news about the water capital, Zhang Bufang could not tell the people on the island about the existence of the water capital. Those people were naive when facing them and would not think too much about them. But for the mainlanders, it's the same when you're in trouble. You can't afford not to take precautions. Within a few days, people from the island traveled back and forth between the mainland and the mainland many times, bringing back a lot of supplies. Zhang Bufang asked someone to send a boat to go back and forth between the water capital and the island to get this supply. Because we have to be more vigilant recently, and there are defenses outside the water city. Outsiders will not be able to enter at all unless a specific person leads the way. The people on the island proposed the idea of going to the water city to have a look. Zhang Bufang declined all of them politely. There were also those who secretly ran on the boat and wanted to enter the water city. All of them were taken away. After leaving, Zhang Bufang, just like Xiao Dao, had made it clear that he just wanted to obtain a source of material. Telling this openly and secretly, the leader of the island seemed a little embarrassed, but he did not bother him again. Pass. Today is the second time Zhang Bufang is preparing to go to the mainland. It is still the place of the black market, and Zhang Bufang cannot go anywhere else now. The advantage of the black market is that it does not ask the identity of the person who comes, or who the person is, as long as he has points and enough things. He could occupy a place here. Zhang Bufang put all the things he had recently collected at sea on the black market. Zhang Bufang incidentally applied for a new points card, which was blue. He changed his name to Zhang San. This name is quite simple and relatively easy to remember. Most of the small stones on the island. He went to a specialized store to make a lot of beautiful jewelry. Earrings, necklaces, jewelry, and those small stones were like gemstones, but under the sunlight, they shimmered in more colors than gemstones. He feels that these are the most valuable things. There are other things on the sea, but those things do not have such huge profits. Zhang Bufang found a location that was more pleasing to the eye, and then put all these accessories up. The life of a luxurious person is still going on, whether it is the end of the world or the peaceful life before the end. Many people came to his stall, and some took. After collecting the small items at sea that he needed to use, there was also a couple of men and women, or some people who couldn't see their faces clearly at all, looking back and forth at the jewelry he sold. The crystal core of the mutated zombie fish and the ones made by Zhang Bufang. Those accessories are the two most popular things. If they have no choice, most people will not go to the sea to live, because it is more dangerous than the mainland, and it is like an undeveloped place on the road. Life on the sea is full of mystery, but this mystery also tells us that how dangerous it is their people. An incident once happened on the mainland. A special expedition organization organized a team to search for small islands in the sea and a more suitable environment for survival. However, in such a team, one person finally escaped back. In fact, what was more terrifying than the annihilation of the entire army was that a man escaped. This man exaggerated all the mutated monsters he saw at sea, in order to show how scared he was in his heart, which led to most people on the mainland don't want to go to sea. Therefore, those items at sea are relatively more expensive. After all, there are fewer items spread on the mainland. After Zhang Bufang came to the mainland for the second time, he planned to stay for a long time. At the same time, he gradually became familiar with the old man he met before, jokingly called the 205 stall owners. Anyway, he had nothing to do every day. Why not just chat? Zhang Bufang discovered that this man was really secretive. Whenever two people talked about some issue, Zhang Bufang basically listened. This man knew too much, a lot of which is information he needs to use. So not only the rules of the black market have changed, but many aspects of the underground area have also changed. Zhang Bufang asked, "How come you only know this news now? Didn't you say you lived on the mainland before? I don't think you look like this. You are so young and have such a high level and have good skills, but you come here to sell these small items." Oops. The uncle didn't ask any more questions. Zhang Bufang had been accustomed to it early on. He just smiled. The uncle said again, "The underground area was a long time ago. The scene I told you about. Before the war, the underground leaders had already changed the rules. What Zhou plans to do is actually good. Everyone says so, and I think so too." The man who mentioned Zhou most often was what Zhang Bufang saw in his eyes. With extraordinary praise, the uncle took a puff of cigarette and said, "There is no one in the mainland who is not afraid of Zhou. Most people think he is very ruthless, even to the point of not recognizing his relatives. This is indeed a fact." He then attacked again. The strong craftsman survivor base, and refused to give in during the peace meeting, made everyone think that what he did was very extreme. While he wanted to go to the original military of Manhwa country, he was also afraid that the other party might one day reach out to him. Come to yourself. Although Zhou would not be wrong if he did so. There is no one on the mainland who doesn't comment on Zhou as a terrifying character. They say all kinds of things about him, but none of them have a good opinion. But I think those who call Zhou a bastard are fools. The uncle's words are definitely slang. It's amazing. To sincerely appreciate Zhou and praise what the other party has done, and to say it directly is definitely one of the best in a million. Zhou is very powerful. Speaking of himself, he is simply a peak legend. The man who was able to take over the former military of China when he was more than 10 years old has eliminated all obstacles step by step. Hey, don't you want to? I feel that he is a general, and there is no need for him to do any fighting. So I feel that he is really incompetent. The uncle seemed to be recalling something. Maybe it was the admiration he gave when he heard these stories. Maybe it was his. When I mentioned this person again, I really admired him. Zhou, who is only 25 years old this year, was engaged in electronic technology when he was 15 years old. When he was 18 years old, he changed his direction and studied medicine. When the zombies broke out, he chose to go to the battlefield without hesitation. He learned how to kill zombies and established meritorious deeds. When he was 22 years old, he killed almost all his relatives for the sake of a local general. Don't think that he has done many things and that he has accomplished nothing. He has learned a lot. Thinks he is top-notch in all the fields he knows. Is this person great? If this person wants to destroy the entire continent, I believe he can do it. This is his own business. This is why everyone only saw the fact that he killed all his relatives, condemned him for his madness, and condemned his disowning of his relatives. He is a great devil in the world. Not only others think so, but even he himself thinks so. I admire a person like me. His behavior and character are what I like. What about my relatives? Why can't I do something that can give me a bright future? What's more, my own talent is higher than that of the person in that position, so shouldn't he be pulled down by me? I don't think anything about Joju is wrong, so what's wrong with me? Joju also went there when zombie siege broke out before. I saved those people. In the end, those people repaid evil with kindness, so what is there to save? Saving people is nothing more than hoping for a reward. What's wrong with that? Joju has a deep city and more people than others. He is almost always calculating every step he takes. He has great ambitions, and he is indeed. I have done it. In this way, a person who never conceals his ambitions is much better than those hypocrites. Isn't it better than those who strive to get ahead every day because of their fantasy, but still do nothing? Are you talking? The uncle looked at Zhang Bufang. This is indeed very powerful, but I still think he is a difficult character, both good and evil. Zhang Bufang answered without any emotion. Zhang Bufang disagreed, but he did not say it out loud. He had a prejudiced view of Joju, and naturally he did not think that he could be as powerful as what the uncle said. Joju was indeed superior to many people, but Zhang Bufang had never felt how far away such a person was from him. Looking at your expression, I can also tell what you were thinking. That's all. It's really rare for me to think like this. You probably won't see anyone with the same idea as me in the future. Hey, someone wants to buy you. It's time to stop talking about things. The uncle waved his hand, closed his eyes, held a cigarette in his mouth, shook his legs intermittently, and ignored people again. What do you want to buy? Zhang Bufang returned to his stall. The two people standing at the stall were wearing robes, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Most of the people Zhang Bufang saw when he stayed here these days were like this. The kind of feeling that directly reveals one's face. I believe it can be done by putting on makeup. The things in the black market are real and fake, and people are like this too. Most things can only be half believed, and you can just pretend to be a fake. There is nothing to do when you are idle. It is just a boring joke. After hearing it, it doesn't matter anymore. It was when Zhang Bufang looked at these two people that he realized that the robes they were wearing were actually very old. They were black, but seemed to have been washed many times, and there were some gray spots in the black. The two people were discussing this in a low voice. Zhang Bufang was not interested in the content of their discussion. He just listened quietly to their voices and judged that the two people were a man and a woman. How can I buy this black necklace? One of the men picked up a necklace and made gestures on the woman's body. They should be buying necklaces for couples. Zhang Bufang thought to himself that he had already secretly looked at these two people. They were not the kind of people who were either rich or noble. They probably often hung out in the black market. Zhang Bufang looked at this and that. A woman will sometimes raise her head, and at this time she can see the other person's eyes, which are very bright and pure. Such eyes are rare here. 500 points, Zhang Bufang quoted. This was his price after he intentionally raised the price. Most people who bought things would probably negotiate with him on the price. Sometimes the price was more, sometimes less, and sometimes the kind that simply pays the points and leaves. Of course, Zhang Bufang meant it in a big way. So expensive. After the woman shook her head, she pushed the necklace away from the man's hand and stopped looking at the small stone pendant, which was dark but still reflected purple and blue light. You have been with me for so many years, and you haven't bought anything good. I just bought you a necklace. It won't do anything. If you like it, just take it. I think it suits you very well, the man said with a smile. Bufang actually saw the embarrassment in the opponent's eyes, and those 500 points were indeed something that was difficult for him to obtain. Since this beautiful girl likes it very much, how about I sell it to her for 100 points? Zhang Bufang rarely lowers the price like this, and the price is indeed very low. He is here. After staying here for so many days, he never sold a 100-point gadget. It was because he saw the value in these two people, so it was worth exchanging 100 points for a loyal person. Really? The woman looked very surprised, but the man next to her looked wary and looked at Zhang Bufang suspiciously. Zhang Bufang smiled very gently, without any flaws on his face. The man nodded and accepted the 100-point necklace. In the next few days, Zhang Bufang will meet this pair of men and women intentionally or unintentionally. Since Zhang Bufang wants to draw the other person under his command, he must first understand this pair of people and try every means to collect information about the other party. The news is that the hard work paid off, and he indeed found a way. It was probably through these scattered pieces of information that a complete story was created. It tells the story of a man and his sister who depended on each other for life, constantly wandering around in the black market, looking for a place to hide. Zhang Bufang. I really don't like the feeling that it's almost like a romantic drama, but they are just brother and sister. What could happen? And there are people with mysterious faces telling him this and that. A lot of useless nonsense. Then the entry point should be from where these two people settled down. When it comes to my point, isn't it that these two people have been in a state of displacement? Zhang Bufang likes to look at people's eyes, their eyes. It can reveal a lot of things. When he came into contact with this man, he could see the reluctance in the man's heart. He wanted to do something big. He wanted to buy something for his dear sister that she would like. Something. It's very good to have this kind of positive look in your eyes. Zhang Bufang found these two people. As expected, the two people looked at Zhang Bufang with puzzled faces. After Zhang Bufang roughly explained his intention to the two of them, the expressions of the other party were incredulous. Zhang Bufang. Fang even had some doubts as to whether he had made a mistake somewhere. You heard it right. I can help you get rid of your current life. I can give you a relatively safe environment. You don't need to look for those hard jobs day after day. Just here on the black market is enough. This brother and sister are considered veterans of the black market and have been in the black market for several years. Zhang Bufang still has a little confidence that the other party can carry out his plan well. But what good will you do to yourself? The man asked. I think I have explained it very clearly just now. When you do things for me, the benefits will of course come from what you do. I think this will be a very cost-effective deal. Do you think there is no such good thing in the world? If it happens to you, I actually don't think you need to stay here. Everything still needs a try, especially now. At this point of desperation, you two are very smart, so you don't need me to explain anything more, right? Zhang Bufang asked. In fact, he felt that his explanations were enough, and smart people did not need him to explain so much. But he still patiently answered the questions one by one until he could no longer see that kind of vigilance in the other party's eyes. I think the request I made is pretty good. Why are you still hesitating? Zhang Bufang was almost depressed by the other party's silence. Of course we agreed. Does Buddha have any plans? The woman's name is A, and similarly, his brother is B. Of course it is understandable that Zhang Bufang does not want to reveal his name, but this is even lazier than Zhang San. Isn't it possible to think of a good name? It has to be replaced by a letter. It's just that he can't say these complaints. Come out, Zhang Bufang said. Every day, someone from the island will come here to sell items. I will identify who it is then and tell you that you only need to buy half of his items. You too. I am very familiar with the black market. I think it is a very simple thing for you to find channels for these items, and the prices can be doubled. But the reason why this pair of men and women have not done this before is because they do not have enough. If they want to raise the price of items with their capital, they must sell them in batches many times. But in their current situation, they can only buy one or two, which naturally means they cannot develop. Then B, I will give you enough capital to build a place of your own. What you do next is up to you, Zhang Bufang said. Thank you, Lord Buddha. The two men were very grateful. After Zhang Bufang finished speaking, he handed his own point card to the two people. The points on the point card can be transferred directly. The points he has accumulated in the past few days are enough for these two people to use. He saw, people never make mistakes. This man and woman have enough affection and trust in him. There is no need to worry about them betraying him in the future. In addition, I will have a lot of cooperation with you in the future. If you want to build a place of your own, hurry up and show me how efficient you are. Only then will I decide what I am worth next. It's not worth the investment, but you can't just put everything in front of the other party, Zhang Bufang said. You can't make the other party feel that everything he is now is very easy to lose, and he doesn't cherish it. I've finished explaining what I have to teach, and I'm leaving. Zhang Bufang waved his hands and turned back. It seemed that the man and woman thanked him for something after they turned around, but he didn't hear it clearly. Did he hear it? It doesn't matter anyway. The brother and sister were indeed talented people. Just by giving them enough capital, they were able to quickly establish a place. Zhang Bufang was very satisfied with the efficiency. He simply merged his own stall with their place. In this way, there is a fixed place for the circulation of materials in the water capital and the island. Don't worry, you have to find places to sell the things you need to sell. The connections this man and woman have are not simple, although the people they have made. People are not the kind of people who have enough capital to provide them with certain conditions like Zhang Bufang. Most of the people this brother and sister make friends with are like them in the black market, which makes it easier to publicize. There are many such people, and they often gather together, and most of the time they are scattered throughout the black market. I look at your recent achievements, and you have been able to build a small shop. So far, you still have a good reputation. When you build a good enough reputation, you will expand it. Zhang Bufang looked at the two brothers and sisters writing together. There were no errors in the records that came out, and he was very satisfied. 17. Do you think he is really dead? Zhang Haiyang asked. He would think about this question repeatedly in the past few days. He and Zhang Bufang used to have some disagreements. When he heard the news of his death, he didn't feel so good. How hateful and surprisingly calm. If you think about it carefully, how could Zhang Bufang die directly? It depends on how you feel about it. You have thought about this question so many times recently, and you still can't come up with a result. However, if I think about it, I don't think he has, 17 replied. I don't want him to die like this, Zhang Haiyang said. Even if he has hatred, he is not willing to die like this. Then let's take a look at the recent black market report. 17 handed the information to Zhang Haiyang. At sea, there are more supplies than before? Zhang Haiyang looked at this data report. What he could think of was that if Zhang Bufang was no longer on the mainland, he might have gone to the sea. After all, there are small islands in the sea. The former military of the Hua Kingdom searched for those who survived in the survivor base on the mainland, and they really caught a few one after another. Zhou Ju may be unwilling to accept that the prey he had been playing with for so long disappeared like this, even in the surrounding area. Patrols have also been established in the sea area. 17 said. 17 is just a bystander in this game. Zhou Ju, Zhang Haiyang, who has the most direct connection with him, and Zhang Bufang. These three people are him watching this game. The protagonist in this game. If he could see Zhang Haiyang do something for this, he would be quite happy. In this way, you take people and go around these black markets. If Zhang Bufang can enter the mainland, his appearance will naturally change. You just need to pay attention. They have similar appearances and are followed by a woman or a man is selling marine items, and then bring me a list. Zhang Haiyang certainly knows that the name on the scorecard is not trustworthy, but if this person has this scorecard, the underground area can always locating their location. This is one of the hidden uses of the scorecard that has never been told to outsiders in the underground area. Are you so sure that Zhang Bufang will definitely come to the mainland when he is alive? 17 asked. He had no reason to guess what kind of ideas the boss had to deal with these matters. No matter what, he was the one who was in trouble. He was the errand boy. He is always the one who does the work. There are obviously so many people under his command, but if he doesn't do it himself, he always feels a little uneasy. Well, he took people to hide on the island. He will definitely need supplies. There was an island that had some dealings with the black market in the sea before. Maybe he hid there. Zhang Bufang will definitely do these things himself. Based on his understanding of Zhang Bufang, there are currently very few people in the Hope Survivor base. So of course it will be in a state of dormancy for a long time. If Zhang Bufang wants to continue to develop his non-existent Hope Survivor base, just rely on a few dozen of them? Impossible. Zhang Bufang will definitely find someone to contact the mainland. There are no supplies needed for this situation at sea, and most of the supplies he wants are special. By the way, pay attention to a few people selling maritime items in the black market. These people are not from Zhang Bufang, so they are probably people who know him. Since Zhang Haiyang thinks that Zhang Bufang is hiding at sea, he will. With this report on the recent black market, there is only one place that sells items from the sea. After Zhang Haiyang watched 17 leave, he suddenly felt that the wine in his hand was tasteless. Ting Quan was dispatched for other matters for the time being. Zhang Haiyang wanted to find this person this time. Then, depending on the situation, he wanted to. How to execute this person. Zhou Ju, a lunatic, was also with Zhang Bufang at the same time. It seems that he has not given up on taking Zhang Bufang under his command. Have to guard against it. 17 worked very efficiently. 2 days later, 17 rushed back after a long journey. As soon as he entered the office, Jiang Haiyang watched with satisfaction as he threw a document in front of him. I said if I keep going like this, I will die from exhaustion sooner or later. 17 In the past few days, I secretly investigated all the black markets pointed out by Jiang Haiyang. The circulation of items on the sea was not high. After checking for a while, I found that in fact, I was still getting closer after going round and round. I went to the black market on the seaside. On 17, I immediately turned around and went to the black market in the sea area. They secretly led people to search, and in order not to alert others, they were almost separated, and 17 even went out of his way to find some way to change his appearance and voice. He did actually see one in the black market in the sea, who looked like. It's a bit similar to Zhang Bufang's, but if you take a closer look, you feel like something's not quite right, and it doesn't seem to be right. Adhering to the spirit of not letting go of anything. And because 17 is so dedicated, he found a place where maritime items are regularly sold. When he arrived at the place, he found that there were quite a lot of people, but most of them were there to buy those accessories. A few of them were there. They sell fish. 17 Looking at the two hosts, they were a man and a woman. However, judging from the feeling, they were not Zhang Bufang. Their speech patterns and movements were not similar. 17 I thought that I might have to return without success and let Jiang Haiyang continue to speculate. In the next paragraph, he found out that this place had a relationship with a stall in the black market, and the result was that the stall merged. 17 I have been investigating these incidents for 2 consecutive days, and I am a little confused. I simply put all the detailed information in this document and bring it back to Jiang Haiyang for him to make his own judgment. I just found a place like this. Zhang Bufang is hiding very deep. I am the only person you sent who knows him and has had contact with Zhang Bufang. You also gave me such a short time. How can it be done? I just collected the information and you can make your own judgment. 17 had a good relationship with Jiang Haiyang. He used to use honorifics when speaking and stood aside respectfully. After getting along with each other, he discovered more and more. Jiang Haiyang doesn't care about rules as much as he appears on the surface. Sometimes he even jokes with his subordinates. If they keep interacting with each other, may 17th not care about those rules anymore. It should be him. It's normal not to see him here. After Zhang Bufang returned to the mainland, he seemed to want to find the people in the Hope Survivor base. But I saw his hint, and no one guessed it. You have to come up with it. When Jiang Haiyang was scrolling down the information, he also saw that these items were auctioned at an underground auction house. Logically speaking, these items cannot be brought to the auction house, so Jiang Haiyang asked, "Have you ever bought this batch of things from him in the underground area? Why are they all accessories? This thing is very popular over there. Many rich girls like it very much. Diamonds can no longer satisfy their vanity. These trinkets brought by the sea are all in colors and patterns that have never been seen before, so they naturally feel novel." "Well, I brought one back." Shichi handed the pendant he got to Jiang Haiyang. Jiang Haiyang has no feelings for these shiny things. He thinks there is nothing special about them. But since it is something that women like, there is indeed a certain market. "But why are you so persistent in finding Zhang Bufang?" 17 asked. He was a little curious about this question. Even if Zhang Bufang is found, what will happen? What he has built has no impact on the situation in the mainland at all. The base of Hope Survivors has shaken up the changes in the mainland, and the former Chinese military has been pushed to the top. However, this method has been achieved in exchange for the complete destruction of the Hope Survivors base. Zhou Ju is looking for him, and the group of people under Zhang Bufang, including himself, are all people with extraordinary abilities. It is not impossible for Zhang Bufang to make a comeback in a few years. He must completely follow this person, get rid of, or pull this person into his camp, Jiang Haiyang replied. He actually had no specific plan, and the situation was unknown whether he was alive or dead. If Zhang Bufang is still alive and returns to the mainland, the first, what he is doing must be to stir up the situation. Many people want to completely kill this. But Jiang Haiyang has no intention of thinking that way. If he wants to stir up the situation, maybe he can break the restrictions on the employment guild in the underground area. Good thing. Is this man worthy of being guarded by so many people on the mainland? I think that even if the original Chinese military found Zhang Bufang, they would only use him to conduct an experiment. Zhang Bufang was nothing special during his lifetime. People on the mainland have only heard of his name, Zhang Fui, and what he did. It was only when he died that things about the Hope Survivor base were revealed. Many people began to comment on Zhang Bufang. Some said he was miserable, but some said he was very powerful. They all gathered around to watch the show. Which force in the past did not want to hope that the Survivor base would be destroyed quickly? Death may be something worth celebrating. What will happen in the future? What will happen to your reputation after you die? It all depends on the way you die. What Zhou Ju and Gao Lung announced to the public is that they hope that the Survivor base will voluntarily go to lure away the zombies. It is rumored that Zhang Bufang was willing to coexist and die with his base of Hope survivors. He died in an awe-inspiring manner. Of course, it is something that everyone will talk about. If you say that he escaped from the battle and died on the way, most of the evaluations will be positive. It's despised. Zhang Haiyang just smiled when he heard all these comments. Many of those comments were nonsense, and they were also based on public opinion, but most people liked this. Zhang Haiyang turned the document to the last page and put it down. He had already determined that Zhang Bufang was not dead, so he said, "I'm sure it's the black market in the sea area. Go and have a look there. You can spend more time there. Let's test it out. I'll give you a holiday." Okay, 17 agreed. After 17 agreed, he should have rushed to the sea area black market that day to do a test. This job is actually quite simple, just to check whether this person exists. Whether Zhang Haiyang exists or not is already very clear in his mind. 17 went to the black market in Haiyu, and Ting Quan went to the original military of China. Zhang Haiyang had no useful people under his command, and he was the busiest one, because he had to meet Jiangxi next. After the zombies besieged the Qiangjiang survivor base, Jiangxi urged him every day. Zhang Haiyang really found this annoying, and there was no way to avoid it. Jiangxi came to see him every now and then, just for the sake of Xiang Mingxiao, a zombie. Sometimes Zhang Haiyang wanted to notify Zhou Ju directly, pointing at his head and telling him. On the other side, the former Chinese military released not just a zombie, but also the special existence of Xiang Mingxiao. I have said that Xiang Mingxiao refused the invitation of the mercenary guild, and I don't think it will be of any benefit to us if both forces join his camp, Zhang Haiyang said. Facing Jiangxi, being able to detect the other person's increasingly expanding thoughts will constantly cast doubt on him. Zhang Haiyang knew that the road to the underground area was not a good place. The moment Jiangxi became suspicious of him, he had no way to go far, unless Zhang Haiyang himself was willing to pay a greater price to withstand the pressure exerted on him by the underground area. Zhang Haiyang's tentative plan so far is to let go of the underground area and leave. He has paid a lot for the underground area, but what he paid is not for her own purposes. The underground area is a puppet of the hired guild. But if he leaves, he will definitely take 17 with him. If possible, Ting Quan will also take him away. It's just that he can't guess what Ting Quan is thinking. She does everything she should do, but Zhang Haiyang seemed to have never felt this man's loyalty. You brought it. No one thought that this person would have such a big influence on the war. Zombie King, Xiang Mingxiao. I'm a little envious of your luck. You can actually pull out a zombie king at any time. Jiangxi seemed to be a little excited. I don't know what kind of stimulation he received today. He has been like this for a long time. Zhang Haiyang didn't quite understand what was going on with Jiangxi. He just received a special person when he was recruiting people. Moreover, Xiang Mingxiao had no ill intentions towards them. He had no plans and did not represent the other party. He would definitely join his camp. Jiangxi came to him again and again just to drag Xiang Mingxiao into the entanglement between the underground area and the mercenary guild. Zhang Haiyang thought this was meaningless. If you think he can be used by you, you can go to him directly. Xiang Mingxiao told me about him clearly after I found out he was the zombie king. He made it clear that he would not join the underground district. The employment guild also doesn't know how. Are you always persistent in this kind of thing over and over again? And are you urging me repeatedly? Zhang Haiyang has been a little impatient recently, Jiangxi said in such a tone. To him, it was a thorn in the side. In the end, both of them fell into silence, staring at each other, refusing to give in to anyone. Zhang Haiyang, maybe I ignored your ambition? Maybe you think I can't control you now, Jiangxi said suddenly. Zhang Haiyang only regarded these words as a prerequisite for breaking up with him. He was not afraid of anything. He leaned back on his chair and said, "As I said, I can use my ability to turn the underground area into a force. It's just that we have been maintaining an ally relationship with you. Don't forget. You are trying to command the underground area, and you are not the direct superior of the underground area. Whether I'm coming or I'm going, Jiangxi, you don't have any good reason to doubt me. I'll say this again for the last time. I have no intention of resisting the mercenary guild, nor do I want to replace you, but you. After pressing hard on the underground area again and again, can you extend your hand directly into the underground area? Not all underground areas exist for hiring guilds, right?" Zhang Haiyang said, with a look on his face. Showed displeasure. The atmosphere was very stiff and scary. The two talked again, but they broke up as unhappy as ever. Jiangxi became more and more suspicious of Zhang Haiyang, and Zhang Haiyang was also quite disappointed. "So, do we still need to send the things from the auction house that were left to the mercenary guild to him?" 17 saw Zhang Haiyang's dark face as soon as he left the room. 17 had long been used to it, and almost every conversation was like this. Like this point 17, he is not qualified to listen to this conversation outside. "Send it away. I just hope he doesn't push the underground area too hard," Zhang Haiyang said. Zhang Haiyang really couldn't figure it out. For what reason did Jiangxi always believe that Xiang Mingxiao had contact with the underground area? When Xiang Mingxiao came to him to clarify his identity, Zhang Haiyang was indeed shocked and calmed down. Knowing the identity of the other party, I'm afraid he would not be allowed to stay anywhere. Zhang Haiyang judged that the underground area could not associate with such a person, so he simply greeted the person with a smile and sent the person away. It's the zombies attacking the strongman survivor base. Is there someone causing trouble? Is there someone around Jiangxi who says something he shouldn't say? So he comes to trouble me again and again. Zhang Haiyang said, "The mercenary guild has stepped up its vigilance in the underground area, and 4 verifications are required to pass the identity. If you want to check the people around Jiangxi, it will be difficult to find them, and the chance of alerting the snake is very high. Once discovered, you can't. It ends well." 17 followed Zhang Haiyang and said that he had this idea and went to check it out, but found that he had just taken the first step and encountered direct obstacles from the employment guild. 17 did not act rashly and gave up. Accomplished this task. Zhang Haiyang is now neither black nor white again. Zhang Haiyang did not go back to the underground area directly as before. He went to the church. 17 seeing that this was the first time Zhang Haiyang took the initiative to walk into the church, he was a little surprised. How much did Zhang Haiyang reject this kind of place? The church. All the nuns know it very well. When Zhang Haiyang walked into the prayer hall, he saw the man sitting on the chair in the front row. The skin color of that handsome man was no different from that of a normal human being. If he could get rid of the wearing black clothes, you can see that the purple blood vessels on his arms are particularly clear. This is the only thing that can tell whether he is human or not. This can only be concealed under the thin clothing. This person is also mentally ill. As a zombie, he actually comes to the prayer hall to listen to the priest's prayers. Zhang Haiyang's purpose is not to pay homage to Ming Ming. He wants to go to the back garden of the church and walk here, but the road is closer. Every time, he is attacked by Jiangxi. We took him to the church and had a chat with the other party. After returning, he would always see Xiang Mingxiao in the prayer hall. Jiangxi also suspected that he had caught up with him several times. Whenever Jiangxi appeared, Xiang Mingxiao would disappear. "Do you have something to tell me?" 17 stopped. "Yes," Zhang Haiyang said. He walked to the chair in the back garden and sat down. It happened to be the time for the whole church to pray. There was no one here. He asked 17, "If I want to leave the underground area, would you like to follow me? Shall I leave? Who are you going to seek refuge with?" 17 lowered his eyes. It was not difficult to guess what Zhang Haiyang wanted to say to him. What the other party wanted to express rarely had to be roundabout. Since he said that, then, it probably means that Zhang Haiyang will leave the underground area in the near future, but it may not necessarily be in the near future. It can be any time, because the other party plans to leave. The current situation is no longer a period for Zhang Haiyang to establish a new force. 17 is right. Zhang Haiyang plans to decide who he will join next based on the situation. Not necessarily. When Zhang Haiyang answered, he had already decided on a candidate in his heart. This was just a temporary plan in his mind, and he had to make changes according to the actual situation. Jiang Haiyang asked seriously, "You choose to continue your loyalty or follow me?" 17 answer him, no matter whether he leaves or not. Jiang Haiyang is behind and will definitely try his best to take the other party away. Asking this in advance is just a vaccination. "I won't leave," was the answer 17 gave after hesitating for a while. Jiang Haiyang nodded. If the other party said this, then there was actually no need to say what he said next. The long speech he had originally prepared was no longer necessary. Jiang Haiyang fell into silence, as if his arrival in the back garden of the church had no meaning. There was no need for him to spend such a long time coming to this place. He just asked a question. Jiang Haiyang. Xiang Mingxiao appeared not far from them. Huh? What? Xiang Mingxiao, as the zombie king, is the only zombie Jiang Haiyang has seen who has no zombie aura at all. Jiang Haiyang only regards this young man as a friend most of the time. Yes, friend, Jiang Haiyang is facing. When I paid homage to Xiang Mingxiao, I didn't detect any dangerous aura from him. There had never been any. However, Shirqi was still prejudiced against zombies, so he stood in front of Jiang Haiyang, looking at Xiang Mingxiao warily, and at the same time put his other hand on the gun at his waist. Just talking about things, Xiang Mingxiao is also used to 17's vigilance. His face is expressionless, and there is no emotion. He is clearly a zombie that can kill someone by squeezing their throat in an instant, but his behavior has never been clear to anyone. 17, Jiang Haiyang called out. 17 then put down his hand and stood not far from Jiang Haiyang. There is no need to be so defensive, just talk about things. You can also stand up and talk together. Xiang Mingxiao's attitude never seemed to change whether he became Jiang Haiyang's subordinate or when he left the underground area. In other words, many people have been found on the sea, and they are also willing to join the water city. Zhang Bufang and Taylor communicated. Well, I have checked their origins. They are indeed people who have lived at sea for a long time. Their backgrounds are not that complicated. Some of them were recommended by the island. In order to have some topics to talk to Zhang Bufang, Taylor, she took the initiative to take over the job of finding new members in the water city. Every time she could communicate with her lover, she couldn't stop laughing. Are you in a good mood? Zhang Bufang couldn't help laughing. Well, after a few days, I finally found a topic that I can talk to you about, Taylor replied. In a few days, those people will take care of the water city after they arrive, and they will have some ability to make decisions. You can come over, Zhang Bufang said. Me? Zhang Bufang usually has a mission, and the members of the mission will not choose her. Of course, it is best for Taylor to be able to fight side by side with the person she likes, and she suddenly had some surprises. Yeah, it can't be you. Who else? Just wait another 3 to 5 days, and I will pick you up at the pier then. Zhang Bufang was on the other end of the communication, and Taylor listened to his pleasant voice. Okay, Taylor said happily. In the next 3 to 5 days, Zhang Bufang checked the system mall repeatedly. There were no zombies to kill him, and there was no source of gold coins. The black market was well protected. Zhang Bufang tried to walk around, but unfortunately not a single zombie was found. Are there no tasks issued by the system? I can't just sit here so honestly. I can't get any gold coins. How will I develop in the future? Zhang Bufang said to the system. It's not that there are no tasks released. The host just turned on task screening. The system replied. It has not been in contact with its host for a long time, and it still has such a cold mechanical voice. Task screening? This thing? Why don't I have any impression at all? Zhang Bufang carefully searched through his memories, and it seems that this thing has never appeared. The tasks he received from the system were all issued by the system on its own initiative, or, in his system, he saw small side tasks that could be selected, but he really didn't see any options to filter. The system he accessed had very rich task rewards, but the number of times these tasks appeared was too few. Yes, sometimes we only encounter it once every 2 or 3 months. Not long after the host came to this world, I once reminded you whether you want to display all tasks on the board. At that time, the host chose to choose the most advanced display, and it has been until now. System reply. Why are the missions I play so difficult every time? Then let's release other missions as well. It just so happens that he has nothing to do these days, and the AB brothers and sisters are taking care of things very well, so there is no need for him to intervene at all. But I have to ask carefully later, What are the names of these two pairs of brothers and sisters? It is really strange that they always call them by the same English name. He can take on all the bits and pieces of the system's tasks. Zhang Bufang is now. One has no gold coins, the other has no points. Task filtering has been turned off. Detailed tasks can be viewed by the host in the System Mall page. After the system finished speaking, it stopped talking. This is a very user-friendly point of the system. Whenever Zhang Bufang does not need it, it will. Can't speak. Open the task panel. After Zhang Bufang thinks of a password, a screen will automatically appear in front of him. This screen can only be seen by him. It seems that there are quite a lot of low-level tasks. He had somehow sorted out the tasks before and chose the highest level tasks. He was very happy to get the rewards after completing the tasks every time. But I still can't help but complain, why is it so difficult? Every time those high-level tasks are not done by leapfrogging, but by challenging people with a higher status than themselves, which is full of dangers. Zhang Bufang does not need to reach out to slide the screen, as long as he wants to. It will automatically change pages. After browsing almost all of them, I found that the levels of these tasks were also graded by letters. It turned out that his tasks were all S level. Zhang Bufang sighed. After S level, there were A, B, and C in order. If you can find these earlier. When it comes to tasks, you don't have to worry about bothering others everywhere. However, there seems to be another level above S-level tasks, SS level? Zhang Bufang looked at the empty column. He has been here for so long, and he has never seen the system release a double S-level task for him. It shouldn't be a problem with his task selection. SS-level missions have never appeared before, and S-level missions are enough to tire him out. Zhang Bufang was curious about what double S-level missions would be like. He felt that S-level missions were already risking his life. Apart from losing his life, he really couldn't figure out what could be more dangerous. Then you can take on all of these. It's not difficult, Zhang Bufang thought. The lowest level tasks are just to help with a job, fight someone, and take a little time. Zhang Bufang still likes A-level tasks, which are easier than S-level. He got more gold coins than other levels. So he directly clicked on all the A-level tasks in the taskbar. Help Wang Cao Gao get back what belongs to him. Zhang Bufang read the introduction on the taskbar. He suddenly realized that the name was really good. He was the king of the college entrance examination. He was very talented. Just take something and put it away. In the A-level task column, it may be quite cost-effective. So how should we find this Wang Cao Gao now? Zhang Bufang clicked on the character profile and found that this thing could not be clicked at all. Zhang Bufang remembered my tasks in the taskbar. Once the names of people appeared, those names must be those he knew. But he really didn't know any Wang Cao Gao. He did know Wang during the exam. He brought a person back to the water capital and almost died in a secret tunnel because of this kid who couldn't run away. But these two people can't be related. Their names are so talented. Mr. Zhang San, part of the newly arrived Haijin stone has been sent for polishing. There is also a customer who said he wants all the stones and is willing to bid for them. He hopes to have long-term cooperation with us. What do you think? The woman came over and said. Zhang Bufang forgot for a while whether she was A or B in the siblings. When he was silent, he was actually thinking about what to call her. It was not polite to call her by name, but he couldn't think of anything, so he just acted as if nothing had happened. He said, "It's all done by you. I believe you won't have to come over to say hello to me in the future. By the way," Zhang Bufang asked casually, "do you know a person named Wang Kaogo?" Zhang Bufang just asked casually. He didn't expect the other party to give her an answer, but he didn't expect that after he reported the name, the other party's face suddenly became ugly, and the look in his eyes seemed to be disturbing. Some confusion and doubts? Does this expression mean recognition? Sir, what business do you have with him? I heard that there are still people in the black market who will rob other people's things, is how the system task board seems to describe this task. Zhang Bufang said. I overheard someone chatting and said that the things seemed to be harmful to the person who was robbed. That person is quite important, and I want to help him get it back. Why? She was stunned for a moment. My beloved thing was robbed, and I was in a bad mood at the time. I sympathize with that person, Zhang Bufang said casually, while observing the other person's expression. Thank you, sir. She burst into tears for some reason. Hey, what's wrong? I just mentioned a name casually. What's going on? Zhang Bufang was shocked. He hated to see a girl cry. Wang Kaogo is me. Wang Kaogo wiped away the tears on his face and said softly, Zhang Bufang. But this seems to make sense. Then may I ask what your brother's real name is? Zhang Bufang said. The turn of events came too quickly. Wang Yinkao. Wang Kaogo said. As soon as I heard the name, I knew that you guys love to study very much. Zhang Bufang didn't know how to answer when he heard the name. He happened to have met someone today, so let's settle this matter quickly, Zhang Bufang. Bufang said. Please tell me specifically what happened. I want to take care of this matter. They are the two people under me. We can't let people bully them like this. What happened? You didn't do anything. Tell me. No, I just think it's not right to let Sir bother. He has already helped us a lot. We are very grateful to him. The person who robbed things is a gangster. Sir, it is better not to get into this trouble, Wang Kaogo said, while walking towards the store. Don't worry, it's shameless to snatch a girl's things, Zhang Bufang said firmly. Thank you, sir. Wang Kaogo almost cried again after hearing this. Don't. Zhang Bufang was about to burst into tears and really didn't know how to comfort him. Wang Yinkao, tell me what's going on. How could someone snatch your things? Just then, Zhang Bufang walked to the door of the store. When Zhang Bufang came out, he saw his sister crying. Wang Yinkao also looked confused. Hey, come in and talk. Wang Yinkao glanced at his sister's face and realized that this gentleman knew something about them. When I was still hanging around here, I was often bullied by those people. If I don't have any skills, I can't protect Kaoko. Wang Yinkao looked helpless, with a wry smile on his face. He gently wiped the tears on his sister's face. He dropped it and said, That ruffian has been robbing things for a long time. No one has been able to beat him in these years, so he naturally does evil. That thing is the bracelet that my mother gave to Wang to pass the exam. I think it was given to my sister as a dowry, said Wang Yinkao, who missed his mother a little. It's so shameless, Zhang Bufang commented. Sir, my sister and I actually have the same idea. That person is really... Well, sir, what if you are implicated and injured because of this matter? My sister and I are already grateful to you. If it is because of this matter, we will feel sorry for what happened. Wang Yinkao shook his head, as if he had no idea what to do about the person who was in hot demand. Have you ever gone to find him? I'm talking about the person who robbed your things, Zhang Bufang asked. Yes, the other party said that if he wants to get the bracelet back, he will be given 2,000 points, Wang Yinkao said, seeming to remember the scene that day, with some anger on his face. It's not that he can't afford these 2,000 points now. It's just that this shop is more or less run by my husband. He can't spend the points on his own initiative, especially if he wants to exchange 2,000 points for such a bracelet. In fact, he doesn't need it. He will think of other ways to get that back for his sister. 2,000 points are too expensive, but you can also use points to exchange them. Why not exchange them? Zhang Bufang said. 2,000 points are indeed difficult to obtain here. Zhang Bufang thought about it. On the competition stage in the underground area of the city, if you beat someone, you will get 500 points, not to mention there are people in the audience who can guess, and you can make a small profit after winning the guess. But those are Mr. S points. Everything here is done by Mr. How can we spend those points without authorization? Wang Yinkao said. Yes, it doesn't matter if you can't get that thing back. It's really not worth putting 2,000 points in the hands of such a person. Wang Kaogo nodded in agreement. Hey, that was something given by a relative. How can you say it's not important? A person like this can be cured with a beating. Take me with you. I can teach him how to behave. Zhang Bufang didn't care. The brother and sister described how much of a gangster that person was, how powerful he was, and how he could never show off his skills no matter how hard he tried. They just happened to go there today to relive what it felt like to beat someone up. His level is very high, Wang Kaogo said, feeling a little worried. Oh, how much? Zhang Bufang said. I heard from others that his level is level 60. What's more, he still has people under his command. If a bunch of people fight, it will definitely be difficult to control, Wang Kaogo said. How can there be people at level 60 in this small place? That would be exactly the same level. If they were at the same level, if he pinned this person to the ground and gave him a beating, it would not be considered as bullying the small one. The same goes for Zhang Bufang. He didn't care about what Wang Kaogo said was difficult to control. If there was anything difficult to control, he would just press it to the ground and beat him. Zhang Bufang wanted to see who dared to act rashly. Just right, I think I can give it a try. Zhang Bufang was confident. This Then thank you, sir. If something happens, It's impossible that something will happen. Zhang Bufang waved his hand nonchalantly and interrupted what Wang Yincao was going to say. Rumor has it that a level will be blown up to the sky. If there is really level 60, he may not be able to beat it. If he hadn't reached level 60, don't blame him for crushing everyone. Zhang Bufang had almost imagined the scene of him beating a bunch of people. Be careful. After arriving here, Wang Kaogo was really worried and watched Zhang Bufang walking towards the front of the street. Zhang Bufang asked the brother and sister to stand farther away to avoid accidental injury and embarrassment. Yo 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 is the familiar tone of the opening remarks. Zhang Bufang was actually a little excited. As long as he beat these people up, he could get gold coins. Moreover, he had beaten so many people, but he had never beaten such ruffians. Hey, come forward. The person who robbed someone's things. Zhang Bufang planned to find that person as soon as he came up, but he seemed to underestimate the shamelessness of this group of people. After he said this, the other person burst out laughing. This group of people probably grabbed a lot of things, and people came to them for it every day, so they had no idea who Zhang Bufang was looking for. If you don't want to get beaten, get out of here. A very arrogant tone came from behind the crowd. Of course, the younger brothers gave way one after another. This man with the aura of a big brother almost looked at the sky. It's you two. You've learned to be smart this time. You know how to call people over, but what's the use of calling people over? As soon as he came up, he spoke to a pair of brothers and sisters standing behind Zhang Bufang. He said it very provocatively, and after finishing it, he whistled at Wang Kaogo. Angry, Wang Yincao's face turned blue. He walked forward a few steps and tried to argue with his opponent. He had no choice but to defeat him. Zhang Bufang stopped Wang Yincao and said coldly, "Bring the things over here. You still have a chance now." Opportunity? Who are you? I will kindly tell you today that I have thrown away that thing a long time ago. If you want to find it, go look for it in the garbage dump. The flames of the incineration plant are quite warm, but if you look for it now, there's nothing we can do if we go. Hey, we've already come. This man simply pointed his nose at Zhang Bufang. He didn't say the next words, but looking at the younger brothers behind him who were ready to move, this group of people wanted to be violent directly. Suppressed. I knew that the tasks issued by the system were not that simple. Looking at this arrogant person, Zhang Bufang suddenly felt bad. Maybe it would be better to beat up this group of people. What the man said was a garbage dump. The incineration plant is used to process various waste items in the black market. It is directly ignited and burned. The flames can also provide power. However, the smell there is really difficult to approach. It is also a completely enclosed place. Go in and compare. Trouble. It's more troublesome to find things, and it's even more troublesome to come back. Then just give it a try. Zhang Bufang had already thought about it, and he just wanted to beat these people up to vent his anger. So first of all, he couldn't throw someone to the ground as soon as he came up, otherwise he would scare them away. Then there's no need to play. Sir. Wang Kaogo stood there, not knowing what to do. She was now very worried about their situation. I told you, don't be afraid, just stand behind me. Zhang Bufang didn't bother to check the levels of this group of people. He saw how these gangsters could be of a higher level than him. In order to make the beating process more complicated, feeling comfortable, Zhang Bufang decided not to suppress it with level, and he didn't intend to use his sword. He looked around and saw a brick. Come on. Zhang Bufang seemed to be the toughest one this group of gangsters had ever seen. He was not afraid at all of them holding weapons in their hands. Zhang Bufang raised the corners of his lips and looked at them as if he was worried. There was an aura of being ready to go, which actually made this group of people timid and afraid to step forward. How embarrassing is it that the pestle doesn't move there? Zhang Bufang continued to be excited. Hey, teach him a lesson, the boss said. Of course, the younger brothers must perform well. Besides, a group of them can't beat three of them. The momentum of this group of people seemed to be rising again, and they felt more and more confident. Of course, such a high-spirited atmosphere was completely extinguished in less than 10 seconds. Zhang Bufang tilted his head and stared at the broken brick, thinking to himself, why is this thing of such poor quality? No wonder it was thrown on the street. Before I even moved my hands, it broke into two halves. What's more, I still use special techniques for shooting with a flat surface, and I don't use those special positions. Zhang Bufang just kicked the person who rushed forward. He was surrounded by people in an instant. So he simply picked a lucky person and waved back the hand holding the brick. The brick cracked in half, and then the man fell to the ground. The people around him seemed to calm down and became extremely quiet. Why did you stop? Keep going. There are dozens of you, Zhang Bufang said in confusion. His expression undoubtedly angered the gangster leader, who was so arrogant. Ah! There was a sound of broken bones. Zhang Bufang kicked the man aside and casually grabbed the hand of another man. The owner of this hand was stunned for a moment, and there seemed to be pleading in his eyes. Zhang Bufang. For a moment, Fang felt that this man was crying but had no tears, and his fierce look was not clean. This expression was very funny, so he let this man go and kicked him aside. Why did you stop again? Why are you running? Zhang Bufang was a little dissatisfied and watched as the younger brothers hid behind their elder brother. Big brother. We can't tell his level. Zhang Bufang looked at the group of people who seemed to be discussing something and looked at him from time to time. Zhang Bufang was in a good mood, so let's give them some time to discuss. Wang Yincao clenched his fists on the side. If he also had this ability, he would not have let his sister be bullied like this for so many years. He felt unfortunate for what he had experienced, but he felt unwilling to be incompetent. It's okay, I'll teach you how to fight another day. Zhang Bufang patted Wang Yincao's shoulder comfortingly. Sir. Wang Yincao raised his head and looked at Zhang Bufang gratefully, his eyes flickering with unwillingness. He said, the person they lead must not let go. What they did is not just a simple robbery. It's not just as simple as robbing. Zhang Bufang turned his head and glanced meaningfully at the leader, which meant that this person was not just as simple as getting a beating. I'll leave this person to you later, Zhang Bufang said. Have you discussed who will come first to be beaten? Zhang Bufang asked. In fact, when the leader couldn't tell Zhang Bufang's level, he panicked. However, because the eldest brother wanted to save face for his younger brother, he had to bite the bullet and continue to provoke. We don't have time to play with you today. If you know what's going on, get out of here. Listen, do you hear me? I think you still dare to talk like that. You are just looking for a fight. Zhang Bufang said coldly. I never thought that Sir could actually fight. Wang Cao was very worried about Zhang Bufang at the beginning. However, just now, Zhang Bufang's force value was so high that she even felt that those people were very dangerous. Miserable. Wang Yincao was speechless. Hey, I heard you called yourself uncle just now? Huh. Zhang Bufang smiled and pushed the person to the ground. The younger brothers around him immediately became angry and surrounded Zhang Bufang like weeds on the wall. First of all, none of them dared to approach, and secondly, they did not dare to look in the eyes of their ex-eldest brother. Occasionally, the younger brothers would turn their heads and praise Zhang Bufang, pretending that they were not speaking on their own. Stealing people's things, especially girls' things? You don't think twice before doing something? I heard that you have been doing evil for a long time. Why don't I teach you how to be a good person today? After Zhang Bufang finished speaking, he didn't give him anything. The man pinned to the ground reacted with another heavy hammer blow. Stand still. Zhang Bufang glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw someone trying to leave here secretly. How could this work? The group of people around him were also part of the group. He was just trying to deal with the person pinned to the ground first. I don't want to say the same thing again. Zhang Bufang raised his head and glanced around. The people around him were instantly frightened and did not dare to move. You looked at me. I looked at you, silent, and didn't know what to do. 1 and 2 of them didn't dare to meet their eyes at all. Bring that bracelet, Zhang Bufang said. Oh, just let me go. I really threw it away a long time ago. Even if you put a knife on my neck and a gun against my head, I can't tell where it is. The man who was pushed out by Zhang Bufang was about to cry. His face looked like it was almost swollen, and he could feel the muscle stiffness when he spoke, not to mention that the injuries on his body were already painful and numb. However, the old man who was holding him down would occasionally kick his feet when he was unhappy, and he was just numb. The wound hurt again. Are you really unable to find him? Zhang Bufang saw that he was about to collapse, and he probably couldn't find him anymore. He deliberately smiled and approached the other person with an expression that looked like a devil to him. Really? Ouch. The man heard the sound of his own bones breaking. I will leave this person to you too. Zhang Bufang threw the person to the Wang brothers and sisters. As soon as Zhang Bufang turned around, the younger brothers around him all backed away and looked at Zhang Bufang in horror. Zhang Bufang smiled at them and said, "Should I walk over and be beaten, or should I walk over and beat him? Do we have any other options?" Someone said tremblingly, "Aren't the options I gave you enough for you to choose from?" Zhang Bufang asked, "Uncle, please let us go. We will never dare again." Suddenly a person knelt down with a plop. Whoever was still standing had a bruise on his head. "Then help me find the bracelet," Zhang Bufang said. "But that bracelet—" It was obvious that they were still reluctant to go to the incineration plant. "You're telling me you can't find it before you've even looked for it?" Zhang Bufang asked. We are looking for. Let's look for it." This group of people were really on the verge of crying. Looking at Zhang Bufang, they seemed to want to dig out their hearts and show them to each other. They were really sincere. "Set a time. I don't want to wait for you," Zhang Bufang said. Suddenly, he heard a scream from behind him, and then heard Wang Kogo's voice. "In fact, girls are also very aggressive when they move. Terrible. Do you think 2 days are enough?" Zhang Bufang. He was silent for a moment and looked at the other person with his eyes. The person who just said 2 days ago immediately understood what he meant. Zhang Bufang simply decided on his own without waiting for him to speak. "Time. I don't care where you threw it. When I come in the afternoon, let's do it at 3 o'clock. If I don't see what I want at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I think it might be a bit confusing. Let's go." Zhang Bufang didn't want to waste time here. He walked to Wang Kogo, bent down, and grabbed the collar of the gangster leader. "Anyway, this man's hands and feet were tied up," Zhang Bufang said. "We can't find that thing right now, so let's wait. This person needs to take it back first." "Sir, let me do it." Wang Yinkao grabbed the man's collar and dragged him forward without saying a word. "That's okay," Zhang Bufang said. "Check the specific mission." Zhang Bufang has already prepared that the bracelet cannot be recovered. He does not know how the system will determine the outcome of his mission if the bracelet cannot be recovered. Bracelet task. The judgment is based on whether the bracelet is retrieved or not. Zhang Bufang saw this sentence. Didn't he already say that the bracelet has been too long? When the system issued this task, it was telling him that the bracelet actually. Is it still possible to find it? I'm afraid Zhang Bufang will have to wait for several days to retrieve the bracelet, and the bracelet may not be thrown into the incinerator. Check the task deadline. Zhang Bufang continued to issue instructions. The deadline is 2 days. Relevant information automatically popped up on the interface. Zhang Bufang was silent and could only wait for the results in the afternoon. Don't these people often grab things in this place? Zhang Bufang asked casually. He watched Wang Yinkao find a bicycle lock from the groceries in the store. It was a very worn-out one with a. It was rusty, and the old-fashioned bicycle lock was just an iron ring. Wang Yinkao wrapped the iron around the man's neck and fastened it to the pillar, then casually threw the key away on the top of the bookshelf. Zhang Bufang looked at the man sitting there. The people on the ground looked like they were about to cry. "They have been here for several years and rely on their rank," Wang Kogo said. "She has been trying to get her bracelet back from this person for so many years, but the other person always put forward various conditions. How could she know that today is like this?" Asked. In fact, she couldn't find it back at all. However, she wasn't too sad. She was relieved that she could beat up these people today, and it didn't matter if the bracelet couldn't be found. "Sir, thank you very much for today. It doesn't matter whether I can find this bracelet or not. It's enough to teach these people a lesson. Whether the bracelet can be found or not is probably also very uncertain," Wang Yinkao said. Cao Gao also nodded. "It's okay. After all, it is something left by relatives. It is very important no matter what. Let's look for it again. After all, there is no result yet. I will go and ask you about the news in the next 2 days. I hope it is." "I found it," Zhang Bufang said, and walked step by step to the second floor of the store, which is where the rest is. Zhang Bufang said, "Have a rest for a while. If someone comes to make trouble later, just call me." Check the task board. Zhang Bufang feels that this task can be accepted multiple times at one time. It does not necessarily have to be completed one task at a time. He can quickly earn gold coins by accepting several more at the same time. There are no A-level tasks, B-level tasks. Zhang Bufang quickly browsed the task board. The tasks below A-level are all chores. Like C-level, they are to help this person or that person. Being busy, Zhang Bufang picked up a few, went to bed first, and then finished them. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as soon as Zhang Bufang came downstairs, he saw a group of people staying in the shop. When he saw him coming, his eyes instantly lit up, but then darkened instantly. Not found, Zhang Bufang said. Hey, brother, after the unremitting efforts of the younger brothers, of course I found this bracelet. The unkempt younger brother placed a bracelet as black as carbon on the table. What is that bracelet of yours made of? Zhang Bufang turned around and asked Wang Kaogao. It's made of jade, Wang Kaogo said. Oh, Zhang Bufang picked up the bracelet and looked at it. This bracelet has been washed. There is a lot of garbage in the incineration plant. This thing may have been buried for a long time, but it is still jade, and it is not black. Let's go all through. The A-level task of retrieving the bracelet has been completed. The system's prompt sounds, which means the bracelet must be real. There are some patterns on this one. Take a look. Zhang Bufang handed the bracelet to Wang Kaogo. Wang Kaogo took the bracelet and looked at it briefly, then put it back on the table and said, Thank you, sir. This bracelet should be the one, but it's just damaged like this. I'm afraid it's useless, but I can find it. I'm still very happy to be back. Zhang Bufang said, and looked at the group. The younger brother looked at him with eager eyes, waved his hand, and told the group that they could leave. Do you have any academic qualifications? It was like seeing the dawn of life. Something jumped out. Then what should I do if they leave? There is another person locked by a bicycle lock here. What you say is not my business. Let's talk about it when the two of them are in a better mood. Since the bracelet has been recovered, Zhang Bufang will not care about it. This matter is going relatively smoothly. He just beat the person up and had the bracelet retrieved. When he took on tasks in the past, the process was surprisingly troublesome, but this time it was so smooth, and he was not used to it. I'll go look elsewhere. Zhang Bufang needs to complete those C-level small tasks. Such small tasks are ordinary, but Zhang Bufang seems to have never done them before. Fortunately, Zhang Bufang passed by the incineration plant after completing a C-level task. Unfortunately, he saw Wang pass the exam. The moment Zhang Bufang saw the little girl, he stopped at the corner. He looked. Wang Kaogo held the black bracelet and looked at it again and again. She seemed to hesitate a little. Then she threw the bracelet away as if she had made up her mind. I can buy a new one now, sorry mom, Wang Kaogo said. Zhang Bufang has compressed his time desperately in the past 2 days. Every time he takes on a task, he has to plan a time for himself, and then try to complete it within the set time. Tasks above a level are very difficult. When I encountered him, he took on a lot of small C-level and some B-level tasks. After the bracelet incident yesterday, no one came to trouble the Wang brothers and sisters. In order to prevent those people from making trouble again after he left, Zhang Bufang went to warn them. The younger brothers wanted to express their feelings. He pledged his loyalty to him and assured him that he would protect the Wang brothers and sisters. Zhang Bufang nodded and left. He believed that for the sake of their own lives, they would definitely fulfill their promise. After this day, Taylor Communications found Zhang Bufang, who arrived at the dock early. After Taylor got off the boat, he waved to the people on the island. I'm awesome. I want to see you earlier, so I can complete those tasks quickly and take care of all the water in advance. Taylor hugged Zhang Bufang as soon as he came up. Well, that's awesome, Zhang Bufang said cooperatively. Then are we going to enter the mainland next? This black market is only marginal after all, and Taylor can probably guess Zhang Bufang's plan. Yes, let's go to the main city first, Zhang Bufang said. He had already said goodbye to the Wang brothers and sisters. The main city is the best place for information circulation. Although there are many people and cluttered eyes, it does not hinder them. The first thing Zhang Bufang wanted to do after entering the mainland was to check the mainland situation. The main city was very suitable. What he wanted to do was originally to get a little bit of news about Xiuqing or other bases in this place. However, the people who came here either stayed here all year round and didn't know anything, or they come from afar, buy something, and then leave. Then let's go now. Taylor seemed to be full of enthusiasm for the next thing. In fact, it didn't matter where she went when Zhang Bufang was there. Once, due to zombie attacks, teleportation arrays were teleported to the Hope Survivor base, which caused panic in the mainland, and many teleportation arrays were banned from use. The Hay family also established teleportation arrays here, but they were also blocked, and special personnel were sent. Go and guard. The teleportation arrays used now are basically small teleportation ones that can only teleport 2 people at a time. It is quite troublesome to build one such teleportation array. and such teleportation arrays are generally for private use, even for teleportation. It can only be teleported to a planned teleportation place. But how are we going to get there? If we want to reach the main city from this place, it will take several days. What's more, they don't know what the situation on the mainland is now. If they just walk directly from the land like this. Taylor was worried that the group of zombies that had attacked the Strongsmith survivor base would suddenly jump out from somewhere on the way. I asked someone to find a private teleport, Zhang Bufang replied. He had already thought of this problem, so he asked the Wang brothers and sisters to find someone in the black market to find out which company had a private teleport. As expected, the underground area dared to establish. Of course, such a black market dares to secretly establish teleportation, which is a small teleportation that is secretly hidden in a certain place. Each teleportation requires 1,500 points for each person. Relatively speaking, some of the teleporters are screened out. 1,500 points is a high price. This way, you too, please. The messenger from the teleportation array took them to a small, airtight room. Zhang Bufang frowned when he saw such a small room, but he didn't say anything. He didn't like such a room very much, and it would be difficult to hide if there was a sneak attack with a hidden weapon. He and Taylor are now both familiar with their appearance. Made some changes. Be careful when going to the main city so as not to be exposed. What's wrong? Zhang Bufang suddenly noticed something was wrong with the way the waiter was looking at him. He looked at him warily. The waiter lowered his head in panic and kept saying sorry. Zhang Bufang could not put down his doubts. He walked over to the waiter and ordered the waiter to raise his head. This figure made him feel familiar. Zhang Bufang must be extremely vigilant. Once an enemy discovers their existence, they can only kill them on the spot. Are all the waiters in the underground area sent from the headquarters? Zhang Bufang suddenly asked this person. He had never seen this person's face before. No, it was a very young voice. He lowered his head again, indicating his status, and said respectfully, "Some of the waiters will select one from the local area." "What about you? Which part are you in?" Zhang Bufang asked. The man was silent for a moment, and Zhang Bufang suddenly seemed to see a smile rising from the corner of his mouth. But the smile disappeared without a trace when he took a closer look, as if it was just an illusion. The waiter said, "I was sent from the main city." Zhang Bufang grabbed the other person's neck the moment his voice fell. He looked at the other person with a horrified expression. Really, what Zhang Bufang said was neither salty nor light. The murderous intention was already very clear. He saw this man staring at the other person's eyes, as if he was trying to find a flaw in the other person. The sense of familiarity and the feeling just now. With that smile, Zhang Bufang couldn't just give up the inexplicable feeling he had. His intuition had always been accurate, and he firmly believed in it. Such intuition could only be tempered after experiencing the struggle of life and death. A unique intuition. "Who are you?" Zhang Bufang asked. At the same time, his grip on the other person's neck continued to tighten, and he seemed to have no intention of stopping. Taylor watched helplessly as what happened, but only after a while. After that, she made up her mind again. She would never stop him rashly like this. She agreed with what Zhang Bufang did. Just a waiter sent from the main city. This man rolled his eyes because he couldn't breathe. His face turned red, and he spoke intermittently. His hand unconsciously grabbed Zhang Bufang's wrist. "Not very strong." "I ask again, who are you?" Zhang Bufang did not believe the other party's statement. "Mr. Zhang-san, please don't treat a guest like you unreasonably me." Before he could finish his words, Zhang Bufang tightened his hand and stopped what he was going to say in an instant. "Words. Give him some breathing space," Taylor comforted Zhang Bufang. Only then did Zhang Bufang loosen his hand slightly, and his eyes repeatedly glanced at the other person's face. The other person had a frightened expression, and there was nothing else. This person even shrank because of the contraction of his fingers. "I can't even express my anger." Ahem, cough, cough. Zhang Bufang couldn't find any clues, so he simply put his hand down. He watched coldly as the waiter fell to the ground and kept coughing. Zhang Bufang felt that his judgment must be correct. He felt that the other party's gaze was too hot and familiar. By coincidence, this person came from the main city again. The other party was saying this. As he spoke, Zhang Bufang subconsciously thought of 17, but when he thought about it, he thought it was impossible. 17 was the manager of the underground area. How could he find this place? Sorry, my behavior went too far, Zhang Bufang apologized. Ahem. You are really the first such violent guest I have ever seen. The waiter stood up after regaining some strength. His face was still red, but it was better than before. Sorry, Taylor said. Hurry up and go to the teleportation array. There are still people who need to teleport behind you. But sir, we have rules, and we have to deal with the service staff. I'm afraid we will have to charge double the price for your teleportation this time, the receptionist said. No problem. Zhang Bufang stopped looking at the waiter. He lowered his eyes and was about to take a step back. He saw something falling out on the floor. The position of the thing was just where the waiter dropped it. Inverted position. Sir, please don't waste your time deliberately. Because of what happened just now, the waiter's attitude has become less respectful. He gently pushed Zhang Bufang and walked inside, and the small airtight room was automatically closed. The door. Zhang Bufang looked at the waiting waiter angrily. The thing that had just fallen to the ground suddenly felt familiar to him. Just when he wanted to take a closer look at this person, he pushed him in. However, the waiter he had an innocent expression on his face, and Zhang Bufang was indeed being unreasonable. Are you okay? Taylor asked with concern. Zhang Bufang forced a smile, touched Taylor's hair, and said, It's okay. Then he handed his Blue Points card to the receptionist. The waiter entered a password at the card swiping position, and after pressing a few numbers, deducted 6,000 points from the card. For all the work Zhang Bufang had done during this period, he earned. Basically, all my points are lost on this. The teleportation array is about to start. Please be careful. There is still a secret door in this small room. After swiping the card, a small door automatically opened behind the waiter, and he just stepped back and entered. Then the scene changes. During the teleportation process, people will feel severe dizziness. Even after many teleportations, people will not get used to it. At most, it is just a dizzy feeling, which can be slightly lighter. This is a private teleportation. It's a common problem, Zhang Bufang thought. He never felt this way in the teleportation place before. It's a pity that all the large teleportation arrays on the mainland should have been stopped. After the teleportation arrays were stopped, countless private teleportation arrays were established. They were making money all the time. Sure enough, when we came out, we saw this place established in the underground area, a bar established in the underground area. As soon as Zhang Bufang opened the door to the room, a deafening sound came to his face. Taylor frowned in discomfort because the sound was too loud, and subconsciously covered his ears. Taylor probably didn't like this place, so Zhang Bufang looked at her and walked out with a smile. The Mercenary Guild should still be in the same position as before. It was not established together with the underground area. Zhang Bufang took Taylor through the main city and came to the other side. We haven't seen each other for a long time. The Mercenary Guild finally renovated it and made it more beautiful than before. And when was the black and white church next to it built? Zhang Bufang took a look at the church and the black clock in the church. I don't know what kind of material it is made of, but it reflects a little light. The Mercenary Guild seems to have replaced its roofs with white marble in order to set off the black and white church. It seems that when the Hope Survivor base was attacked by zombies, Jiangxi was doing pretty well and was still interested in designing these. Let's go. Zhang Bufang took Taylor in. It seemed that a lot of places had been renovated. Even the lobby had been changed a lot. Jiangxi's taste had become really bad. Zhang Bufang thought to himself, why? To set off the people next to him. In that black and white church, the entire inside of the hall needs to be replaced with white marble? You must know that this is the end of the world, and such a piece of white marble with good cutting surfaces is extremely valuable. Register. Zhang Bufang wanted to stay here anonymously for a long time, so he made an identification card in advance on the black market, and also made one for Taylor. Mr. Zhang-san, please come over here and scan it, the service staff said. Zhang Bufang paused for a moment, then walked up without leaving a trace, and immediately started calling the system in his heart. Can you block this scanning device? Yes. At critical moments, the system will always give him the fastest reply. Me and Taylor blocked it directly. After blocking, the data displayed by this instrument were all normal. Zhang Bufang went on calmly. The most troublesome thing is this kind of instrument. It doesn't just check facial expressions, but also the person's body shape. Zhang Bufang has used this instrument to test it, and he is afraid that his data at that time will be entered into the instrument, and then it will not be possible. People delete. When Taylor stood on the instrument, she glanced at Zhang Bufang, who gave her a reassuring look. When Taylor went down, she seemed a little worried and turned her head to look at the instrument, and Zhang Buzong hugged Taylor. Miss Zhang Yuechen, do you also want to be an employer? The service staff looked at Taylor. As a woman, few people would come here to be an employer. Zhang Yuechen was the name given to Taylor by Zhang Bufang. Taylor's name is like a special name from the far north, so let's just give her a Chinese name. Taylor nodded at the service staff, and then he looked at Zhang Bufang and gave him a naughty smile. Zhang Bufang naturally touched the other person's hair lovingly. Taylor's hair was smooth and felt quite good to the touch. Can you take us to the place where we will pick up the mission? The most direct and effective way is to hire a guild to give yourself a new identity, Zhang Bufang said to the service staff. Of course, the service staff agreed and would dispatch it soon. They led people to take them away. The mercenary guild has some tasks to lurk in various survivor bases in order to obtain effective information. There are also people who take such tasks. Those bases that issue lurking tasks are more or less unwilling to let the people they cultivate die. Other bases are also afraid that their people will be poached by the enemy's base during the execution of tasks. Especially for this task, they lurked into the former Chinese military. The person who provided the task is unknown and is anonymous. And this task is not visible to everyone. The identification card provided by Zhang Bufang naturally needs to have some special features. The envoy will clearly bring them here after seeing the identification card. These tasks are generally not open to the public. Zhang Bufang had already thought about it. That's it. It happens to be a two-person mission. Zhang Bufang pointed to the mission code named Original Army and turned to ask Taylor what he meant. Taylor nodded. She also saw the requirements for the task above. Every time she saw there were very few people on this floor who came to pick up the task. This time it was a coincidence. It was just the two of them. It would be troublesome to pick up the messenger. Normally, if someone comes here and selects a task, he has to put down the task screens one by one to show them the specific detailed tasks. Today, even if he is lazy, he just puts the general introduction of the tasks on the screen. Anyway, he will wait for this, just turn it off after the two of you have left. Have you chosen already? Well, Zhang Bufang swiped an identification card he got here on the screen, and Taylor's identification card was also swiped on it. The information of the two of them is bound to this task. If one person dies during the mission, the identification card will be felt, and the mission page will directly turn gray. If both people die, it will directly turn red. The former military of the state of China, the death rate, is also very high. Even though there are many rewards, this task has been suspended here for a month. What Zhang Bufang is interested in is not those rewards, but those large amounts. If Zhang Bufang really exchanges money and points, he will reveal his position. He just wants to sneak into that place, the former military of the Chinese state. He still doesn't know how far the specific experiment has been. Scan here. The process of accepting the task was very strict. Zhang Bufang and Taylor constantly stood on different scanning instruments, and each scanned 5 times before they were allowed to accept the task. After the waiter left for a while, he brought each of them a communicator. This communicator was very small and was a ring. Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows when he looked at the appearance, which was similar to a wedding ring. It was a coincidence, so he looked at Taylor with a smile in his eyes. During the mission, it was impossible to wear such a large communicator on his wrist, so the communication would be made into various shapes. Such a ring. It should be one specially made by the Employment Guild. Zhang Bufang put the ring on Taylor's ring finger thoughtfully, and then put it on himself. Taylor's face turned red because of this behavior, and he looked away embarrassed. Zhang Bufang nodded the ring slightly. Their personal information has been entered into the ring. If it is not the person, the ring cannot be opened, and then a screen pops up, a palm-sized screen, which displays Zhang Bufang's personal information, although those are fake. Zhang Bufang clicked on his avatar on the screen, and the task immediately appeared. The specific description of the mission was to enter the laboratory of the former Chinese military and to kill a certain experimental doctor. Zhang Bufang looked at a certain experiment in charge of this experimental doctor. He had never heard of this laboratory. An experiment. Please touch each other's rings. The messenger said after seeing that the two men had almost completed the task. The purpose of the touch ring is to bind each other. For the first time, They can see their own task section and personal information section on a separate ring, just this once. Next, if they want to check it again, they can see. If you have something that has passed before, then only the two rings touch together for sensing, and it must be two people. The ring can be taken off after being put on. Similarly, in order to prevent the information inside from being leaked, once the ring is taken off, the information inside will be automatically destroyed, and the ring-like communicator will become a real ring. The employment guilds have tried their best in these aspects. Let's go. Zhang Bufang took Taylor's hand and intertwined with the other's hand. This is what happens when you are concerned. Before embarking on a mission, Zhang Bufang will carefully consider the mortality and danger of this mission. To a certain extent, he will plan every step in advance and then let his lover come to him. But when his lover comes with him, he will regret it and feel that this task is suddenly several times more dangerous. I'm with you, Taylor said. She saw Zhang Bufang's eyes became a little confused after binding the ring. Zhang Bufang also paused, seeming to be thinking about this matter. Wasn't she early? I told the other party that she can also do those dangerous tasks, and her ability is no worse than anyone in the Water City. Well, I'm with you. Zhang Bufang felt funny about his worries. The tasks he wanted to carry out were only Taylor could come through. He didn't want his lover to be involved in these dangers, but he had to. After doing this, he had already made up his mind to bind his identity information, but he was still hesitating here. Couldn't he protect Taylor in the next mission? This is of course no. Please sit here for a while. The person who issued the mission will come to talk to you alone later. The messenger placed 2 glasses of juice on the table and then left. Taylor looked at the 2 glasses of juice with some vigilance. Zhang Bufang said to her, "No problem. The Employment Guild has regulations. Those who accept tasks in the Employment Guild are not allowed to test or harm them." Zhang Bufang picked up the glass of watermelon juice in front of him and took a sip. Taylor looked at him worriedly and then shook her head helplessly. Taylor was not very thirsty, so she did not drink the glass of juice after shaking her head. He just looked at Zhang Bufang, leaned against Zhang Bufang, and waited quietly. "Hello, I'm Yuan Jun." A man walked in after a while. The man and woman seemed a little surprised, and an uncertain expression soon appeared on their faces, which he hid. This task may go on forever, and someone finally comes to take it, but you can't just drive them away. "Hello, I am Zhang San, and this is my wife, Zhang Yuechen," Zhang Bufang said. He could probably understand the other party's reaction. The name Yuan Jun was fake, and the other party's face might also be the same. Counterfeit, all this is understandable. "Hello," he said after a pause before shaking hands in a friendly manner. It is best for most task recipients not to have any worries. The publisher believes that this will affect their efficiency in performing tasks. Once they have worries, they will be timid in doing things. In some critical situations, internally, there will be hesitation and uncertainty, leading to the failure of the mission and the revelation of the matter. Former army. He felt the same way. After finishing the work, he fell into deep thought alone. He seemed to be thinking about how successful the man and woman in front of him could be in his mission. If it weren't for the fact that this mission was too difficult, there would be no chance at all. If the taker is willing to take it, he will directly drive the man and woman away. The bond between husband and wife is even deeper. The mission is to never allow a single mistake. "I understand what you are hesitating about, sir," Taylor said. She could not stay in Zhang Bufang's arms forever. What the other party was worried about was not what a man could do, but what he was worried about with a woman's strength. No matter how weak, Taylor directly released her momentum. She used to be from the far north. The leader of one party, Taylor, said, "Employers consider all tasks before accepting them, and we also have our own rules. Since you accept this task, you will naturally pay for it with your own life. You are so hesitant. It actually has no effect. We know exactly what kind of task we have taken on." I admire Miss Zhang Yuechen for telling the truth. Yuan Jun was stunned for a moment after hearing what Taylor said, and then he laughed again, covering up all the emotions on his face. He said, "This mission only has this. This is an opportunity. What I want to tell you is the importance of this task. In other words, the life and death of the employees are not important to us. If you die there, the compensation for this task is unimaginable, and no one came to compensate. You seem to have underestimated us as soon as you arrived. Please don't have any prejudice against my wife or me. My wife and I have the same idea. We will not approach this task without careful consideration, Zhang Bufang said coldly. Since you two are so confident, I will wait for your good news. Facing the imposing manner of this man and woman, Yuan Jun began to have some doubts about their abilities because of the information displayed on the identification card. The information about these two people is completely unknown. In any case, they should be the famous mercenary names that he has heard of. Unfortunately, none of the ideal mercenaries came, even though he had invited 3 or 4 people in private. Other side, Yuan Jun took out something from his handbag and then asked Zhang Bufang and Taylor to reveal the communicators in their hands. Zhang Bufang and Taylor did so. The thing Yuan Jun took out was a small square. After opening the cover of a certain page, there will be a red light, and then scan it at the front of the ring. After a sound, you can stretch your hand back. Yuan Jun explained. Our special contact information is entered here. This contact information blocks the signal. However, you can only use each ring twice. You can activate this special signal as a last resort. The activation password is to turn the ring once and press the self-destruct button on it. After the second use, the ring will enter a self-destruction countdown of just 1 hour. Sorry, this mission is of great significance to us and must be. To be so strict. No problem. Zhang Bufang acted like a mercenary who had been exposed to many tasks. So can this ring communicate with others in the outside world? Taylor asked. During the process of carrying out the mission, they will not only contact the mission issuer, but also the Water City. Because of what happened in reality, things changed their plans. Okay, let me remind you first that the original Chinese military has a setting to block communications. In a special place like the experimental area, not only will the communication setting be blocked, but once the communication is sent out, it will be intercepted soon. If you don't contact me, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the communication to be sent out. There are only 2 ways to send it out. One is to get a specific instruction. This kind of instruction is known to the high-level experimental doctors of the former military of Hua Kingdom. The other is to leave. This method is more difficult, Yuan Jun said. Just listening to these explanations, I know that this task is too difficult. There was no fear on Taylor's face. She nodded calmly, which attracted the admiration of the former army. This task is really important. I hope you will listen carefully and don't think I'm verbose. Yuan Jun smiled, picked up the juice prepared on the table, and took a sip. He continued, I hope you don't try to do it in the experimental area. When contacting the outside world, you yourself should also know how high the chance of such exposure is. In addition, if something happens to you, you will be responsible for your death. The original Chinese military tortured people in many ways, so, I'm sorry. You have to inject this in advance. Yuan Jun took out a set of tools needed for surgery and a small chip. I will implant the chip into your neck. Don't worry, this chip is connected to your communicator. Once the ring turns on the self-destruct mode, the chip will be detonated at the last moment. Yuan Jun said while saying, sterilize the surgical tools you need. Taylor didn't like this method, so Zhang Bufang held her hand silently. The chip was no different from a small detonated bomb. What do you think? You two have already accepted the mission. I'm afraid there's no way to give up. Yuan Jun was quickly ready. His speed was as if he had practiced it countless times in private. Come on. Zhang Bufang was the first person to implant the chip. He looked at Taylor. Taylor showed concern. Zhang Bufang smiled at Taylor and then held his hand tightly. He could feel it. There was a pain in the skin of my neck. The pain was like a piece of skin being dug out, and then it felt like something was being filled in. It can be understood that anesthesia is not allowed for chip implantation like this, in order to prevent any mistakes during the chip implantation process. Can you guarantee that this chip will not cause us any trouble before our mission goes wrong? Zhang Bufang said aloud. Of course it can be guaranteed that the chip will automatically sense the condition of the human body and fall into an extremely bad situation. At the same time, the ring will sense the person and it will be detonated. Moreover, the Employment Guild also has certain restrictions on the publisher. According to the rules, the poster will be continuously wanted by the Mercenary Guild. Yuan Jun said. Soon, the chip implantation on Zhang Bufang's neck was completed. He seemed to feel that Yuan Jun had filled him with something similar to glue in order to make his skin look traceless. Cool liquid. Zhang Bufang hugged Taylor into his arms, and Taylor's head was buried in his neck. Taylor remained silent. The relationship between the two of you really makes me envious, Yuan Jun sighed. You are wanted by the mercenary guild. It seems that your face is real. So can you tell me your real name? Zhang Bufang asked. He looked at the former army cutting Taylor's skin with cold eyes. Zhang Bufang's look. It's like a warning to the other party. There is no need for this real name. My name is Yuan Jun, and this mission code is also called Yuan Jun, Yuan Jun said. But his answer did not satisfy Zhang Bufang. Okay, Yuan Jun said, then packed up his tools and put them back in his handbag. The first thing Zhang Bufang did was to touch the spot on Taylor's neck with distress where the chip was implanted. I think you two may also be hiding your names. I have never heard of your names before, but your aura really makes me admire you. It really makes me curious about your true identities, Yuan. Jun said that he looked at Zhang Bufang and Taylor. Zhang Bufang frowned because of his gaze and gave him a warning look. Yuan Jun smiled and said, Of course, there is no problem if you don't say it. I have already explained it. Now that you've finished explaining, is there anything else you two want to say to me? There's nothing to say. I'm just worried about whether your chip can do what you said. I thought you were going to inject us with some kind of liquid. Zhang Bufang's last sentence was the key point. He said this intentionally to test the other party. Yuan Jun's expression didn't seem to change, but a certain finger on the hand on his leg shrank slightly. Zhang Bufang took this change in his eyes. He said calmly, I don't care about chips like yours. This is the first time I've used it on myself. The deadline for this task, I saw on the screen, is 1 month. I'm afraid it will actually take longer than that, Taylor said. The time on the display is just an introduction. The real time is hidden under the secondary password. You can see it by entering the command. The deadline we set for this task is... Yuan Jun paused and watched the two men open that. I picked up my communicator and entered the command and saw the second interface. Yuan Jun smiled. He seemed very satisfied with these two people and read out the mission deadline. No time limit. With this method, there is no way to sneak in. Zhang Bufang looked at a button in his hand. In his opinion, the success rate of this method was almost 0. The button was black, but it felt. There is some unevenness. It's just that there are some patterns on it. Just wait. Maybe the person he mentioned will show up soon. Taylor still waited patiently. Entering the Wagwoyan military is a very troublesome matter. Since the task is time-limited, Zhang Bufang plans to do it bit by bit. The Wagwoyan military's investigation is more stringent than he imagined. Zhang Bufang heard what Yuan Jun said. Someone will naturally come to them when the time comes. They just need to hand over the button. But until now, that person has not come. The clouds and mist in the sky had gathered, and the smoky blue sky, which was still like an ink painting, suddenly became thicker, shrouded in Payne's gray, and it didn't take long for it to start raining steadily. Zhang Bufang was a little dissatisfied. They had been waiting here for an hour. When they entered the country, the original military of China destroyed all the electronic equipment on them in advance to prevent anything from being discovered. They only wore the specific ring. There's a person over there, don't you think? Taylor noticed that there was a person standing on the corner of the street, and they forgot about him from time to time. She was worried that it was not the person they were looking for, so she cautiously told Zhang Bufang. He's been there for a few minutes. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Bufang hugged Taylor and stepped forward. The man saw them walking towards this side and immediately became wary, but then he forced himself. Relax. When Zhang Bufang was only a few steps away from this person, it was obvious that a button was missing from his shirt, and the other buttons were all neatly buttoned and were black. Have you seen the button I lost, sir? The man spoke first. Maybe this is it. Zhang Bufang handed over the button. The man took this small button and looked at it from the front and back several times. Then he recovered from his alert look and said with a smile, A member of the former army? I am the oldest one, come this way. According to the plan prepared in advance, the informant Lao Yi brought Zhang Bufang and Taylor to a prearranged and safe enough environment. After joining the Wagwoyan military, I can't help you. The rules of the Wagwoyan military are extremely rigid, and the people there are basically unreasonable. Moreover, the inspections have become stricter during this period, and they would rather be wrong. Kill 100, don't let one go. Lao Yi is his code name in this plan, and his specific name does not need to be disclosed. This man was just one of the promoters of this plan. Zhang Bufang didn't know how many people had been arranged to infiltrate the original Chinese military for this plan. He only knew that the man in front of him might have spent a lot of money. He entered the original Chinese military for months or more just to successfully arrange an identity for him and Taylor in the original Chinese military. In the end, this person will be completely hidden in this game until the end of the game. After entering, no one knows each other. Lowy smiled and patted Zhang Bufang on the shoulder. He looked at Taylor and was stunned for a moment before shaking hands with him in a friendly manner. What is the arranged identity? Zhang Bufang asked. Don't be anxious yet. It won't work if your voice comes in, said the old one. Taylor wondered. Does even the sound have to be carefully changed? The elder nodded and said, the former military personnel of the Hua state have to record their voices. If something goes wrong in the final plan, if the original military forces of the Hua state investigate the person, they may not be able to find them through their voices. I thought that someone standing on the roadside might be holding a communicator, but in fact it might be a test device. Time is running out, Zhang Bufang said with a frown. Yes, so you have to take this medicine. Lowy took out 2 sealed paper packets from his pocket, each containing a white tablet as small as half a fingernail. Changing a voice in a short period of time will make his throat hoarse. Zhang Bufang took the pills and didn't need any introduction. He knew what the plan was. Yes, Lowy nodded without concealment. This is not an uncommon thing. For the sake of the plan, a qualified infiltrator should change all the things that are unfavorable to the team's plan. Did Yuanjun tell you? Employ without doubt. Since we all have the same plan, we can only trust it 100%. Lowy looked at the vigilance in the eyes of Zhang Bufang and Taylor and immediately became confused. I feel dissatisfied with these 2 people, and I don't have much hope for these 2 people in my heart. Is it just to mess with his voice for the plan? Why hesitate? He had sacrificed a lot for this plan in the first place. Not to mention it was just a vocal cord. Is there a way to repair the system and sound? There is no problem for Zhang Bufang to take this pill, provided that it can be repaired through the later stage of the system. Yes, it has been detected that the ingredients in the pills have damaged the throat, but this damage can be repaired by exchanging the host's gold coins for medicines. The system said. No problem, Zhang Bufang said to Taylor, then picked up the pills and swallowed them with the water on the table. But the taste of this pill is too strange. After Zhang Bufang took it, he even felt that he couldn't control his facial expression. He wanted to regain his composure, but he felt that his facial expression might be distorted now. The taste of this pill. It was bitter and spicy, and then I felt a ball of fire burning in my throat, and the pain spread. Taylor also looked confused and couldn't believe the taste of this medicine. Soon, the taste of blood dissipated in his mouth. Zhang Bufang forced himself to swallow the blood. The taste was not pleasant. It's just damage. In a few hours, it will sound fine. There won't be any sound like a torn vocal cord when speaking, said the old man, looking at the 2 people with very sympathetic eyes. Zhang Bufang and Taylor looked at each other. There was no way for the 2 of them to speak now, but Zhang Bufang could endure the pain. He looked at Taylor's expression with a smile in his eyes. Taylor glared at him. For several hours, the 3 of them had no communication until Lao Yi handed the water on the table to Zhang Bufang and Taylor. After drinking the water, their throats felt much better. Zhang Bufang only said one word and then closed his mouth silently. This voice was lower and hoarse than before. Taylor hesitated for a while and said, Then what should we do next? Taylor's voice is lower and hoarse, but it does not affect her speaking voice, which is still very nice. It used to be crisper, but now it is a real royal voice. I'm taking you away, and you need to change all your clothes, said the oldest one. On the way to infiltrate the former military of the Hua Kingdom, Zhang Bufang passed the inspections silently and expressionlessly. When scanning his face, he successfully passed with the help of the system. From beginning to end, there was a person standing next to each inspection instrument. A person whose gaze seemed to pierce through the person he was looking at. Zhang Bufang did not dare to look at such a person too often and tried to appear calm. During one of the inspections, they were called down. Zhang Bufang's heart suddenly jumped up. Although the 3 of them looked expressionless, Zhang Bufang knew it and became vigilant. What's the ring on your hand? Hand it over. Although Zhang Bufang was confused, but in order not to arouse suspicion, he obediently handed over his ring. Taylor's ring was also taken off and given to the inspector. The workmanship of this one is really nice. The inspector put the ring under a small light, and the small square light quickly scanned the two rings. The purple light looked very strange. Okay. The inspector still had to maintain his meticulous attitude at work, but he was secretly envious. He was so lucky to be able to find his partner in the former Chinese military. Zhang Bufang took the ring and nodded. Have a safe and sound time. Zhang San, the anatomy room is over there. Go quickly. There is still work waiting for you to do. A man walked towards Zhang Bufang, but the old man disappeared at some point. Lao Yi probably hid after completing his mission. He will not leave until the mission is over, but he will never help Zhang Bufang and Taylor. As he said, his mission is to help these two people. After successfully entering the original military of China, he has nothing to do with him. He only needs to ensure that he lives well. Zhang Yueqin. Even if you go out and follow the adults to do things, you must not miss any of the classes you should have. You two should go to the anatomy room for. This person said, as if he really knew Zhang Bufang and Taylor. He turned around calmly, took an extra look at Zhang Bufang, and took them to the fourth anatomy room with his expression unchanged. You two will continue to study hard after entering. No cheating or cheating will be allowed. After the man finished speaking, he left. His mission of entering the former Chinese military was also completed. Can you enter the experimental area so smoothly? Of course not. This cannot be regarded as the orthodox experimental area of the former Chinese military. This is only the outermost layer of the experimental area. It cannot be said to be an experimental area, and it definitely cannot be said to be other areas. It can be said that this is the place to deal with the research leftovers from the upper levels of the experimental area. Of waste. As soon as Zhang Bufang entered, he saw a leg hanging on his left side, as if it would be dried next time. Taylor had never seen such a scene before and was obviously frightened. Zhang Bufang hugged her gently and patted her comfortingly. There was currently no one around, so Zhang Bufang took Taylor and continued walking after seeing that Taylor's expression had improved. The things hanging on the walls were disgusting enough. Of course, Hua Guiyuan's military had somewhat strict requirements for his laboratory. Zhou Ju himself had participated in many experimental processes, and he knew even more how important it was to maintain a neat and clean environment in the laboratory, even if there were those hanging on the wall. No matter how disgusting the air-dried thing looks, it has indeed been disinfected. Report, Zhang San. Report, Zhang Yueqin. The identities of Zhang Bufang and Taylor were just the lowest and most inconspicuous people. They were just a small report. The person in charge of the reporting list put a check mark on these two names and asked them impatiently, leave quickly. The identities arranged by Zhang Bufang and Taylor are the transfer personnel of the fourth anatomy room. With this status, they can freely move back and forth among the 10 anatomy rooms. If there is a need in a certain anatomy room, they will be transferred to that anatomy room. Maybe it's to help carry limbs, maybe it's just to clean the room. Anyway, it's all kinds of chores. Lao Yi gave the black button to Zhang Bufang and one to Taylor. The dark pattern on this button will be an important key for them to enter the mission and start the mission. The first boss told Zhang Bufang and Taylor that the first task after entering was to work hard to climb up. They invested a lot of people for this task, almost from all fields, and the task of those people was just to support. Zhang Bufang and Taylor continued to complete the mission. For someone like Lao Yi to simply send people in, there were too many people for such a mission, but even so, Lao Yi still couldn't escape. When Lao Yi talked to Zhang Bufang, he seemed a little depressed. Of course, it could be heard that he was trying his best to complete these tasks, but he didn't seem to have much hope for whether he could escape successfully after completing the tasks. From the perspective of people like Lao Yi who have completed the mission, escaping successfully means being able to exit the mission alive and then continue with the rest of their lives. Don't be afraid, Zhang Bufang whispered to Taylor. Who is that? You two go and clean up the waste together. Just as they arrived at the door, a strange smell hit his face. When Zhang Bufang heard this voice, he took Taylor to do something. Zhang Bufang, deliberately walking on Taylor's left side, blocking Taylor from the uncomfortable scenes on the experimental table. Zhang Bufang and Taylor suppressed their nausea and cleaned out the waste barrels. This is what they did in the next few days. Zhang Bufang is not worried about the progress of the mission. He has to get familiar with this place first. Besides, the identity he is currently playing does not allow him to be transferred. After staying here for a few days, I found that the fourth anatomy room is a better place. The anatomy rooms are ranked from 1 to 10. Zhang Bufang went to room 10, and that place made people feel desperate. I like the fourth room. Hanging body parts to dry is nothing. After staying like this for about 10 days and getting familiar with everything, the first opportunity came. The anatomy room provided the needed experimental supplies, and the experimental supplies used by the above, and the anatomy room would look for experimental supplies. Wherever it can be used, continue to submit the ones that can be used, and only throw away those that are completely scrapped. The upper level of the anatomy area is divided into many types. When all the adjustable personnel stood in the same room, Zhang Bufang waited quietly, and Taylor stood next to him. Taylor was still not used to the life here, so she was often seen. Looking pale, Zhang Bufang was a little worried, but there was nothing he could do. Zhang Bufang's ideal place is a drug supply center. When Taylor goes to that place, he only needs to help distribute the drugs. Moreover, the work is not tiring, and there is nothing disgusting, and he often appears in sight. The worst place is the second detention area. There are 2 key areas in total. The first area is for the upper levels to detain high-level zombies. Zhang Bufang has been to that place before. Looking at the place where he has been now, it seems to be an unknown number of times. However, the risk of death in the detention area is a bit high. Although the first area is for non-commissioned officers and high-level zombies, the prevention measures are very good. There are 3 floors inside and 3 outside. I don't know what is going on in the second area. I heard that it is for low-level zombies. It seems that low-level zombies are also victims here. Zhang Bufang estimates that the original Chinese military will not provide very good conditions to imprison these zombies. Let's get tested. Line up one by one and go this way. Wait a minute. Take a look at the experiment list. There are quite a lot of people here. You don't need to worry about anything. You can just pick a few. It would be a waste of time to test them one by one. Are you sure? Several districts are in need of people this time. What if the people transferred are not qualified? They're just doing some simple errands. As long as there are no physical problems, it's no problem. Okay. Zhang Bufang listened to the 2 people discussing here. They, the guinea pigs waiting to be assigned, stood here, motionless. Here Zhang Bufang finally realized what the advanced state of facial paralysis was like. There was nothing at all. People would talk and laugh, but no one would show a relaxed attitude. All day long, it was as if the expression was stuck on his face, and he couldn't move at all. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Matzi, come out. I think these are pretty good. Let's wear the bracelets. The bracelets are specially used to distinguish one's rank and status. Zhang Yuechen, female? This guy is a female. Are you in need of someone? One of the people who happened to come over to allocate personnel was a woman. She seemed a little happy to see the female experimenter and said happily, "Then transfer to my side." She felt happy and said hello in a friendly manner. "Hello. Okay, Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Matzi, and Zhang Yuechen will stay, and the others will go to another room." Zhang Bufang looked at the people who left with no expression on his face, but after spending this time together, his mood was all about the subtle details. The group of people who left seemed to be in a low mood and a little disappointed. Zhang San, there is a shortage of people in the second detention area. Where should we go? Zhang Bufang. He nodded silently. As expected, it was completely impossible to think of anything. Then However, Zhang Bufang was more worried about Taylor. It's impossible for her to follow you to the second detention area, right? The female experimenter discovered the pair of rings worn by Zhang Bufang and Taylor. There was no harm in it, and she said kindly, "She followed me in drug distribution, so she can be a prisoner. It's not easy for lovers here, so don't worry if you come here to be my assistant." "Thank you," Zhang Bufang said, looking at Taylor with a little helplessness, but Taylor smiled at him to reassure him. That's it. Such a separation, and the possibility of seeing each other again in the future is unlikely. The second area of detention and the place where medicines are distributed are relatively far away, and there is no intersection between the 2 places. Okay, in the second detention area, you just follow me. I advise you to work hard. People are replaced here very quickly. The man who led Zhang Bufang away was wearing a mask. Zhang Bufang didn't know that he was. What does he look like? and he doesn't have an identity tag on him. Yes. However, silence is golden, and this method is particularly practical in this place. Zhang Bufang looked back, and he could no longer see Taylor. Don't look at it. Most of the people here are single. They are all a group of people who plan not to get married for the rest of their lives, so they just contribute to the experiment. The man in front noticed Zhang Bufang turning his head. Life in the laboratory is not the kind of life, in real life, where people live to be 80 or 90 years old. Most of the people here are young. Those in their 20s, 30s, and 40s and 50s are basically the main researchers. However, most of these people did die in experiments throughout their lives. Otherwise, why would there be so many limbs in the dissecting room every day? Oh, okay. In the second area of detention, I am D1. The D on the right side of the letter, number 1, does not have a name for easy identification. It just so happens that number 3 died, so you are D3. D1 said, yes, but the second area of detention is underground? Zhang Bufang looked at the scene in front of him, a little surprised. Yes, in order to prevent zombies from escaping, and if something happens, we just need to destroy this place. D1 said it very easily. Destroy it? What should the researchers here do? Zhang Bufang was a little unbelievable. Oh, do you think of yourself as a researcher? The researchers here are those who are close to the operating table. People like you, me, or others are no different from the zombies imprisoned here. They are all experimental subjects. Otherwise, how could he not even have a name? D1 is used to the life here, and to him, these are very common things. So destruction means, once there is any riot among zombies and we cannot control it, we need to self-destruct and die together with the zombies? Zhang Bufang said, more or less, it's underground. As long as that gate is not opened, no one can get out. This gate can only be opened from the outside, and you won't be able to escape even if you want to. So, work hard. D1 clapped sympathetically. Pat Zhang Bufang on the shoulder. Then what do I need to do? All lights were installed next to this underground room. The floor was dirtier than the dissecting room, and there was no need to clean it. Zhang Bufang even felt that he could not breathe smoothly here. Check every imprisoned zombie to make sure they don't show any abnormality every day. And if the above experiment needs to provide low-level zombies, you have to be responsible for transporting them there. And there will be zombie screening every week, and you will not need any zombies. You have to be responsible for killing them. It's a little too much, but you just came here. I will take you to complete the task once every day, and then it's up to you. In addition, I warn you not to follow the old path of D3. You know, D3 is not a qualified person here. Do you understand? I may have taught you step by step the commonly used things in daily tasks, and then it's up to you. D1 was probably very busy, and he didn't say anything about his daily tasks. What it is, I just left after teaching Zhang Bufang on the first day. Zhang Bufang felt that there might not be anyone in the second detention area. After D1 left, Zhang Bufang completed all the daily tasks by himself, which was very fast. The part he was responsible for sounded like a lot, but it was. It doesn't rise much. The schedule starts at 7 o'clock in the morning, and then I am usually busy until 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening. The most troublesome time is when I am busy until 8 o'clock in the evening, but there is not much time like this. Zhang Bufang repeated the same things for the rest of the time. In the second detention area, Zhang Bufang took the place of number 3, but he did not see number 2 at all, nor did he see the next one. Number 4 and number 5. Even when he faces an empty corridor, he will feel that he is alone. If you add the zombies who were imprisoned in iron cages and roared at Zhang Bufang during daily tasks, then it would still be noisy here. Because Zhang Bufang repeats mechanical tasks every day, he cleans faster and faster, and he has no extra things to do. In his free time, he sometimes hangs at the door of the iron cage where the zombies are imprisoned, stood and looked at them in a daze. There was not even the breath of a living person. Such a depressing atmosphere really made Zhang Bufang feel stressed. Just being here alone would drive anyone crazy. I'm afraid D1 also thought of this. He would come 2 or 3 times a week, always looking at Zhang Bufang with sympathy. It was another 2 or 3 weeks of boring days. Zhang Bufang finally had something else to do. Probably because the laboratory needed zombies. He wrote the request directly on a page and then passed it over here. After reading it, Zhang Bufang felt that this request was easy to handle. The request required zombies that were mentally active, bad-tempered, and belligerent. As a result, when Zhang Bufang came to the place where he was being held, he saw rows of zombies in the iron cage. Just like when they saw the meat on the table, they were all so hungry that they yelled at Zhang Bufang like crazy. It looks like every spirit is very active. Because it involves communicating with the upper management, the guy D1 finally appeared. He had been used to it for a long time and said, "Just arrange it. These zombies are installed separately. If you don't like anyone, just open the iron door in the middle, and then just wait." Zhang Bufang glanced at D1, was too lazy to speak, and did as he was told. Some isolation doors were opened at random, and Zhang Bufang stood there looking at the bloody scene and was shocked for a moment. When the isolation door is opened, the zombies will kill each other. Because they have been hungry for a long time, they will go crazy and cut off the heads of the same kind with one claw, then lie down and eat with relish. Is this the screening I need to do? Zhang Bufang looked disgusted and turned his head away. But they are all low-level zombies. If you want to say which one of them has outstanding abilities, you really can't tell, and there basically won't be any. The chance of appearing is very small. Every day is such a boring thing. Why don't you try something new? Why don't you have some fun for yourself? D1 got used to it as soon as he saw it. If he didn't react much to this scene of blood splattering, he would even look at it as if the zombies were eating his own kind, with relish. Zhang Bufang frowned as he watched the encroachment end. Other zombies were screaming in other iron cages, but these had already fallen to the ground. Zhang Bufang didn't want to step forward and use his hands to open the bloodstained cage. Open the door and see which one of them still has the energy to get up and pounce on you. It must be good, D1 said. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, probably because there were only 2 of them underground. So he relaxed a lot in D1. Even with plastic gloves on, he could feel the disgusting liquid seeming to seep in. Zhang Bufang rarely put on a mask. When he entered this small iron cage, he even felt that he was no different from these zombies. One of them moved, D1 said. Obviously, he just wanted to be a spectator. Sure enough, a zombie lying on the ground suddenly rose up. Zhang Bufang looked at the bloody mess and kicked it without hesitation. The zombie twitched a few times after falling to the ground and stopped moving. For such a boring thing, how many cages do you have to put in before you can choose one? Zhang Bufang walked out of the iron cage. He was not in a good mood now. If D3 was in charge of these things before, he would probably open 4 or 5 iron doors and put them in a cage. But I didn't care about it. I could always pick out 5 or 6 every time, and no one came down to say they were unqualified when they were sent to Shantou. D1 said. He looked at the zombies with some sympathy. Zhang Bufang felt that this look was too hypocritical. He seemed to treat everyone like this. Then let's try the next one. Zhang Bufang didn't want to talk to him anymore. Zhang Bufang will be able to get out of here. When Zhang Bufang puts up the iron gate next, he will be more selective and pay attention to whether the zombies in the cage are too excited. Otherwise, they will splash everywhere like the time just now. 3 or 4 cages came down. Perhaps Zhang Bufang had come into contact with a lot of zombies before, so he picked one out. D1 kindly reminded him on the side that there is no need to go to so much trouble. Just grab him and take him away. Zhang Bufang should not let him go. Zhang Bufang became increasingly impatient, so he simply grabbed a few randomly and selected zombies as submissions. I see that you are having so much trouble, so first you have to quickly put them into the transport box before they can recover. D1 pointed to a row of white boxes placed in another aisle. There is a mechanical transport road here. Just put it up, and then you can finally get out of the underground for the first time in more than half a month. D1 led Zhang Bufang up the transport road. No wonder Zhang Bufang turned around and couldn't find a way out. This kind of mechanical equipment exposed directly in the air might have been used to strangle people. Zhang Bufang took one look and looked away. The pale white lights here make him feel in danger. As the supervisor of the second detention area, D1 will go with him if he submits zombies and report on the recent situation. The transportation road looks like a square shape when viewed from above in the entire experimental area, one by one like a weave, running through the entire experimental area. When he walked up, it was as quiet and empty as usual. Zhang Bufang didn't expect that it was already night when he came out. The small lights along the road spread all the way to the front, telling him that he seemed to have to walk a long way. Although D1 paused the mechanical transportation, he pried the box to the ground and said, but it can be sent directly like this. Now it's up to the two of us to push it. Look, up front, former number 3 did a good job. Zhang Bufang looked forward and saw that the transportation road in front was broken and the thick iron wire inside was exposed. If he doesn't break these, we can keep walking like this, just like taking a walk. D1 pressed a button on the box. The box has wheels at the bottom. Why did he do this? Zhang Bufang asked curiously. He helped D1 button up the boxes row by row. It was not difficult to push them up. Because he is mentally retarded, D1's tone suddenly turned cold. What? He has been here for so long, and he actually wants to run out. He has come in, and he is still thinking about this dissatisfaction and that dissatisfaction all day long, D1 said. Really? But don't everyone who comes here come here voluntarily? Zhang Bufang said. Listening to the tone of number 1, he felt that there seemed to be some other story in it. Some people were forced, but D3 did come in voluntarily. I warned him, but then he didn't listen and did such a stupid thing. Number 1 said. So how is number 3 doing now? Dead. Before he died, someone went to investigate his identity. Hey, he actually found out that this kid didn't enter here for a simple purpose, said number 1. We captured more than 10 people in a series and refused to tell whether they were alive or dead. On the way out, I used them all as food. No wonder, according to the plan, someone should come to help him every step he enters. Zhang Bufang thought to himself. That's why the investigation has been so strict recently. It wasn't like this before. Anyway, it's just the two of us, so I just let it go. I also warned him specifically that if he wants to leave, he can find another time. Ask him to wait any longer. This kid is so impatient that he shows his flaws. I can't hide them no matter how hard I try. D3 spoke in a soft tone, as if it sounded like there was something else. Zhang Bufang suddenly became vigilant. As if facing a formidable enemy, he carefully probed. Why did you help number 3? Shouldn't you be wise to protect yourself and push number 3 out? What you said makes sense, so when we get to the upper area, should I push you out? Number 1 turned his head and looked at Zhang Bufang. Zhang Bufang was immediately speechless and looked at number 1 in a daze. Unfortunately, when I was helping number 3, I accidentally saw the target of his next mission to assist. We are brothers, so we didn't have anything to hide. To be honest, you are not the first one he wants to assist. Mission target. You may be the second or third one. You just told me directly? Zhang Bufang was a little confused. The other party's tone didn't sound like he was going to do anything to him. Otherwise, what do you want to do? What does it have to do with me? In the final analysis, the people behind you still want to earn this right. It is a standard posture of a superior. I feel that you also have this posture. I don't need it. Even if I know who you are, I don't want to know what your next mission is. I don't know anything. D1 said. He still pushed the box and moved his eyes away from Zhang Bufang's face, which was calm, and an indifferent look. What does the power that the higher-ups are fighting for have to do with little people like me? It doesn't matter who wins or loses. We just want to survive. I tell you so that you can remember not to involve me when you have any plans next time. Zhang Bufang paused for a moment, and after both parties were silent for a while, he said, As you wish. But the troubles came one after another, and they would not stop because of the tranquility at this moment. The box that Zhang Bufang was pushing suddenly moved, and something hit it hard from the inside to the outside. Zhang Bufang looked at the box. The zombies inside began to become restless one after another, and they suddenly frowned. The detention box developed by the original Huahua military must be strong, but I don't know if the treatment for lower-class people like them is that good. The box has begun to deform. Can you fight? D1 was still calm and relaxed, letting go of his hand and letting the boxes vibrate. Just a few low-level zombies, Zhang Bufang said. Okay, then you go ahead and fight. After D1 said that, he jumped to the side. Zhang Bufang still had some doubts. Before he could turn his eyes to number 1, he felt the wind coming towards his face. He subconsciously avoided it and wanted to take out his sword, but when he regained consciousness, his weapon was already long gone. It was thrown away elsewhere and was never brought into the original military of China. Don't panic. It's almost dawn now. If you can't beat him, you can delay for a few more minutes. There will naturally be patrols by then. D1 has already hid away. It was indeed bright, and all the lights around were turned off. Zhang Bufang fought with bare hands like this, regretting that he had taken off his plastic gloves in advance. His fight with zombies here was actually more like his own dodge, and Zhang Bufang's rare mysophobia was aroused. Number 1 in the distance shouted at him. Let me tell you, the quality of that box is not a problem, but it may have been stored for a long time. How long has it been there? Zhang Bufang responded. It's about a year or two old. You know, it's made of special materials. It really has to be scrapped when it expires. If it hadn't happened today, I would have forgotten to go to the boss to replace the equipment. Number 1 replied. Throw your gloves to me. After Zhang Bufang finished speaking, he saw 2 objects thrown towards him. After catching them, he put on his gloves, as long as they could isolate the liquids he didn't like. They are just a few low-level zombies. The ones selected have always been a little bit irritable. Zhang Bufang deliberately suppressed his level. When fighting, he did not kill them one by one like before. He was not used to it. It was still very difficult to subdue them. Number 1. Who is this person? Zhang Bufang had just finished the beating and was about to take off his gloves and throw them into the trash when he heard someone talking behind him. It's a new person who has taken over the position of number 3. Number 1 came over at some unknown time. His clothes were still messy as before, and his tie was tied meticulously. He didn't look like he had when he ran away just now. He returned to his original serious appearance, smiling and unsmiling. The new arrival is detained in the second area? It's a pity to be a transfer officer like this. How about transferring him to the testing area? Asked a person in white clothes. There were people around him, and his identity was considered. Higher. Testing area. Number 1 glanced at Zhang Bufang and said, Of course there is no problem with the people the doctor wants to transfer. He had no reason to refuse, and he couldn't refuse. Transfer the people. Maybe the testing area is a good thing. Doesn't this person have a girlfriend? Move to the testing area to see if we can still meet him. Then, what to do with these dead bodies? Zhang Bufang was interrupted before he could finish his words. Of course someone will clean these up. Just come with me now. This person was a little impatient. I still have to finish my work today. Can you let me go back, select the zombies that should be submitted, and transport them? I think it's still early. Zhang Bufang chose to refuse. Number 1 needs to know that things are further away than him. Yuan knew more, and asking him some questions would help him in his next actions. Just following this person, who knew whether he would definitely go to the upper testing area or somewhere else. That's up to you. I'll send someone to look for you later. Then, the man left. The guards around him probably came to deal with these matters. 2 left, and 2 were left to clean up the bodies. I'm not telling you why you don't just go with me. Number 1 said. He would not refuse the request of someone from above. I still have some things I haven't asked you. Let's talk about it when we get back. Zhang Bufang replied. If one box in the second detention area is damaged, the other boxes will no longer be usable, and we will have to wait for relevant personnel to deliver the equipment. Can you tell me about number 3? His affairs are very important to me, Zhang Bufang asked. He has not yet received the mission information carried by number 3. Every time he arrives, there should be relevant people at all levels who should tell him the relevant tasks and the information obtained during the incubation period. Without the number 3 link, Zhang Bufang cannot guarantee whether the next mission will go smoothly. Moreover, it is obvious that no one has told him about number 3 until now, which means that no one among the various informants has connected or difficult to connect. I don't know much about your own tasks. They all happened after number 3's death, number 1 said. Since D1 and number 3 were good brothers, they cleaned up his things after number 3's death. When I went out, I discovered the relevant information at that time, and only then did I learn about the existence of Zhang San. Do you know about number 3's mission, or what information he obtained? Zhang Bufang asked. I have destroyed all those information just in case. I look at my information, that is, the news about you. I don't know where it came from. There is just a button attached to that information, and then I mentioned. I asked you your name, number 1 replied. He didn't know much. He said from room number 3 that not all the things he found were useful. They were all messy, making it difficult to remember. Is there nothing else? Zhang Bufang frowned. I haven't mentioned a word about your plans. I'm sorry I can't give you any news, but if you want to ask about number 3, I can tell you something. Number 1 looked at Zhang Bufang and nodded before continuing. Number 3 stayed here, and it was fine at first, until one day I found out that he was not here at night, and even couldn't find anyone at night every now and then. It was originally his rest time, and I didn't think he would spend this precious rest time to go there. Do other things unless he has something more important. But it's a pity that as I became familiar with him, he rarely mentioned his mission to me. He only mentioned your existence to me on the day of his accident and asked me to take care of him, and then nothing happened. Number 1 said. That's it. Zhang Bufang listened to Number 1's words. In fact, only that sentence was useful. Number 3 would go out at night. You know, it is difficult to leave every area. There are several tests at every test. There is a possibility of being exposed. How did Number 3 manage to run away every once in a while? Now that the person who delivered the things is here, just follow him. You don't need to mention me anymore, said Number 1. Suddenly he remembered something and added, no matter where you go, you must remember to go there. Climb up. Yeah. Zhang Bufang replied. The number of Number 1 is D, which means that the A-level area is the uppermost area. Zhang Bufang is still not sure where he will be taken and what kind of identity he will have. Isn't the testing place over there? Zhang Bufang could see the testing building over there, but it seemed that the person who brought her had no intention of stopping and instead led him to another road. Of course you can't be a manager. You are the one being tested. The person leading the way replied to Zhang Bufang with a sense of watching a show. He walked to a certain road and stopped, pushing Zhang Bufang, while saying, I think it is a lucky and unfortunate thing that you were favored by that doctor. Just go forward where you want to go. Zhang Bufang was pushed inexplicably. When he got tired of it, he simply shook him off and walked forward. After walking a few steps, he heard the people behind him gloating. That place is called the cage. I wish you the best. Good luck to you to survive. Stupid B, Zhang Bufang thought. Level D personnel? Zhang Bufang took his identity card after reporting there. According to the order of A, B, and C, he is the last level. Zhang Bufang likes to call this last level cannon fodder. You can go that way. Of course, lower-level personnel like D were the most despised. Zhang Bufang was already used to this tone, so he almost didn't drive him away directly. Hey, look, there's a new person here. After Zhang Bufang opened the door, he found that it was just a large white room with many people gathered inside. Maybe he would spend the rest of his life in this room. There were 4 doors in the room. Zhang Bufang. Fang didn't know what it was for yet, but when his new colleagues looked at him, they all had green eyes, as if they were discussing something with schadenfreude. Zhang Bufang didn't want to pay attention to these people, so he just found a corner to sit down. There was a room with whitewashed walls on all 6 sides, and a room for more than 20 people. Brother, what did you commit to be sent here? The people on the side gloated and put their hands on Zhang Bufang's shoulders familiarly. I was called here in the middle of doing my daily tasks, Zhang Bufang replied. So that's it. Then you're going to be in trouble. You basically can't get out. You're really lucky, so you can pull me over. The person on the side began to talk to himself. Let me tell you, we D-level personnel are the worst. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.